viewing across Western Australia, Australia and the world for the Western Australian Country Football Championships. My name is Tony Neal and I'll be joined by James Gardner in commentary, and we're going to get some guests up today in our first game underway. Today is Great Southern football versus the Esperance District, so they've travelled from all over the countryside. James, how good has it been? I love Saturday. Come on, pump up, because this is the best day of the week. We got 4 days of it. It's like 4 Saturdays, mate.
It has been. It felt like the weekend right from the start of the Colts Carnival on Thursday. I've lost track of the days, but thank goodness Saturday's here. The weekend's arrived, and now we can crack into some senior footy. Of course, the final day before the finals begin tomorrow, the grand finals. And
of course, we saw 2 days of Colts out there. That was fantastic as well. Sensational. We'll have a look at what's coming up today. We've got Great Southern and Esperance. What a day of football. 10:33 to 4:30. Hills versus Gascoigne. North Midlands versus Onshore. North Pilbara versus Gascoigne. What else have we got there, James?
Southern the Hills at 2:30. North Midlands and Esperance and North Pilbara and Onshore. That's all at Main Group Stadium for the Division 3 senior competition. Thanks to Nutrien Ag Solutions. And up at Claremont, have a look at that, Tony. Action-packed in Division 2.
Yeah, Goldfield versus Great Northern, Central Midlands, Coastal versus Eastern Districts, of course, a great day of football. Portlock versus Central Wheatbelt. What about our other 3 games there?
Central Midlands and Coastal against Goldfields, and Portlock and Great Northern. Central Wheatbelt versus Eastern District. They finished the game at Riverbow Fitness Stadium there at Claremont.
You might be needing a bit of fitness too to get through the amount of games, because we move into big Division 1 games down at Mineral Resource Park in Perth, and that's Peel versus Southwest, Ongerup versus Great Southern, Peel versus, and of course the day starts at 8:45 there and finishes. Well, last game's going to finish early, of course, and what are the last 2 games there?
Ongerup, the Southwest and the Upper Great Southern play on to finish what is a massive day of football up there at Mineral Resources Park. Lane Oval, as some of our old viewers would know, as it was formerly known as, where the home of the Perth Demons for Waffle.
Yes, so huge day of football for everyone interested. Division 1, Division 2 and Division 3, and we are lucky down here at Lane Group Stadium to be watching the Division 3 games all day long and bringing it to, look, can't thank enough all our supporters out there and our viewers, and the sun is shining here. I tell you what, it's a beautiful day down here. We've had rain over the last 2 days down here at Lane Group Stadium, and of course, where were we yesterday? Pinjarra. I've had a bit of fun and games with that, and of course we had the sun, then we had the rain, then the sun and the wind. But today, that flag out there, you wouldn't even know it was there. It's no wind at all, folks, for the people watching at home. The ground looking quite good. It was a bit slippery in the morning the other day for the Colts, but not too bad now. What are we looking for from these teams?
Well, I think both these 2 sides are going to give it a really good crack. I really like the look of Great Southern. They're normally a really strong side down in the Division 3, and I don't imagine they'd be overly happy with their position at the moment to be in Division 3. We'll find out more with our guest coming up later on today. But Esperance travelled a long way from down south, right down south, and so they'll be keen to do the best they can today to give them a shot at getting into a grand final and progressing up to Division 2 next year. But as you mentioned, bathed in sunshine, perfect day for football. 15 degrees down here at Mandurah. Beautiful conditions, no excuses for poor kicking and skills today.
And I see young Jevon Tholstrop out there having a kick around, and we look at these players coming through. It's sensational because they play. There's a player last year playing one of the different teams, but representing the Colts, and within 1 season he's moved up into senior football. So it's just fantastic to see these guys coming through. We talk about community development. Yesterday we had the big forum here yesterday. We had the launch Thursday night. The Western Australian Country Football League and the Commission, they do just an absolutely wonderful job for all the people that are watching down around the areas to see the events going on in and around. It's not just come and play a bit of footy. It's there's all these other events, and that community event is so important for the future of football and to keep our regional areas alive. Growth, support, as well. So absolutely fantastic that these events have been on. And tell you what, these players would be pretty keen, wouldn't they? They're waiting to get out there and have a kick around again.
Yeah, no, definitely. Obviously, they've been playing yesterday, and today the final day of the round robin championships for all these grades. And upper grade Southern, you mentioned about the young fella Tholstrup, but Tommy Gaunt, the big ruck, one of the big half backers for the upper grade Southern, he played in the Colts and now he's coming out today. As we have a look at the graphics, we'd like to thank our sponsors, Sportal, Film Footy, Dartfish, the Archie Dongs, and of course, Tony, we've got some big awards to hand out later on today.
Yeah, we haven't. Look, on top of that, we'd preface that with Nutrien Ag Solutions, of course, alongside the Western Australian Country Football League, naming rights, and also men's division partners. CBH Group has supported the Colts, which was fantastic. Rio Tinto are coming to women's. We've got a couple of other ones there. Built Up, Think Mental Health, Built Up with the Insurance Commission of Western Australia, Think Mental Health, Regional Men's Health, Western Australian Football Commission, and come to those awards, mate. Fantastic.
We've got the goal of the game and the championships thanks to Macintosh and Son and the Ride and Drive Day, Tony. I know you're excited for this on the 20th of July down at Merredin. Macintosh and Son putting that on. And the mark of the game thanks to Bruce Rock Engineering.
They did tell me you have to have a licence for some of these machinery. So you wonderful farmers out there, if someone wants to even put me on the back and just let me ride along with the puppy dog on the back, I'll be happy with that. I love big machines. I love football. It's just sensational. So well done, Macintosh and Son. Our mark of the game and the champions, we've seen some rippers who are our sponsors
Bruce
there.
Rock Engineering, and of course the player of the match receives the wonderful Dartfish beanie and the pair of Archie thongs, as well as the Built Up 25-year commemorative jumper and the Optima player of the match.
Oh, we love this. 3 awards. So you've got your best on, gets the jumper and the beanie. The Optima Mag player of the match, that's the play. There might be one isolated thing that we go, wow, we have a look, how good is that player? They get the magnificent Archie's thongs that you can sleep in them. And the Omnibus Igniter, well, that's the player that gets in and gets that team going. And we've seen a couple of backmen do that in recent days, so it can go to anyone on the ground. And what do they win as well?
They get the magnificent Archie thongs, awfully good pair of thongs, and then the Sportal scoreboard as well as Fairman's High. We thank them for the use of the scaffold, which are bringing you these wonderful wide shots, so you can see the upper grade Southern down at the left of screen. They're warming up, and it's fantastic. We thank all our sponsors because without them we couldn't put this whole production together.
And of course, James, I will just arc up a little bit about Fairman's High there. You'll see their sign on the far side. You've got the Hayden Ballantyne wing down here. I noticed a lot of players walked in and it was just, oh wow, look at this stadium. They've never been here before. So that's the exciting bit, to see these players walk in. There's players looking at the photos up in there. And, fantastic, of course, Peel down here, the people associated with Ellis, of course, has been helping, and also Jeff, fantastic. I cannot thank Jeff Hiller enough for the photocopying team sheets, looking after us, jumping on commentary as well. So a huge shout out to a couple of people down here that have been helping out. We see the players now just coming into the middle for the coin toss.
2 skippers coming in, Orzel for Great Southern and the Esperance captain. And the upper grade Southern win the toss, kicking to the right of the screen to the shopping centre end of the ground. And there is a slight, very, very slight breeze favouring that end, so they'll have the wind in the first quarter.
Yeah, so interesting, when we're talking to the people down here at Peel, they said it doesn't matter which way the wind is blowing. For some reason, it's the right-hand side that's the scoring end. So we're in for a cracking game, beautiful day. Every day's, we say, oh, it's a great day for footy. Let me tell you, every day's a great day for footy. There's 7 days in the week that end in Y, and they all say yes for footy. That's what it's all about, and we're up and about. We've had fed and watered, let's say. We've been here early and seen the teams come in, and they're genuinely excited about representing their regions, north, south, east, west. It's sensational to be around and see the players. It's polarising because it lifts us, and we hope we can bring a fantastic broadcast to everyone because it's a sensational championships. We're going to be joined by Jack Scanlon shortly, but in the meantime, James, you can stay with us. James Gardner, of course, and your commentating over the last few days has been great, mate, but I've got to keep it up because you're not with us tomorrow. So today, mate,
Today's the
you've got to give us your best. on the final day of commentating. We see the players now just moving into position.
Yeah, so they're all getting ready for this big important clash between the Great Southern and the Esperance Districts Footy League, Footy Association. You can see umpire and most of the midfielders just about ready. Formalities exchanged with the shaking of hands. Great use of sportsmanship as we begin to prepare for what is set to be a cracking game and a cracking day of football. The final day of the round robin in the men's division.
Just watching the umpire in the middle there, I don't know if he's got a smartwatch on. He might just be having a text message, or he might be watching the broadcast out there. He's just checking the watch, but more importantly, I think he'd be checking the time. They're very professional. We've seen very good umpiring over the past few days. They actually have been really good. The umpires, and I tell you what, that's hard for me to say, to choke up and actually say that umpires are doing a great job, but they are doing a fantastic job. Ball aloft, I tell you what, have a look at the big fella in the orange boots here. He's keen as anything, a bit like Crackers Keen in there, the big number 31, Stephen Beale. They go backwards to go forward. Good smother out there by Richard Bourne too, and he's got a nice, neat-looking kick. That is centimetre. No, I won't say that because that's someone else's saying. That is an absolutely great kick. Across it comes to Reece Griffiths, and they're inside the 50 already. Oh, ball's around there. He went to handball, and then he said, no, I reckon I can have a shot at that. Why would you handball when you can kick it? And Oakley Wallace, I tell you what a start that is. They're very quick getting that ball onto the boot. They not manufactured this one, James. They Richard Bourne there kicked it out. It was a beautiful kick, wasn't it? And we saw Griffiths being involved, and then Oakley Wallace just comes through and kicks that goal, and they're on the board already, less than a minute in, and well done to the Esperance Districts.
Wouldn't you love that as a forward, that delivery every day of the week, just out in front, easy mark to be had. Defender doesn't have a chance of getting to that. It's almost an uncontested mark in the end when delivery from Bourne is like that. So a fast start for Esperance. Ball back in the middle now. Upper Great Southern would love to get this clearance away. Griffiths overran it. Beale got the tap down, patted it down. Orzell tried hard. Got it out to Patching. Quick kick to left half forward. The foot race is on. And it's Wakeham out the back for Esperance, who gets a delivery. And it's a nice kick up the wing to Quinnen, who took the mark on the outer side. Not a whole lot of movement up forward. He's going to pump it long in the direction of his big half forwards. Falls out the back. Beale tried hard underneath the knees. Got the handball away. So they flick it around here, Upper Great Southern. Orzell flicked it out. Wide, sweeping handball. Spills loose. Brought down was McCallum. Knocked away. So a lot of bodies around this one. Quick kick came. They're inside 50 and the mark taken on the lead. A good grab as well to Scott, who will go back and have a shot on goal.
It's good size, isn't he? Look at the size of him. Imagine that leading out to you. It's fantastic.
Rather
Gives him a bit of presence, doesn't it?
Yeah, Graham Ross going back 40-odd metres out. Bit of an angle. A slight one. No breeze to speak of. For the opening goal for Great Southern. Kick looks good, but it's away and it's to the right and he misses. So the first score of the day for Great Southern, it's a behind. They trail Esperance 1 straight 6 to Great Southern 1 behind.
So Luke Rosser, it is, picks up the ball. Good size, a lot of these players. Of course, you get to run out, get to go out further out of the square now. A little bit more of an advantage. That kick will come outside 50. Oh, big towering mark there, and that is Stephen Beale just coming. They were going to come inside the left footer. Very nice looking kick to the real hot spot. Up they go. That is a fantastic grab. And we're joined very quickly by Jack Sandon. Welcome, Jack.
Yes, thanks for having us.
So that's a nice grab there by Brandon Ugle as that ball came in. That left-footed kick came in. It was really to the hot spot, and he just floated across there, Ugle, and he's going to line up probably 15 metres out, dead in front. Very deliberate. Puts it on its way. Umpire moves across, nods and says, yes, that is a goal. And Great Southern have their first on the board as well as Brandon Ugle kicks a nice goal. So just take us through, Jack, your role, please.
Yeah, so I am a director of the GSFL, and part of my portfolio is country footy. So basically I look after, been for the last couple of years getting this whole carnival together and getting us back on the park after a decent little absence that we've had.
Yeah, so how good is it? We've got 3 divisions now, so it allows teams to get restarted and come in and have a go against, Esperance here. So, Great Southern, what's the area that you guys are in? Whereabouts are we?
We cover Albany, so we've got 4 clubs in Albany.
Beautiful down
and then 1 club in Denmark and another in Mount Barker, so 6-club competition.
Yeah, fantastic. Oh, the big fella there, he doesn't mind it either. Stephen Beale, he's won both tap-outs here, so gives your guys the advantage. Oh, big heavy tackle in the middle. Have a look at him go at it here. Vigorous by the big fellas. Like to see that on the ground below the knees. Oh, there's a little bit going on. So, Stephen, just give us a bit of an insight on the big fella there.
Yeah,
he's
so
about
Stephen
25 years old by the looks of it.
No, I think he's in his mid-30s. He's
1988.
born
My
in
maths are wrong.
So yeah, no, he's as ruckmen do, they get better with
fault.
age, and he's been a bit of not a surprise packet. We know he's a good player, but he's probably been one of our best for the carnival so far.
Gee, so he picked that up off the ground. They're having a good battle in the middle. But, Esperance, they've got some players here that like to run. Very flashy. That's a big tackle around and around. The umpires let that go. And this is Liam Baines with ball in hand. Puts it to grass. They back up well, though. Players gliding by. It's a hack kick. I like this, the one-on-one battles that go on out there. And big number 28, Tyson Francis, couldn't get down to it. Of course, those 3 rules are the kick in, the 6-6-6 rule. So you have to have 6 in each area of the ground. And, of course, the stand, which a few players have been caught out with over the last couple of days, the stand the mark rule, the AFL rules, depending. There's Big Beale again. I'll tell you what, we've got a beanie and a jumper for the best on the ground. And I'll tell you what, he's had 3 or 4 possessions already. Very dangerous. There's a nice kick. There's a lot of one-on-one battles and a little push in the back.
Yeah, so we do play the stand on the Great Southern, but there are a number of leagues, I know certainly Lower Southwest surrounding us, don't play that rule, so it would be hard for them to get used to it if they haven't played it before. I'm not sure whether Esperance do or not.
So player just kicked that ball in but grasped it, so it's going to come out again just towards the boundary. Well, that's going to be over the boundary, probably 65, maybe 70 out, and a lot of solid lads here. I reckon this might have been the player from before. Was it Joel Want?
Yep, that's him.
And he's just looking. I'll tell you what, he's got a great leg on him. Oh, nice kick too. He drew that player in and couldn't quite take the mark, but Zach Jackson there, he's been dangerous. He's had a couple of goes there. That's okay though. That ball's now inside, probably 40 metres out, inside the 50 there. I'm always interested in what goes on behind the pack, and there's 2 players for Esperance behind. So let's see if it's a long throw. They can be out here. There it goes. But up to it there was Joel Want. Looks like a very clever between the ears type footballer. They're out now because they had numbers here, Esperance. Little hat kick over the top. Oh, they all come. The 2 big fellas. I'd get out of the way as well. Just bursting through there. Oakley Wallace, the goal scorer. Not many players in this back half of the ground, so they do go backwards, Great Southern. Nice little chip kick, but gives it up to the opposition. Trying to burst through, Nathan Francis, and sometimes we say that's where ambition gets ahead of talent.
Although I would say it was a little bit harsh, because it looked like Scott knocked it out of his hands there more than anything.
So he does play on now. That's a long kick. I tell you what, there's a few players that got long kicks. No hand in the back from the umpire, so good mark, Jyron Woods. Look at that kick to the hot spot, and the big long punch came out, and he followed it up, that player, but the Esperance player now taking the ground. 2 on 1. That was Orsel and Ross. Ball goes up. Nice tap forward there by Ugle. Right on the 50, flicked out. That's a throw. Will the umpire let it go? No real advantage, but the umpire has let it go. You see what happens here too, Jack, is the midfield can't keep up when those quick transitions take place.
Yep, absolutely. No. You got the mark by Ugle there at centre forward. Kicks in towards Beale, is it? No, it's actually Ross. Ross picks up the ball and handballs out. Jyron Woods on the ball. He played a great game yesterday. something's been picked out there.
Yeah, free kick to the opposition. So Esperance now with ball in hand. Interesting, the players visually down the ground, all man up, so that makes them kick the ball in the air. Sometimes as the opposition team, that's what you want them to do, and quick kick inside 50 gives it straight back. Oh, reaching high. Gee, Ruben Wakeham, real good attempt, couldn't get it out. They've been running it out well here, Esperance, but this is what happens. It tends to come out, and it comes straight back in again, the Great Southern. Just tell us, Jack, did they get together for a couple of training runs or anything?
Yeah, we did. In the 3 weeks leading up to the to this carnival, we met on Mondays, and we had pretty good turnout, 22 to 24. We've got a couple of players that play in Perth for Mount Barker, so they weren't able to make the trainings, but the rest of the Albany-based players all came to training, which was great.
All right, well, you're just about to go inside 50 here. Nice handball back. That's clever. Long way back. I'll tell you what, these Esperance boys are wanting to hit in hard as well. Oh, the big punch comes, and they're out again through Bourne. Quick play and nice tackle. This is a vigorous game. It's off again there through Lee. Robbie Lee playing in front. Always talk about this. You'll never make up that 1 metre if you play behind. Get next to or in front of your opponent, because this big fella now is really straightening up your Great Southern team, and this is Graham Ross lining up. So Ross now, good spot to be this time. Can he get it? I'll tell you what, he's done that twice now.
You know what? I've watched him in the warm up, and he didn't miss a shot.
He's put the moz on him.
Yeah, absolutely. And the guys from North Albany, where he's played, said that if he gets them all in the warm up, he doesn't kick a goal in the game. So
I'll tell you what,
like
there's a secret that's come out. So hello to all the people down there at North Albany, and. This is the trouble here. The ball's gone down the back, so just while we're waiting, it's only 20-minute halves, of course, so that does soak up a bit of time here. And the Esperance player, that looks like player coming in now. I can't see his number because of the hair. 9, was it? That's
Thomas Daniel. Daniel Thomas, sorry.
Number 9, was it? That's Agan McCallion.
Yep.
There's been a
list in front of
fair,
me.
yeah, that's the Hills, that one, mate. But he'll be happy. He's got another stat, that bloke. No, we're messing around with names and numbers today, folks. Just at home, we apologise. There's been a lot of changes as the teams come in because of yesterday's games. So we see Esperance now come out towards the centre of the ground. Look at them converge on the ball. Player couldn't take it. We need clean hands in there, and we don't get them. And players taken the ground, and now I call it the migrating wildebeest. All the midfielders get around. Look at the wingers. There's no one on the wings. They're all in around the ball here, Jack.
Yeah, it's a bit like Auskick, isn't it, at the moment?
That's it.
The forwards at least keeping their position, but there was kick forward there to Ugle. He's taken a few good marks in the last couple of days, and then to Scott. Scott takes the mark. He's probably got the distance from here. He's a great kick of the football, very accurate. It'll take his best kick, but I would say he should be able to kick this. I'll give him a 50-50 chance. It's just the distance that would worry me. And in he comes. The stutter. It looks like a pretty straight kick, and he's kicked it.
Jaden Scott, yeah.
That'll be his first goal of the carnival.
Where's Jaden come from?
Jaden plays at Railway, so probably the top of the ladder team at Albany, in Albany at the moment. Albany and Railways are the top 2 teams, but yeah, he's been a great player over a number of years. Played at many Colts carnivals, and has been probably itching to play at a carnival in the last few years, and we haven't had it decide. So.
Well, I'll tell you what's happened is Graham Ross has had 2 shots at goal, missed them both. And Jaden Scott, who's a left footer, has come in and kicked that goal. So that's an easy thing to work out. It's a left-footed football today. That's what's happened. That's what the umpires have brought out. A left-footed football. So they're on the board here, Great Southern, and scoring very well. 2 goals on the board now. Up it goes. Just about every tap out the big fella's won in the middle there, Beale. But it's not who wins the tap, it's what happens next. And they're out on the wing here, so they haven't really gone forward. It's more gone sideways. You see the Hayden Ballantyne wing out there, great name, of course, in Western Australian football and Australian football, really, the AFL as well. So fantastic to get a whole wing named after you out there. And Lane Group Stadium up there as well. Ball about to be thrown in.
Yep, so we've got Beale and Griffiths here in the ruck. Deliberate throw. Both kind of 50-50 it. Ball's out there in the pack. Through coming is Bo Ewing. He's a big size. And we're going to have a ball up. Beale and Griffiths again. Beale gets a tap to Want. It's a contested ball. Oop, something's come out there. Is it a push in the back? Nope. No, just a quick ball up again.
He's a competitor, isn't he, Beale? Have a look at him. Protect, push first.
They're both a big
couple of bulls, yeah.
Couple of lads, that's for sure. Well, holding the ball there. Must have been thrown, I imagine. And that is Clarence Green. Whoop, overrun a couple of players there.
Just coming around to 11 minutes into the first half of the first game on day 3, Division 3. Great Southern are playing Esperance, and you're with Tony Neal and Jack Scanlon. We thank you, Jack, so much for coming in and giving us a bit of expertise on the Great Southern team, but of course you're giving a 50-50 on the commentary. So we see that ball thrown in on the far side there. Yeah, nice little third man in almost there by Stubber. Pressure on the kicker and it goes out of bounds far side. Always interesting when I come over to WA. The yellow football's in the day.
Yes.
It's just seems to be something they do over here. And, well, if it works and we see a great brand of football, what's it matter what colour it is? As a nice mark on the wing here. Player just stop and start. Umpire says play it on now. That's a raking kick. That is a long kick to advantage of Great Southern. And, quick tackle. We're seeing top standard football. These are the best players in each competition, so you're looking at really elite level players. Look at number 2 here for the Esperance. He's run down a guy with the helmet on, Jonah Simons, from way down deep in the goal square. He's in the centre of the ground now, not much behind him, and ball on that far side. Umpires have really let play go out here, which we don't mind. We want to see the free flow. Have a look at that. 4 or 5 players go down. There's more players on the ground than there is standing up out there. At that far side, because we apologise, we haven't got the big scoreboard going today. There's been a power issue down here, but we do thank Lane Group Stadium and all the people out here with the magnificent facilities, and of course opening up the ground to allow the Western Australian Country Football Championships to be played here. Ball on the far side.
Yep, and we've got Beale and Griffiths again, I imagine, in the ruck. Oh no, we've got Mitch Jackson's come in. Obviously Beale's gone for his rest for the quarter. And it's there with an Esperance player. 26 is Oakley Wallace, kicks forward. Is that almost out there? The boundary is obviously a little bit wider than I expected. No, it is out.
The crowd here, there's a big crowd in today as well, and probably a lot of people travel up from the area. How far is it from where you guys are down up to here?
Yeah, it's about a 4.5 hour drive from Elwood.
Wow.
We don't have a massive contingent of fans, but maybe about 5 to 10 here that have come to watch, but I'm sure there are plenty watching online through this channel for sure.
Yeah, huge shout out. Thank you to those people in both regions, Esperance and Great Southern, for watching. I hope you enjoyed the day. And Great Southern now bound forward. They do like that long kick in, and well done. I talked about him before, Jonas Simons. He's covering a lot of ground. He elects to go on the left. That is one of the most dangerous kicks in football, but the helmet boys are waxing. They come out now onto the wing, so the diagonal kick, and he's a long way up the ground here, Jevon Tholstrop. We saw a lot of him last year, beautifully balanced, and as I say that, he gives the ball up to the opposition almost. 1, 2, 3 players fighting for that ball for Esperance. Tholstrop now it is, bend over son, he does, gets on the left foot, nice little kick forward. What's going to happen here, though, is a long way from the goal, so it's going to be a one-on-one battle. Player in front, does the umpire give it? He doesn't. He has a sense of theatre. He says, you blokes go at it. This is what we want, one-on-one footy, and that quick transition catches a lot of the players out. And I'll tell you, you've got to watch here, set up behind the ball. Richard Bourne right in the middle of the ground here. He's all on his own if they can get it out to him, Esperance. It's close. Little kick in. They're going to have to come wide here, Great Southern, and I'll tell you why that was because Richard Bourne had set up right in the middle of the ground, and very smart by that young man, and that allows the the throw-in to come still in a dangerous position for Esperance. Can they get a goal out of it?
Yeah, we were talking about Richard Bourne on the bench just before I walked up here because he was instrumental in their first goal. So it looks like they haven't fully learnt to man up on him yet. It's very contested down there. That's Rogan McCallum. I think he's hit the post. So another behind.
It's exciting. I reckon they've got a few people from Esperance down here to our left because there's a lot of yelling, and I think they must all be umpires because they called holding the ball there earlier, and
yes.
I thought, oh, that's strange, there's 20 umpires in the crowd. So who'd have thought? They're out the other side here now. Great Southern. I'll tell you what, when they get going, they get those long kicks going. They don't tend to go too short. Here's another one. So 2 kicks, and they're almost inside the 50. Trouble out there now for the players is they're just trying to shield that sun, and that's Graham Ross again. And he's come out a long way up the ground there, Jack, which is good to see because it can straighten your team up. He'll be too far out to have a shot, but he'll bring it into the next player, I guess, in line. So umpire's going to bring that in. 2 kicks, and look where the ball's ended up.
That's right, and that was the instruction to Ross before the game, and we've got Zach Jackson down forward there who's a known goal kicker as well, so it straightens it up and leaves Jackson there on his own, but that's the half time.
So the score at the moment, 2 goals, 2-14, 1 goal, 6, Great Southern leading, and we'll take a short break.
When you think of the future of your business, what is it that you hope for?
I'm just going to start the irrigator.
Ways to grow? Ways to be more self-reliant? And always be one step ahead. Are you looking for a partner with solutions to complex business problems? Well, no matter your goal, with Nutrien Ag Solutions, we'll help you go further.
Since day one, Macintosh & Son has been growing our services and support for our customers while investing in the future of our people. We know you need the right equipment and we will be there when it matters most. Macintosh & Son. Grow with us.
Welcome back, folks, and what an interesting first half we've seen. Very physical, of course. James Gardner is joining me in commentary for the second half, and fantastic, James. That first half, mate, pretty physical out there. I was saying there a fair few calls from the crowd up here for the umpires, but they're doing a great job of course, and we see Great Southern there. This is the best bit. Have a look at this. It's like we're one of the players. For all those viewers at home, we can't bring you the sound, of course, because we don't know what's going to be said in there, good, bad or indifferent. But Coach just revving them up there, and Coach is Michael Perry by our team sheet, so good luck there to Michael and the team. Look at them all getting around each other, got their arms around each other, and then you see, just as I say that, the Great Southern footy team all getting in close and that, so that certainly that gelling over these few days. The bus trip up here would be quite tight. It should be Powerade and a bit of water and stuff, but can you imagine the gelling that might go on the way home, James?
Well, perhaps, yes, but no. All these guys would, I imagine, be pretty close. You know, Esperance isn't a big place. The Great Southern isn't massive, so a lot of these guys would know each other from local footy, and probably as much off the field as much on the field. So a lot of them would know each other already, and I think this is just, we've spoken about this a lot over the last couple of days, is that this is a great chance for the association to get away, these boys to get to know each other, and it results in stronger competitions because more people stick around because they've got mates there.
And a huge shout out once again, a couple of our sponsors, Mark of the Game, Bruce Rock Engineering, Goal of the Game, Macintosh and Son. Remember the big ride and drive day, 20th of July out at Meriden, and what a day that will be for all involved. Get along, the reps will be there as well to talk to. So a great day. Have a look at a bit of machinery, and if you're feeling all right or you've won Cross Lotto, buy some. That's what it's all about. Okay, the umpire holds the ball aloft. That's a long, long siren here. Up it goes. Tell you what, Beale's just about won every touch, and he goes all right in there, and it's vigorous in there, and that was Agan McKellian by the looks of it. We apologise if we get some of the names incorrect. Oh, high leap, but Beale just stands. Doesn't have to jump, gets it, and look at them converge on the Esperance player here. Hard, physical football, fair dinkum. Country footy, there is nothing better, fair dinkum, James. I know you're from the country, and myself, look at that. Hope that player's all right there. We'll just have to watch and wait. Don't like to see any injuries, just bending the knee there. Lower leg by the looks of it. So, just keeping an eye on proceedings, and have a look at these two blokes on screen. That's the last thing you'd want to be looking at home, wouldn't it? You're sitting there having a nice coffee or a piece of toast going, what a great game this is. We've got Esperance and Great Southern, and then we come up, and there. Sad to see that, poor bloke going off. He looks like he's trying to move the leg a little bit, so the game's underway again. Let's get straight back to it, and ball they go again, and trying to barge out of the pack. Does so. Well done by the Great Southern team there. And wow, nice kick down. And that's a good mark. Round he comes there. That was Daniel Patching. Oh, and that's a good grab. Just off the side of the hand there. He went up and was able to pull that mark down. It's number 17 by the looks of it. Zachary Jackson it is. And nice way that they got that ball in from that wing, because it'd been out here for 2 or 3 minutes there, James.
Yeah, it had been locked up for a long time as Jackson comes in for another goal for Great Southern.
Yeah, 2 or 3 steps, and he too has just gone shy of the goals there. So a point. The great thing with our game is you actually get reward for missing.
Yes.
In our game, it's funny, a lot of the people with Gaelic footy and soccer overseas, they can't work it out, and we say, well, have a look at you guys. Why would you spend $200 on a pair of boots and use your head? So there you go, straight back at you. So in it comes. No, we love all sports. Down on the wing there, and good little play there, Daniel Patching, and just really had to strive hard to get to that ball, and did well, because we've got our awards post-game, and great to get our Omnibus Igniter, our player of the match, and also our best player getting that commemorative jumper as well. Ball on probably the half-forward line, we'd say, for Great Southern.
Left half forward, slap down, trying to knock it away. Now Great Southern, they go back to Cronelli, hands it back in turn, over the top by Stubber. Back in turn, Kinner. So they're linking up well here, Great Southern. It's in the hands of Edwards. Pumps it in long to the top of the square, but the defensive mark taken out the back by Franzone. In the last line of defence, he immediately switches it away across the goal face, but there's nothing forward of the ball for Esperance. off the half volley, picked up, handed back. That was by Patching and knocked over the line. And we will have a boundary throw in. So I suppose the closeness of this game, it's reflected in the scoreboard. 2-3-15 plays 1-1-7. And the Great Southern there leading at the moment. And the way that they set up there was really good. Esperance just had nowhere to go. As we see from the boundary throw in, Beale again over the back. Wrapped up though. Good pressure on the footy from Great Southern. Little kick inside was a decent one. Slipped over at a crucial stage. Patching had it, lost it, got it back again. Handed it over the top. The snap around goal. Looks like it was Jackson again, and it's clangs into the woodwork. It was a good snap, good option, but another behind for the Great Southern.
So you could hear the size as one, couldn't you? And out they come. They've got to try and get it out, and they just can't do so. And this is Nathan Crudelli with ball in hand. And they're screaming for it there. They're up and about Great Southern. They've got plenty of leads. Just gets over the top, and that's good play here. Another big, tall player. And that is number 20 again. So Graham Ross, he's straightened them up. Now, I look at the umpire. He said, no, come around a fair way there, son, because we saw you have a go at the other end. We'll help you a little bit here. And just the wind might be coming across his shoulder left to right here. He's actually facing the that right-hand goalpost. As you see him run in, he's actually heading straight towards it. Now he's gone out towards the point a bit. See where he ran? And that's where he's kicked it. So a little lesson there for people out there. It's a very easy thing. Straighten yourself up. Probably had to give that a little bit more to the left side because that wind would have blown that away as well. As they're out the other side here. Esperance, long kick too. Look at that.
Big kick out to the Sportal scoreboard. Good contest over the back. Hawkey tried hard down the front. Slapped it down. And a high tackle. So Great Southern. Anytime 50 metres, a tough penalty there against Hawkey, who just crept over the mark. And so the 50-metre penalty, they'll be walked right into the 50 now for Bo Ewan. And what would have been 2 kicks towards goal, they now have a shot and the chance to extend the lead out to 16 points and make things pretty difficult for Esperance. Ewan kicks on its way, looks good, straight over the goal umpire's hat. There's the third for Great Southern. 3-5-23 to Esperance, 1-1-7. Great defensive setup behind the ball by the Great Southern to get that ball in, and the 50-metre penalty given away by Hawkey. A tough goal for Esperance to handle.
Yeah, solid little character, and he actually reminds me a bit of a Phil Manasseh type body on him. He's very solid, and that allows him to hold himself over the ball, well balanced, and you can see him now in the middle there, up and about. He's going to face away from the goals. Interesting to see the setups here. So they've got 2 facing towards the goals, Great Southern, and 1 facing away, and pretty much a mirror image from Esperance there. And Jevon Throlstrop, well, he was up forward all of the games last year, and he's now in the middle for Esperance as they run 1-2. They can't get it out. Player come in and manhandled, and that's what happens when you're first to the ball. It'll come back. Player in the orange boots here, just having a look around. There's 1 lead given, and he went straight over the top. Oh, Falcon there, that's knocked him rotten, that poor player. I hope he's okay. He's not too well because that wet yellow ball, we feel a bit there for Ryan Davies. We won't have fun with that because that would not tickle. And we hope he's all right there, number 10 out the back. He's not looking too good, but in the meantime, Esperance. Jeez, I tell you what, that was quick. I didn't actually see what the transgression was for.
He was held off the ball after he got rid of it, slung around, and just held on a little too long.
Just trying to see, is that Reece Wood?
Yep.
When he comes around, it is Reece Wood. So well done, young man, and puts them back in the frame, doesn't it? They're because
quick, fast response that they needed, Esperance.
Yeah, Great Southern just missing some of those goals. I hope that doesn't come back to bite them.
10 points the margin.
Beautiful to see the picture of the crowd there. They're all filling in and watching and bathed in sunshine today. It's still a bit nippy, but bathed in sunshine down here at Lane Group Stadium, Peel Thunder in Mandurah. Fantastic place. A little bit going on in the middle. A couple of players there, Patching and Tholstrop, very close to each other there. And that was a quick transition out of the middle, down and goal for that team. So well done to Esperance. Up they go. Big Griffiths. Beale again. Could be in line for the igniter, if not BOG. 1-2. It's on the ground. Just a hack kick forward there by Gyron Woods. It's out in front, dangerous position. Player went to ground. That's well umpired there because he did go to ground first. Or taken high and manhandled and ridden. That's almost a ride and drive by that player as he gets on for the piggyback. So ball will go up thanks to McIntosh and Sons for the ride and drive. Round we go. Oh, look at that, extracting the ball out. That is super clever play by Richard Bourne. Really like that. Gets it out long. Oh, bang goes the tackle. How's the umpire seen it? Well, he hasn't. He's let that go. Esperance playing exciting football. They give it back to Great Southern. Right in front of that scoreboard. Through they come, and I've liked Bourne as well. Richard Bourne playing a great game out there.
Another igniter. We saw him in the first play of the day with that beautiful measured kick out to his leading forward. Thrown back in. Almost centre wing, and Beale again with the pat down to Patching, who sends it inside 50. Great Southern, Esperance rather, they were first to the ball, handballed out of the pack by Francis. Ball bobbles away at right half forward. There's been a whistle on play, held without it. And it's going the way of
number 19.
Number 19
we had about 20 changes in the numbers, and that's one that hasn't come up.
So in the helmet, he sends it right across the face to the broadcast side. Over the back was Edwards, and possibly a chop of the arms. So going back the way of Esperance now into the hands of Francis. Left half back. Surveys the options ahead of the ball. There's not a whole lot down this broadcast wing. Woods leads out. Good mark taken. Just under our broadcast position. He tracked from a long way back. The work rate was great. After kicking the last goal, he plays on quickly. Goes short into Tholstrop. At right half forward, he has options short and through the middle. Instead, he goes inside 50. Over the head, Woods again. After he delivered the ball to Tholstrop, he worked his way down inside 50. And now he'll go and line up for back-to-back goals for himself and for his Esperance team. Great work rate by Woods to get back and provide a target. Now can he reward himself? The kick is a beautiful one. He's got back-to-back goals. Esperance are up and about. And they're back within 4 points of Great Southern.
He's got a very good kick on him, that lad, too. Really like that kick. That's Reece Wood with his second.
Yeah, no fuss. Went back, took his kick, but as I mentioned, he passed that ball off to Tholstrop in the middle, and you watched him, he pushed right through. Not one single Great Southern player checked him on the way through, and that's why he could get free. And Thomas Steed is number 19 for Esperance. He delivered that ball through, switched it to the broadcast.
So a close game, that's what we're after. Let's just have a look here. Players lining up. We can see the scoreboard out there, 3-5-23, 3-1-19. So it's a close game, 4 points in it. Bang, they go. Doesn't matter if it goes to grass, it puts it out in front of the runners, and the Esperance player just leads to it and just bobbles out of bounds there, right in front of the BAR. That'd be the bar down there, and it's not being frequented just yet. Up we come. Nice throw in too. The big ruckman have been at it all day. He's been a very good player out there, Richard Bourne. Really liked his game. Well, players, look at him leading at it here. The migrating wildebeest is 4 or 5 after it. Player puts his body in. That was a courageous piece of play by number 15, is it? That's Robbie Lee. That was courageous there. Oh, they're off. They're out here through Crudelli. Can he hit a target? The leads come. It's 2, 3, 4 on one. And a towering mark there. 2, Hamish Thomas going to relieve. Oh, he's put it into a dangerous position. Richard Bourne, he could be in line for a beanie and jumper as well. Gee, the big fella had to go down there. The ruckman. Bourne's come past again. Look at him go. He's got the jets on. That's a beautiful, well-balanced kick to grass. Gee, they're out in front here, Esperance. Is it too far? It is. Just rolls out in front of Ruben Waken. And Richard Bourne's been playing a good game, and he's just lifted again.
He has. His work rate as well has been exceptional. Really like what I've seen from Esperance so far in this second half. They've come to play. Alzor went up unattended. There's Bourne again. Had it, lost it. Had to dive in on top of it to get it back. And he's set upon immediately. So we'll have another stoppage a few metres away from where it began just moments ago.
11 minutes in.
11 minutes gone. 4 points the margin. Both ruckman tussle. Over the back was Griffiths. And unable to get it clear. clear of the danger zone on that occasion. It was patching. So thrown back up, virtually the same spot, tapped away, Tholstrup. Handed it over to Wallace, who pumps it inside 50, out on the lead. Couldn't complete the mark on that occasion. Francis, ball spills to the front. No crummers there for Esperance. Comes out to Bourne, handed it back in, turn to Wallace. He went the short little measured kick, probably should have gone for goal instead. Umpire's on the wrong side, no he wasn't. Collected high, Stewart.
Lachlan type, and a couple of courageous players on both teams there getting on their hands and knees, prepared to get down and dirty, and it's good to see that rewarded. You know, you're taught that when you're young. Get down, get after that ball, the umpire will look after you, and that's very well adjudicated.
But again, it was Bourne that started it all for Esperance, and now to finish the job, Stewart from 35 out. The kick looks good. They're in front, Esperance. 3 straight goals to the blue and the white, and they take the lead by 2 points. 4-1, 25 to 3-5, 23. Cracking comeback in this second half from Esperance as time ticks by with about 8 minutes to go. Great Southern, they need to get the next one.
We saw this yesterday, of course, in the Colts games, a couple of close ones there. They're heart starters, that's for sure. I hope you're enjoying this fantastic match all over Australia, the world, and of course regional areas and metropolitan in Western Australia. Up it goes. Big fella in the ruck there now is Mitchell Jackson. It's a bit of a change. Gets the kick forward too. Look at that lead come out. We could have a real shootout on our hands there. See one of the other representative teams going around the back. But this is Logan Stubber. Let's stay with the action because it becomes a shootout. They're pushing up the ground here too, just to get numbers down in case there's a miss and it's a kick out. But let's have a look at Stubber as he wanders in. Very deliberate. Nice kicking action. But unfortunately just hooks it out to the side there. And we talked about this, those points. They may rue this. That's their 6th point for the game. So it could be costly, sorry.
Both these two teams are top of the ladder, undefeated heading into this, both with the 2 wins. So a chance to go to the top of the ladder here, Esperance. And for the Great Southern, it's a matter of staying on top. Of course, the top 2 go through to the grand final. So could this be a preview of tomorrow, Tony?
Could well be.
That's been thrown back up at left half back for Esperance. The quick kick came away towards the boundary line. How does the ball sit? Running it over was Ryan Davies for the Great Southern. And we'll have a throw in just in front of the interchange gates and in front of a pretty good crowd here at Lane Group Stadium. Lots of different colours of different regions and teams over the back. Bourne tried to bustle his way through. Tracking it was Lee. Had to paddle it out in front of him. 1-on-1 against Bourne. The cavalry now arrives. Lee went in with the one hand. It was a nice pickup. Shrugged that tackle. Wide sweeping handball over to Davies. They can get a run on here, the Great Southern. They're out. Hall goes short to the 1-on-1. Good mark taken out in front by Edwards, who stood his ground. He knew the contact was coming. And a great bit of link-up play there from Great Southern to get it to left half forward. But now it's this kick inside 50. Esperance have set up well behind the ball. He puts it into the pocket, wanting the 1-on-1 contest. The mark taken out in front. And a solid mark as well by Ugle, who plays on immediately, wants to bite off the short kick. And a good intercept mark floating across was Francis to take the grab and to send Esperance out with the relieving kick. Goes short to McIntyre, who was then dealt with afterwards. And able to continue to move the ball here, Esperance, leading it by a solitary point to go on top of the ladder here. The Division 3 wanted Woods. Sun got in his eyes. Out the back was Jackson in the shin pad. Had to go and get it back. Brought down. Great pressure on the ball from Wakeham. And a little push afterwards as he threw him over the boundary line.
He's felt that too.
Great pressure on the ball from both sides. Strong contested teams. Big farming and mining areas down in the Esperance regions, and the Great Southern tapped over the back, running into the brick wall of Wallace. We'll have a ball up on centre wing, broadcast side, the time ticking away. Esperance lead it by a behind after
18 minutes in, sorry.
2 minutes to go, so time of the essence for both sides. Great Southern, nice little check side kick there from Edwards. Went over the head of his teammate though, falls out the back. Running through, hard was Francis with a high up and under scraping kick. Standing under it was Wakeham. He's knocked out of play. We'll have a throw in. So these stoppages are good for Esperance. They chew the clock up.
A little bit of feeling out there as we speak too. Have a look at them. So boundary umpire, centre wing, bathed in sunshine, Lane Group Stadium, up it goes. Ruckman go at it, bang, they come through. Bourne taken hard out of the play. Player in there for Esperance is going to run after this. Doesn't matter, they hack it forward. That will do. Off the chest it comes, but it's punched out of bounds by Jason Ford. What that does do is soak up more time. Boundary umpire comes in right in front of a central commentary position. Huge crowd come into the game, and have a look. Watch out for Reese Wood here with the headband on, just on the haunches. He comes around the back. It doesn't go his way. It goes to the front. Once again, Bourne. And I'll tell you what, just caught on the last line of defence by Nathan Crudelli, and you can see the fatigue coming in on a lot of these players because what a mighty game. 1 point in it. Will they hang on, Esperance? Will Great Southern get it down for one more foray forward? They come inside, it's up, it's down. Here's a grab in the back line. That is McLean. He has to release quickly. Just goes short. It's not a possession game. Get it long down the wing. Where are the runners? This is when they need them. He does. He goes to the one-on-one. Esperance up, down. Here they come, 2-on-1. Gives it back to the opposition. Lachlan Stewart will relieve. Gets it over the top. It's play on. Toby Hall with ball in hand. And he's been caught with the throw. This could be it. Guess who? Reese Wood. Get your name up in lights, son. This is your moment. Representative football at its best. And I'll tell you what, he says, no, it's not my ball. I'll give it to Tyson Francis, and I'll just come down a level because Tyson Francis is going to line up. It's going to be the sealer. We are a long time into this half because it says 2022 and they're only 20-minute halves, so there's no time on, but we're into time on. Make sense of that. The big fella comes in. Bang! From outside 50! That is a sausage roll to Tyson Francis, and he deserves it. What a goal. What a game.
Great comeback from Esperance, who have kicked the last 3 goals. Started with Wood and his run of goals, and then the forward pressure and the pressure right through the game has been on from both teams, and it's a taxing, tiring game, and it seems to have just caught up with Great Southern a little bit more. You look at the work ethic of the likes of Bourne, Woods, who he spoke about, even Tholstrup through the middle, the way that they run the ball forward, and I've really been impressed with Wakeham in this last term, or this last half, who's really led them forward.
All right, I'll tell you what, I'm going to head down and get the awards ready. You take the reins, Jack. James.
Griffiths tapped it down. Possibly one last charge for the Great Southern. That still a chance because the siren hasn't blown. Brought down. Handballed it over the top. And running through was Credali. There's the siren though. An extraordinary comeback from Esperance. Players from both sides on their haunches. It was a taxing, tiring game. High pressure footy. Contested game. They were trailing at half-time, Esperance, and a run of 3 goals has delivered them a 5-point win. They win at 4-6, 30 to 4-1, 25. That scoreboard is slightly wrong. I think they've got it around the wrong way over there on the outer side. So a good win, I think, to Esperance, judging by our scoreboard. In fact, Great Southern may have won. Not sure, because the scoreboard possibly at the ground, I think they might have added it to the wrong team. Anyway, it was a cracking game nonetheless. Goal scorers for both sides. Reese Wood kicked 2 for Esperance. Tyson Francis with 1. Oakley Wallace with 1. While for the Great Southern, it was Bo Ewan with 1. Jaden Scott with 1. And Brandon Ugle with 1. So it was Esperance that won it. They kicked 4 goals to 3. Judging by what we have down here. Anyway, either way, it was a great game, and coming up next is another big clash for both teams. Coming up, prepare for that one. Tony going out to get in amongst the teams and to hand out these awards and Of course, we have to thank all our sponsors for their continued support of filming footy today with Nutrien Ag Solutions, CBH Group, Rio Tinto, Buildup, Think Mental Health, Regional Men's Health, West Australian Football Commission, Macintosh and Son, who are supporting the goal of the game, the mark of the game, brought to you by Bruce Rock Engineering. And very, very shortly, we'll be hearing from Tony Neal, who will have the player of the match, who receives the Buildup 25-year commemorative jumper and the beanie, beautiful dartfish beanie, in the Optima Ag player of the match, who gets the Archie Thongs and the Omnibus Igniter, the igniter in the engine room to get things moving, and they both get the Archie Thongs. And of course, thanks to Sportal for the scoreboard and Fairman's Hire for these scaffolding. Without them, we wouldn't be able to deliver you this beautiful shot that we've got at the moment, showing the Esperance District Footy Association all together in the white clash jumper and the navy blue V. It was a cracking game right the way through as we prepare for the next game between Hills and the Gascoigne. Hills coming out now in the red and white, while down the other end is Gascoigne in the green and gold. It will be certainly another cracking game of football as we take a look at the Division 3 ladder. Hills currently there in third, and Gascoigne down in fifth. So both sides with one win apiece and a chance to skip forward up the ladder. Getting wins on the board are important, especially early in the day as Tony begins to make his way over with a couple of the award winners. We'll wait for him to get in position. James Gardner in the chair at the moment. We'll be bringing you the Hills and Gascoigne game. That's set to kick off in about 10 minutes time at 11:30. Tony prepares this ground in pretty good nick, considering the amount of wear and tear that it's had and the amount of traffic and wet weather over the last few days here at Lane Group Stadium. A little worn through the half-forward area. Fresh turf laid down the front to get ready for these championships, thanks to Nutrien Ag Solutions. Great supporters of not only country football, but also the country in general in Western Australia. We await for everything to get in position to cross down to Tony. We'll be getting down to him in just a few moments' time. And well, here I am in the commentary box. The magnificent Archies behind us. Some of the most comfortable footwear you'll ever wear. And of course, the Optima Ag player of the match will receive the thongs, as well as the Omnibus Igniter, the igniter in the engine room to get things moving. Tony is about to present them down at ground level on centre wing, and doesn't this ground look magnificent? Bathed in sunshine on a beautiful Saturday morning down here in Mandurah, the Peel region in Western Australia, technically in the country, close to metropolitan Perth. Tony's ready with the three players. We'll cross down to him now.
Welcome, folks. What a fantastic game. We've seen a very close encounter, high standard of football. And first of all, I didn't realise this, Richard, but that's the third jumper and third beanie. I hope you got some family members down home that you're going to share these with. And fantastic game, mate. Well done.
Oh, three of them's all right. I've got my two little ones and the missus, so I'll just give it to them.
All right. You might have another one yet if you played another game. So what's your home club?
Esperance Bulldogs.
Yeah, and big shout out to the people down there.
Yeah, cheers, the Bulldogs. Going good, so yeah.
You've got an absolute champion. I'm from South Australia. If we'll get you over there, mate, we would. Now, our Optima Ag play of the match, young Nathan Francis here, always like the backman, but that kick came in. They were loading up there, the opposition there, Great Southern, and you just took that mark. Did you read what was going to happen, or you just happened to be standing there casually watching and the ball came to you?
Oh, it was a pretty crucial part of the game. Yeah, I thought he might have had a shot, so I just dropped back in the hole a bit, and yeah, lucky I did. Took a nice mark and yeah, cut it off. It was good.
Yeah, great set of jukes on you. Do you practice a little bit of kick the kick back home? Well, we used to do it when we were young, didn't we?
A little bit. It's not too much of that anymore. It's just your standard training drills. But yeah, it's always good. I started down centre half forward today and got changed back down there late, so yeah, pretty lucky to get in the right spot at the right time.
Well, you're known as what we call a swingman in 2023 to be able to play more than one position. I'll just move across here. And we've got young Stephen Beale. I got the date of birth wrong up there and thought you were young, but you're a touch older. They're very mature. Mate, we've given you the Omnibus Igniter because it's very important in a close game. Could have gone either way. But your ruck work was outstanding. Those first 3 or 4 when the game had just started, you just kept winning, and then I thought, oh, this bloke, he'll probably slow down. You just kept going and going, mate. You're very athletic. You do a fair bit of work. You look after yourself.
I'll try to, mate. I'm getting a little bit old now, but yeah, try to do what I can.
And what's your home club, please?
Royals Football Club.
Royals. And as we say, as we get a little bit older, you become, you're a young bloke one day, a rookie, looking up, and then you become sort of mid-career. Now you're at the twilight of the career, but playing very, very good football. Do you mentor a lot of the young lads around the club?
Oh, mate, try to do what we can to support the young fellas coming through, the juniors, yeah.
All right, well, congratulations to all of you. As I say to all our award winners, you're a credit to your families. You've represented your regions very well and your home clubs, and we wish you all the best for the championships. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Two captains in the middle of Lane Group Stadium, and the toss is won by the captain there, Hine, for the Hills. And we're joined in the commentary box, James Gardner with you, joined in the commentary box by Ben Field from the Gascoigne Football League or Association. Good morning to you, Ben.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me on board.
It's a pleasure to have you, and you were just speaking a minute ago. You're meant to be out there playing. What happened?
Oh, first 10 minutes of the game that we had against, I think it was it Eastern Districts? No, it wasn't. Anyway, 10 minutes, did me string, and here I am on the sidelines ever since. So actually good to be doing something for a change.
Yeah. No, well, it's unfortunate, but it's great that you could join us in the box today. Gascoigne, how have you boys been going through the carnival? Obviously, I looked before and you guys were fifth. You had one win along with the Hills, so you must be pretty pleased with how you boys are going.
Yeah, considering the Gascoigne's pretty well dry footy up there all the time, coming down here and even seeing a cloud's kind of a strange thing, you know. So having wet weather footy not a big part of our game, it's been a good contest from the boys. Yeah.
And talk us through, for those outside of WA or don't know where the Gascoigne is, talk us through sort of the region that the league encompasses.
Yeah, so basically it's Exmouth and Carnarvon. That's where the teams come from. They're 3.5 hours apart. So the boys got to travel every other week, 3.5 hours just to play a game of footy. So that's the sort of commitment we have up there. It's obviously Exmouth tourist destination, whale sharks, manta rays, all that good stuff. But
not a bad spot to play footy.
yeah, and Carnarvon, well, it's all bananas and fruit and that. So yeah, but it's a good, beautiful place to play footy. Yeah.
Fantastic place to live, work, and play a bit of football. So we're just about ready for the big game between the Hills and the Gascoigne. Players in position, ready to go. This should be a cracking game, both looking to add to their one win for the Carnival. We set ourselves for this one. James Gardner in the commentary box, joined by Ben Field from the Gascoigne Footy Association. Ball held aloft, awaiting the siren to blow so we can get this game underway. We wait the siren, the timekeeper's just ducked out the back, you'd think. Could be waiting here for a little while. So who are some of the players from the Gascoigne then, Ben, that we should keep an eye on throughout today?
Probably starting in the midfield, Ollie Walton. He's a Peel product, so he actually came from Peel Thunder down here, so he knows how to play footy, and particularly this oval. Butter on the wing, he's Brandon Fasten. He's a very handy link-up man. Oh, think we're going to have a bounce here.
So we're underway. Hills and the Gascoigne. Both ruckmen had a piece of it. Over the top came Brazier. Knocked it down, read his own ball, and we'll have another ball up. Secondary stoppage just metres away from where we began this clash. Of course, 2 20-minute halves, no time on. And Brazier over the top. Got the tap down, handed out the back, though, to Green from the Gascoigne. Wide sweeping handball, and then it's locked up again, and we'll have a secondary stoppage. So expecting a tight tussle here, both teams with a bit of speed on the outside, but also some pretty handy inside players as Brazier again gets the tap down along with the help of Lockyer. Ball's knocked out of there, but it's still just staying inside the contest. So we haven't moved outside the centre square just yet in the first opening minute or so of this clash between the Gascoigne and the Hills Footy Associations. Climbing high, knocked out the back. So trying to will this one forward the Hills. They do get the quick kick away through Hine, and it's come to half forward. Drilling ball inside 50, out to meet it. The Gascoigne defence working hard early on. Handball out the back, tight roping the boundary line was Arnott, who then slipped at a crucial stage. Rather, that was Holligam. Slipped at a crucial stage and it goes out of bounds, and we'll have a throw in.
Yeah, that ground's a bit of a soft patch out there. It's hard.
Hard for players to control themselves, and a pretty heavy deck. Knocked out the back. Malaby tracks it well, handballs it over the top. Bit of a Joe the Goose for McKinley, who was standing near the goal square, and the opening goal goes to the Hills. Good forward stoppage play. Just caught napping a little bit there, the Gascoigne defence. So the opening blood goes to the Hills. They lead at 1 straight 6, and as I mentioned, good forward stoppage presence there from the Hills.
Yeah, they were playing well there, and you can see the ovals had a bit of a beating these past few days, and it's quite soft down in those pockets, but did well to guarantee the goal there. Unfortunately, we're going to have to do better out of the middle, Gascoigne.
Ball is back in the middle now with the umpire. Fast start for the Hills, who have had it all in their forward half so far. Brazier tapped it down. Tracking it well was Self. He ran hard, handed off to Jetta. Broke the tackle just. Handballed it into the direction of McKinley, who just kicked the opening goal. Trying to pick it up, soccering it off the deck is Field. Handballed it out the back. The Hills again inside 50. Jetta couldn't quite get a toe to it. Recovered well on the left. How about the recovery? The snap. It's offline. It's through for the minor score. But the Hills have had a fast start out of the centre. He seems to be a bit of an omnibus igniter. Bradley Jetta from Pickering Brook in the Hills Football Association, getting the early clearance, the recovery, and then the snap. So out the back line, came over the head of Forbes, off his hands, fell into Malaby's lap, put it inside 50 to the top of the goal square. Comes back out into the direction of Forbes, hands it over, but the Hills defence have set up well. A good wall set up with Ryan, about to put it back inside 50. calls from the crowd to pump it inboard, and he does so to the top of the square. It's a 2-on-1 in favour of the Gascoigne. Neither could get it. Comes over the back, shepherded through. Galingo couldn't quite. So finishing off the job was Malaby. The Hills have had a white hot start in this clash. Gascoigne yet to get involved. They lead it 2-1-13 to Gascoigne, who have not had the opportunity to even get it out of their backline.
Yeah, it's not a good start. They don't seem to be keeping their feet as well as the Hills. The Hills seem to be playing the ground a bit better, keeping their feet. It's unfortunate. Gascoigne boys just need to start hanging there a little bit harder before they go to ground and make a better contest of it.
Starts in the middle now for the Gascoigne. Need to get some early clearances on the board. Thrown back up in the middle after a good solid start for the Hills. Both ruckmen had a piece of it. Evans with the clearing kick. So the first clearance for the Gascoigne goes forward to left half forward. Mark taken by Forbes. Just wheels and goes. Puts it into the left forward pocket. Strong mark taken out in front by the forward, who set himself well. We wait for him to turn around. Hopefully he does soon. And that is, of course, Clinch, who took the mark. He'll go back and take the shot on goal. And a bit of a steadier now required for the Gascoigne. An important kick to get the first for the Gascoigne. Comes in, arcs around, runs off his line. It fades away late. And it's across the face, through for the minor score. So the first score on the board for the Gascoigne is a minor score. They trail by 2 goals. 2-1-13, plays one behind. The Hills have made a good start. Comes over the back of the contest. Foot race is on. Who meets it first? Heavy hit came from behind from Reed. Got it moving forward. They flick it over the top to Thomas. Back in turn. He's going to have to track back and try and get it, Reed. Falls though to Walton. Former Peel Thunder product, and held without it. Off the ball was Atherton. On centre wing, broadcast side, just in front of our commentary box here for filming footy. Goes short, missed the kick though. Atherton. They have to work now, Gascoigne, under a bit of pressure. Walton, wide sweeping handball. Pretty good, but picked off in the middle of the ground by the Hills defence and locked up. We'll have a ball up. About to be thrown back up just forward of centre here for the Gascoigne, who have worked their way back into the contest a little bit. Walton leading the charge in that. Locked up again. Another ball up. How does their stoppage game match up to the Hills here, Gascoigne? Because early on it has been the Hills that have really dominated out there. Brazier got it wide. Jetta goes back in turn to Marriott, and then blasts it to the 50. Out in front, meeting it was McKinley. He couldn't take it cleanly. Slapped away by Hollingham. But the Gascoigne defence are up to the challenge. Handballed back from Green. Back to Green now. Has to put it out the back door to McKinnon. Wants to bite off the kick inside the corridor. It works effectively. Evans had a small slip. Puts it out in the front of Fassam, who has to work hard. He had company there in O'Loughlin. They get it moving forward though, the Hills. Well done into the pocket. Leading the charge was Ryan. Got it first, screws it inboard. Tapped away by Walton, who soccers it off the deck for a minor score. The wrong end for the Gascoigne, but they'll take it to reset, and they take the opportunity to now try and get a bit of ball moving their own way. Gascoigne defence working overtime early.
Yeah, it wasn't easy for them there, but I think they'll take that behind over a goal. That's a long rush behind that one. Came from about halfway out the 50.
Comes short to Atherton. Lane Group Stadium, bathed in sunshine. Perfect day for football. Standing tall in amongst the contest was Tenardi. Goes short on the 45. Just outside the centre square with Galago. Goes right over the back in right time. Right spot for Hine to take the mark. Just carried over the head of the Gascoigne defence and takes the mark. He'll be kicking this from just about on 50. Slight breeze favouring the right of screen. We've mentioned throughout that The shopping centre end to the right is the scoring end for majority of games down here at Lane Group Stadium. Michael Hine on the approach, kicks it right on 50. It's a good, strong-looking kick. It's there. Perfect start for the Hills, who are all over the Gascoigne early. 3-2. Plays one behind. 20 plays one, and Gascoigne need to fix their centre clearance game.
Yeah, it's not helping losing those clearances, and especially repeat inside 50s. How are you supposed to defend against that? At some point, you're going to let one through. So, boys need to get back there and try and help them out and find a way to win these stoppages.
That one was a tad unlucky. The kick was just well weighted over the head, and Hine, who now moves into the middle after kicking an important goal to stretch the margin out to 19. There was a behind missed on the official scoreboard. Tap behind from Brazier. Trying to make hay while the sun shines here. Walton overran it slightly, had to go in, met solidly in a big crunching tackle from Scora. And we'll have a throw up just at right half forward for the Gascoigne, who have done majority of the defending early. Thrown back up, Brazier goes up, or rather Hilgert goes up uncontested. Ball falls loose. Scrapping on their hands and knees, players from both teams, slapped out the back. Atherton tried hard, dragged it back in, possibly a push in the back. Play on, says the umpire. Hollingham got it out the back to Hilgert, who puts it inside 50, and out the front to mark it was Stratton for Gascoigne, who goes short immediately to Mackay. Nothing really on offer. Short, so he goes long to a 2-on-2. The wrong option possibly. Could work out okay. Got over the back of Scora. Fossum tried to go off the deck, pushing the back. He gets the free kick on the broadcast side. Defensive side of the centre circle. Puts it to left half forward. One-on-one contest. Good mark taken.
Mulross.
Good use of the body by Mulross. Puts it into the left forward pocket. Almost the mark completed. Falls out the back. Race is on from Clinch. Tried hard, tried to shrug the tackle. Handed it over the top to Daly. He in turn lost a handle on it. Spills loose. Handed off by Schneider. And just a soccer off the deck to get it out of the immediate danger area. Whistle on play. Advantage taken by the Hills. Girardi against two. How does the bounce sit? He tries to paddle it going forward. Running through, met solidly with Stratton. Handballed it off to Ryan. The Hills just mucking around with a little. Ryan, good solid hit. Got the kick inside 50. Numbers in favour of Gascoigne. Jetta tried hard out the back. The Gascoigne defence stand up only momentarily though. Jetta brought down by McKinnon. Locked up again though. And we'll have a throw up. So while the Gascoigne defence, rather that's Mackay, while the Gascoigne defence have stood up tall, they need a bit of support now from their midfielders. They've weathered the storm momentarily here as Mackay does the ruck work. Atherton, the quick kick to the outer side to open space. Left all alone out there. Ryan, who goes short, good kick as well. And the mark taken by Hine, who kicked the goal just moments ago. He has the distance in him. We saw it before. Arcs around onto the right. It was a little floating kick. Could work out okay. Got over the head of all of them though. Bowled them all over. And the exit kick, how does that sit? Doesn't. Almost knocked down. Falls free. Mackay dives on top of it. Wrapped up. Throw up. Rather McKinnon. So another throw up. Right half back for Gascoigne. Both ruckmen had a piece of it. Trying to palm them off. Walton got the hand off to McKinnon. In the end, the kick wasn't a good one. Into the back of a couple of players. Spills loose. Trying to will this ball forward the Hills. Hand out the back, out the side door. Tracking it forward was Laycock. Rolls out of play. Throw in just in front of our broadcast position. So aside from the opening few minutes, the Gascoigne have been able to work their way into the actual contest, but unable to hit the scoreboard.
Yeah, they're starting to stem the bleeding bit here around the stoppages. Number 20 for Hills, I think it's Hilgert. He seems to be winning most of it, but they're starting to adapt to that and play his tap by the looks of it.
Hilgert again with front position, but the clearance won momentarily by the Gascoigne in the hands of Fossum. Brought down, strong tackle laid by Hollingham. Quick kick out to centre wing. Bouncing ball over the head of them all. Daly first on it for the Gascoigne. Handed it back in turn to Laycock. So they're trying to link their way through, possibly overusing it at half forward here. The Gascoigne socket off the deck, trying to get it out of there. Laycock towards the boundary line. Kept in somehow. Handed back over. Forbes. It would have been a good goal. It floats across the face.
He had clinch on a little earlier there.
Yeah.
Might have missed that option.
So the throw in. So a forward stoppage for the Gascoigne. They need to try and lock it in as much as possible in their front half. Trailing by 19 points, 3-2 rather, to one behind. Thrown back in the forward pocket, over the back, Daly. Slapped it forward. Walton tried hard, high up and under kick, little ricocheted off, and knocking it over was Field. So now their time to score for the Gascoigne. Small league up in the northern parts of WA. They've travelled long distances to get here. A massive effort trying to break the tackle. Daly caught holding the ball. Going to go the way of Thomas for the Hills. Surveys the options going forward. Finds the option short. He uses it in the right back pocket for the Hills. On the outer side near the Fairman's Hire signage. Onto centre wing. True centre wing position. Strong mark taken over the back though by the Gascoigne ruckman.
Yeah, Reed. Young bloke.
Reed. He's going to put it back inside 50. Thomas though again almost took the intercept mark. Spills out the back though. Losing it was Green. And standing tall in the tackle, McKinnon. Brought down eventually. Umpire circling. Drags in it again. Could be in a bit of trouble here. The umpire still watching on. Calls play on. Standing tall, Walton. Gang tackled by a couple of Hills representatives. And we'll have a throw up. Right on the 50 here for Gascoigne, who have stood tall early. They find themselves 19 points behind, but in terms of field positioning, they've probably drawn even early as McKinnon floated back with the mark. Played on all too quickly though. Slipped as he went to kick at the diving smother and then collected his opponent in Schlensnog high. So he's the recipient of the free kick. Right back pocket for the Hills. Blasts it long to centre wing. Flying high over the back. Reed again, who's starting to come into the match. Although he's not winning the ruck knocks off Hilgett, he's beaten him in terms of on the field. And another intercept mark and a chance for the Gascoigne to again go forward. Walton out the front. A couple of bites of the cherry rather. It wasn't Walton. He was at the front of the contest. If you look on the monitor.
Fraser Daly there. Taking that
Daly
one.
took a good mark. He kept it in front of him and then with the socks up took the mark, and we'll go back for the Gascoignes first and to get it to a 13-point margin. Kick on its way. Goal umpire shuffles and it just hits the woodwork about 3/4 of the way up. Otherwise a good kick from Daly, just not quite accurate enough.
A lot better from Gascoigne here, keeping it locked in their 50. It's been 3 entries now.
Big booming kick to the outer side and Hilgett takes the mark. The link-up play, spotted Jetta on through the middle. Thought about going, was held up though effectively by Elif. Goes to left half back and the foot race on. Foreman first to it for the Hills. Runs inside 50. This will be some sort of goal on the line, and it's offline and knocked through by Gray. So just as the Gascoigne get a bit of time in their forward half, the Hills are able to link up effectively down the outer side and have a shot on goal. Evans short. It's even shorter to Alif, who was part of the play a little earlier. Knocked away, ricocheted off the hand of Jetta, who gets it back now and snaps towards goal, and it's through. That's Jetta's second. And the Hills, just as a bit of pressure was being applied by the Gascoigne, have hit back. They go to 4-3, 27 to the Hills, 2 behinds. And, well, while the Gascoigne were looking okay early, the Hills have been able to hit back.
Yeah, it was a real quick link up from that from the Gascoigne's forward 50 back to the Hills forward 50. That quick entry gave them a lot of time in there and freed it up for them so they could get some space and kick a goal.
Time ticking away in this first half as we near on half time. Jed has been very influential for the Hills, particularly up forward. Thrown back up in the middle. Over the top was Hilgert. Put it down. Looking for Holligam, who was there, slid away from him. Ball comes out. Walton, the Peel Thunder recruit for the Gascoigne, diving on top of it. Locked up again. So tell us a bit about this Gascoigne team. A majority of them local boys from up north, or a few from down south?
It's a mixed bag. There's quite a few Rockingham players actually in the Exmouth side. But yeah, the side itself, Warriors and Ramblers and Exmouth Eagles, they're the three teams that make up the side.
Handballed out the back door at the front from Foreman. Going in on his hands and knees was Marriott. Got it out effectively. So the Hills, they like to get onto the outside, and when they do, they look pretty good. Falls into Chirati, handed it back over. The kick wasn't that great. Good defensive pressure, they came from Gray, who then went the body instead of the ball. He'll go in again, falling on top of each other. Handed out to Holligam again, who puts it high and long, and a good strong mark taken by Hine again, who has really ignited this forward presence, and Jeddah left all alone. He was casually standing there, not a player in sight for 20 metres. As easy as you like on the halftime siren, a costly mistake there from Gascoigne. No defensive pressure whatsoever. You can't leave a player like Jeddah free, who will go back for his third in the half. And at halftime, this will make things extremely difficult as Jeddah kick on its way, and the goal umpire shuffles across the face, misses to the right. They take the lead though, a big one as well. Danger signs here for the Gascoigne. 4-4-28 to the Gascoigne, 2 behinds here at half time. James Gardner joining you in commentary with Bedfield. We'll take a quick break and be back with more from the second half here at Lane Group Stadium.
When you think of the future of your business, what is it that you hope for?
I'm just going to start the irrigator.
Ways to grow? Ways to be more self-reliant? And always be one step ahead. Are you looking for a partner with solutions to complex business problems? Well, no matter your goal, with Nutrien Ag Solutions, we'll help you go further.
Since day one, Macintosh & Son has been growing our services and support for our customers while investing in the future of our people. We know you need the right equipment and we will be there when it matters most. Macintosh & Son. Grow with us.
Welcome back, halftime here at Lane Group Stadium between the Hills and the Gascoigne, and we can tell you it's a big lead to the Hills, who have adapted better to the conditions, leading at 28-2. And I'm joined in the commentary box, James Garner here, joined by Ben Field, who unfortunately went down with a little hamstring injury in the first game yesterday, so been kind enough to join us. Ben, your boys just haven't adapted well enough.
No, I think the slippery conditions out there, and not to mention the pitch looks like it's had some pretty full-on wear the past couple of days with the games that have gone on. So hopefully the boys can sort it out this quarter, because last games we played were at North Frere and the pitch was a lot better, and I think that suited them.
That's right. So, of course, filming footy, live streaming the Gascoigne Grand Final later on this year, and you'd be hoping you'd be playing in it for Exmouth. But how exciting is it for the Grand Final to be live streamed and commentated and go right around the globe to everyone that wants to tune in?
Oh, the boys love it. It's not just people at the game, it's people that can't make it and they can see it online, and it's a big one, you know. It's country footy, it's the heart of the community, and to be able to go online and watch your mates play, I'd say it's almost better sometimes than watching the AFL play, you know.
No, country footy really is I think it's the best standard of footy. As we see the umpire hold the ball aloft, so plenty of work needed to be done here for the Gascoigne. Back underway in the second half. Tapped down again by Brazier, trying to knock it forward is Jetta, diving on top of it. Atherton for the Gascoigne locked up. Will have a secondary ball up. Virtually in the middle of Lane Group Stadium, which has seen a fair bit of action over these country championships. Knocked through, came out of there somehow. Jetta, though, swooping on it. He really has had some sort of game. High up and under kick, standing under it well. The mark taken out there. But we don't have his number or name, unfortunately, but a good mark nonetheless. Drilling ball inside, away from Aliyev. Good work from behind the defensive pressure to knock it away and get a stoppage. Been impressed with how he's performed down back, Aliyev. He's withstood a lot of the challenges from the Hills attack. Thrown back up, inside 50, knocked away, round the corner from the Hills, a high up and under kick. To the front of the pack came Fassom for the Gascoigne, ricocheted off, trying to track it in is Gray, locked up again, and we'll have a ball up about 45 metres dead in front of the Hills goals, kicking to the tennis court end of the ground, to the left of screen. Again, they've won majority of the clearances, the Hills, and no exception there to the top of the square. Trying to fight their way through it. Aliyev again involved in everything. Bouncing off them though, Hine has to wheel around like the big freight train driving through, doing a U-turn. And it goes out on the full. And we'll have a boundary thrown. In fact, it came off hands, and so we'll have a throw in deep in the forward pocket of the Hills attack. Who've done, it really has lived in the forward half of the Hills right the way through this game. Thrown back into play. To the front came Ryan, slapped it wide. Gray, though, goes down the outer side for the Gascoigne. Out onto the outer side, just in front of the Sportal scoreboard. Fighting hard, Laycock. Handed it over the top. In the fight for it was Schlock for the Gascoigne. But again, the release handball was good. Over the top, Marriott. Getting in the way, though, Gray. Little toe poke forward. Hollingham stood tall, handed it over to Jetta, tried to palm off a couple of tackles, ran into one too many. Good tackle from Boddington. He caught Jetta holding the ball and wants to play on immediately. Puts it to Fassom. This is the best play of the day from the Gascoigne. Over the back, the mark taken by Klitsch, who runs into an open goal and he sprays it wide. Unable to get anything going their way at the moment. The Gascoigne, they need to start taking their opportunities, Ben, because not many are coming their way at the moment.
No, they can't catch break there. That was a gimme, that one. You had to get that. Straight in front on the burst, no one in front.
Tracking right back. Goes back inside 50, looking for clinch, knocked away from him. Falling to the pack again, Jetta. He's in everything at the moment. Just cruises out and puts it to centre wing on the broadcast side. Perfectly weighted kick out in front of his teammate. Again, we don't have his number, unfortunately. Screws it inboard. Dangerous looking kick. Walton went out wider still. Hayward puts it to the top of the square. Looking for Boddington out in front. Takes the mark. Good strong play. Used his strength to his advantage. And the Hills defence really had no chance with delivery like that.
Top of the square, but we won't celebrate until we see it go through.
That's right.
There it is.
And it's through for the first goal of the game for the Gascoigne. Good bit of play. First time that they've had any real fluency going forward. 139 plays 4-4-28, and Ben, much better play from Gascoigne.
Yeah, they really moved the ball quickly inside 50 and had heaps of space then, so that really favoured them to actually have a chance at a shot on goal before it got gummed up by all the Hills defenders coming back.
So back in the middle now. Can this start the run of goals required for the Gascoigne Footy Association? Back in the middle. Players set themselves. As it's thrown back up. Both ruckmen had a piece of it. Slapped into the open spaces. Walton ran onto it. Good pick up. Good delivery as well. Just almost too much on it. Too hot for Hayward. Trying to play for the free kick. Walton diving in hard. Wrapping it up. Over the top was O'Loughlin. We'll have another throw up at right half forward now for Gascoigne, who are getting a bit of ball going their way. Flying over the top though. Jetta tried hard. Bounced off it by Atherton. Handed over the top. Gray delivers it inside 50. Knocked over the top from the Hills defence, who are able to relieve it momentarily to Hine and knocked away. So Malaby has to track back. Dangerous looking kick inside. O'Loughlin was up to the task. The 360 was good. Slipped over. Handballed it inside. Time and space now for Hollingham to deliver it inside 50, and chopping it off out in front was Green. Getting back to weather the storm for the Gascoigne. Down the outer side. Up to centre wing. The mark taken just under the Sportal scoreboard. They continue down the outer side. Looking for Daly. Knocked away from him. Brought down. A good second effort from Daly, who then tries to fashion a hand pass out to McKinnon. Was unsuccessful. Back out to Hine, who was able to get it moving forward again for the not the regional districts, we called them yesterday, for the Hills. Same colours. Back inside 50. High mark over the top. What a grab taken. Flew from 5 deep. Ryan was able to jump high and took the mark, handballed it over the top to Hilliget, who then finishes off the good work with a goal. Yet another one for the Hills. What a mark. Though out on the square by Ryan. Took the grab. And just as the Gascoigne looked like they had a bit of momentum, the Hills hit straight back. So where did the Gascoigne go from here, Ben, to try and get some ball going their way?
Seems like around the contest they need to definitely man up a little bit more and hopefully stem the flow of them winning and getting that easy handball 1-2 out the pack. But that mark, what a ripper. Straight up there.
Back in the middle now with the umpire.
What are they calling here?
666 violation or something's happened, yep. A warning to the Gascoigne. Dalla was running through. Thrown back up. Tapped down both ruckmen, had a piece of it. Release hand pass was good. Atherton just body slammed into the deck and wrapped up again. So we'll have a secondary stoppage. Boddington does the ruck work. Knocked it down. Quick kick out from Walton was good. Into the open spaces at right half forward. Over the back. Bounce, fooled them all. Daly had to track back. Swung around. Handballs it over the top to his teammate. Back in turn to Daly. They're just mucking around with it inside 50. TJ and Daly just not able to put the score on the board when they had the chance, and diving in, and we'll have a stoppage. So at least some inside 50 starting to come for the Gascoigne, who have had very little go their own way. Daly worked to the front of the contest, tried to palm it down into the space, wrapped up Gallardi, weaving his way through, and then Gray with a quick kick. Smothered off the boot though by Malaby. Out of play. We'll have a boundary throw in. Just around from the Gascoigne goal in the right forward pocket, broadcast side in front of the grandstand here at Lane Group Stadium as the North Midlands boys warm up for their game. Tapped over the top. Comes out Walton with a quick kick on the right, and it goes, misses everything. Goes out of bounds on the full. So just as they start to get something happening, they just are able to stop any sort of attack from the Gascoigne, the Hills defence. Back into play. Down the outer side to left half back. A lot of bodies around this one, wrapped up Hilgett. We'll have another stoppage. So despite passages of free-flowing play, there have been a lot of stoppages in this game, I suppose reflected by the slippery nature of the conditions and the deck. With neither team able to really get their running game going at any stage. Tracking back, Boddington up to the task though. Good mark taken by Garrardi, who went back Nick Rewald-esque and took the intercept mark to now get things moving. Playing a bit of possession footy now with O'Loughlin. Just defensive side of centre wing. Wants to put it inboard. Providing the option was Malaby, who then goes forward again inside 50, and within a couple of kicks they're able to get it inboard due to some great skills, and Hilgett takes the mark and puts it over the top for Hine to have another shot at goal. On a tough angle, this would be some sort of kick, but if anyone can do it, it's Hine for the Hills' 6th goal of today to extend the margin out even further. On the approach, wrong side for a right footer. The kick is pretty good. Does it have the legs? It doesn't. It's knocked through over the line and through for a minor score. Nonetheless, a handy lead here for the Hills, and possibly the chance to get a bit of a percentage as they charge towards the top two to try and get a top two spot and a place in tomorrow's Division 3 Grand Final at Fremantle Oval. Of course, you can see all the action here on Filming Footy. Down the outer side, 2-on-1 in favour of the Hills. Spills to the front of the contest. Working his way through was Fernie. Wrapping up Gray. Handball out the back door. Trying to go further afield. Running through was Hayward. Did well to get the release handball, and it's going to come back now. Through clinch. Looks inboard. Nothing on offer. So he sends it long toward the one-on-one. Doing well using his body was Daly. Couldn't complete the mark though. Brought it to the front of the contest. Tries to follow up his work. Locked up. We'll have another throw up. Half forward here for the Gascoigne, who have not at any stage been able to get their run going thanks to some great pressure as Hollingham from the Hills, as Hollingham goes out wide. Green was out the back, flicked it over his head to the voice and the run. Goes to the one-on-one contest, out to the front, almost the mark completed. Dalla out the back, couldn't quite complete it. Get the ball though and get it moving. So Hine just rips it out of there, bombs it long to centre wing. Comes over the back. They've got the run, the Hills. Can they get it moving forward? It's on the outer side at right half forward, and it rolls out of play. We'll have another stoppage. So where do the Gascoigne go from here, Ben? And what would the messaging be from the coaching staff heading into later today?
I think there's been a few lessons in this game about going long. It doesn't seem to be working for them and around the contest. They've got to win those stoppages as well. I think Hills are doing it really well, where they actually wait for that target to come up and then they hit it and then they wait again and then eventually they break it and then they're off, they're out the back, and that's where they've gotten the best opportunities at goal.
Gray fighting in hard, has not stopped all day. Fed the handball out. Fernie though, drilling pass, great pass as well to Hilgert out on the lead. He said thank you mother for the rabbits and puts it to the top of the goal square. 2-on-1 situation. Falls out the back. The Hills again with the numbers though. Trying to do a bit of a Yui. Caught though, slipped over at a crucial stage. Holligan will try and track it down. He gets there eventually. Good work ethic on display. Shora danced around a couple, threw it on the boot. Falls away to the near side though. A minor score only for the Hills, who have kicked 6 behinds at 5-6, 36 to 139. And in some aspects probably should be winning by more with the amount of ball that they've had down there. Left back pocket. Gray had to track back just over his head, managed to recover well onto his trusty left foot. Falls over the back of a couple, slipping over, and then Holligan, who I've liked the game of, puts it to the one-on-one contest. Reed knocked it to the front and then in turn over the top to Hine, who ran to the paint of 50, puts it to the top of the goal square, floating across. Mark completed by Ryan. Takes the mark, looks around, and in fact it's going the way of the Gascoigne. Free kick off the ball, possibly. I thought it looked good. It was a nice mark.
We'll take it.
Yeah. The Gascoigne will take anything at the moment. The kick wasn't great, though. Brought down from behind. Didn't hear him coming. Spills to the front. Foreman over the top. So skills haven't been fantastic from both sides. Burning them off was Holligan. Runs inside 50. Sets his side on goal. And he puts it through. He's a small man with a big heart and a big kick to get the 6th for the Hills, who have dominated the Gascoigne so far today. 6-6, 42, 139 on the Sportal scoreboard. And the Hills seem like they are a team that can definitely contend for the grand final.
Yeah, definitely negotiating the conditions out there a lot better and playing a lot better ball movement sort of footy. Unfortunately, Gascoigne need to start working out that short kit, try and keep possession of it.
Back in the middle now, Gascoigne haven't really made any headway with this lead and the deficit as Brazier tries to get it out of there. Ricocheted back, handballed out on hands and knees, Skora. Atherton and dragged behind. Free kick goes the way of Skora, coming back for the Hills. On the outer side, sets his sights towards Hilgert. Got out the back of him, Gray, who has really fought hard for the Gascoigne all day. I've really liked the effort that he's presented from the Exmouth Eagles.
Yeah, Bryce puts his head over the footy, not until it's gone.
Slapped away out of there by Dalla. Quick kick comes in over the back though. They're able to run onto it here, the Hills, and
unlucky.
Another goal going the way due to just lackluster defence, and they just extend the margin out, the Hills. They really have just dominated the Gascoigne, who haven't had any answer to this onslaught. Team starting to fill in for their games later on today. Of course, plenty more action to come. While you're part of the Exmouth Eagles, I've got a bit of a connection to the Warriors, the Carnarvon Warriors down there up in the Gascoigne. My grandfather, a 1965 premiership player.
Oh,
so
beauty.
Bit of a personal connection to the Gascoigne. Never like seeing blowouts, especially not to a team that you want to see do well.
A few Warriors boys out there. There's a couple in the centre bounce there.
As the ball returns there and went up unattended there. Brazier was able to get it into the space. Walton, though, tracked it well, shrugged it off, threw it on the boot to half forward, leading the race. Hayward has also done well. One of the few shining lights for the Gascoigne, who puts it into the pocket over the head of a couple. It rolls out of bounds. McKinnon not quite quick enough to get on top of it. We'll have another throw in. So not long to go here in this clash between the Gascoigne and the Hills, where it's been a pretty comprehensive victory to the Hills boys. Slapped away out the back, trying to get it free. Standing tall, Schlonsog. Flicked out the back to Jetta now, trying to use his speed and puts it to centre wing. Brazier over the back, couldn't hold on to the mark, and it's a throw. Gascoigne will get a free kick. Schlonsog, who puts it inside 50, two on one in favour of the Hills. Fighting through, McKinnon ran into a brick wall of red and white jumpers. And they'll have another stoppage here, the Gascoigne. Working his way to the front, Boddington tapped it down. Daly, like a hot knife through butter, just cruised on through the pack, keeping it in. Deckett trying hard again, tries to shrug the tackle off from Schneider, unsuccessful in doing so. Ball still just bobbling away somewhere in there. It's locked in, and another throw up. So the Gascoigne now with a chance to try and get a late consolation prize and to make the scoreboard a little bit more respectable. They haven't had the opportunities that the Hills have had as Hyde sends it high, wide and long. Ball spills to the front. Siren sounds. A big win to the Hills Footy Association. They do it 7-6, 48 to 139. Ben Field from the Gascoigne Footy Association. Not the result that your boys were after.
No, especially not. We needed that game to be in the hunt, and looks like that's probably going to mean we're out for finals tomorrow. But it was good the boys didn't give up, and a lot of lessons out of that game, I guess.
For the Hills, they loom as they look like they're going to be one of the better sides in the competition. So where do they go from here? Do you expect them to be able to get into the grand final?
I'm not sure. I'd probably say North Pilbara are looking pretty good, and same with Esperance. Esperance have played some really good games of footy. But yeah, we'll see what happens out of the rest of the games today, and hopefully they can continue their march for the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, certainly they did seem to adapt to the conditions a whole lot better than what the Gascoigne did. Of course, the Gascoigne not used to seeing wet weather footy at all.
Yeah, I don't think they've seen a pitch like this ever before, so I think even that was a bit of a surprise to them, let alone the clouds and the possible chance of rain. The sun's out though, so that's a win.
So how has the experience been for the Gascoigne boys? Obviously a long way to travel down. Some have travelled 13 and a half hours down to Perth, and if you're from Carnarvon, 10 hours. And so how have they gone trying to gel together? Obviously only the three teams up there, so not a whole lot of, probably a pretty close-knit group.
Yeah, it's a pretty close-knit group because we're only a three-team comp, and the boys obviously all know each other by name, and yeah, so gelling wasn't the issue. It's more just getting everyone together to be able to come down. Only having three teams to choose from, it's tough to put a super competitive Country Week side, but I think we've done pretty well this year, and unfortunately we've had some injuries early which didn't help.
No, certainly not, including yourself, and would have loved to have seen you out there. So with the hammy, is it on the minor side or? Yeah,
it's on the minor side. It's just playing it safe because we want to play the grand final this year. It's the Eagles' 30th anniversary at the club, and they're really hoping to have a win in their 30th year. They've only had I think 9 wins for the whole 30 years they've been a club, so Ramblers seem to be the better club normally, but yeah, it'll be good. So I'm hopefully going to rest up and play that one, and hopefully see you there for some commentating. Yes. That'd be great, James.
No, well, yeah, Filming Footy will be up there live streaming the game, and of course you can watch every single game of the WA Country Footy Championships with thanks to Nutrien Ag Solutions, live and free from down here in Perth and Mandurah, all on the Filming Footy website and on YouTube. So as we begin our march towards the grand finals tomorrow, there are a few teams in the hunt in Division 3. The Hills, the Esperance, and also Great Southern seem to be the the teams to beat. From your perspective, who do you think will feature tomorrow in the grand final from Division 3?
Just from what I saw of Esperance the other day, they were pretty good. There's no weak spots, it seems, with Esperance. Everywhere on the ground they seem to have a solid representation for each position, so they're probably going to be pretty tough to beat, and I think they might be there. And I think North Pilbara have a very good side as well, but we haven't played North Pilbara. We play them next, so actually get to see them closer up in the next game.
Certainly. So we can see now the next team running out, and that's the North Midlands. They're playing the Onshore Cup in the next game at 12:30. Tony will be taking you through that, and he's down there at the moment trying to rustle up a couple of players to give some awards to. Of course, we've got the magnificent Archie thongs to give away, and Optima Ag play of the match. We'll get them along with the Omnibus Igniter, the Igniter in the engine room to get things moving. We also thank the player of the match will receive the Dartfish beanie and the Belts Up 25-year commemorative jumper. They are the hottest ticket in town at the moment. Every player wants to get a pair of the Archie thongs and a Dartfish beanie. So we're about to throw down to Tony now. He's got a few players with him. Tony, down to you.
Well, an outstanding game. I'm joined by Brad Jetta, first of all, number one for the Hills team, mate, and fantastic game. Big win out there as well.
Yeah, cheers, mate. Yeah, good win. We're just starting to gel together now, so yeah, getting ready for the next game.
And Brad, what's your hometown, please?
I'm from Albany originally, but lived up in Perth here for the last 5-6 years.
Okay, and where do you play your football?
Position-wise?
What club?
Pickering Brook, sorry, up in the Hills League. So we're just up near Les Murdy, just at the back of the hills there.
Yep. All right, well, fantastic game, mate, and enjoy that. That's a commemorative jumper and the beanie if you want to put it on. All right, I'll just move across here, to Steve Scorer, number 15, mate, and you got our Optima Ag play of the match. So, yeah.
Sounds all right. Yeah.
Do you remember what you did?
No, I don't.
Oh, it's probably
a blur out there. So.
It'll be up there on tape. And how do you find that? The 2 20-minute halves, it goes quite quickly, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you just got to adjust to the pressure of the game really quickly. Gascoigne, full credit to them. They're a really good outfit. Come out hitting hard, good skills, so we knew we had to be on from the first bounce.
All right, I'll just move across here to Bryce Gray from Gascoigne, mate. You're our igniter. They like what you did in around the ball there. It's interesting, as Steve and Brad alluded to here, you actually don't know your opponents before you come out. You can't do any background on them, can you?
That's it. Don't know what we're coming up against. Just got to adapt while we're on the field and change our matchups.
And just let yourself go. You get out there and play to your strengths. Is that what the coach is encouraging?
Yeah, that's it. Just share it around, go in there hard, and figure out what your teammates are good at and use each other to our advantages.
And to be honest, gentlemen, win, lose or draw, it doesn't matter. It's about coming down and participating. And I saw you guys talking off camera. Like, no one knows anyone, but you just all meet up and all of a sudden you can become lifelong friends out of this, especially being award winners, of course. But listen, we'd like to thank you all. As I say, you're a credit to your families, your regions that you're representing, and also your home club. So thanks so much for joining us, and best wishes for the rest of the championships.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
When you think of the future of your business, what is it that you hope for?
I'm just going to start the irrigator.
Ways to grow? Ways to be more self-reliant? And always be one step ahead. Are you looking for a partner with solutions to complex business problems? Well, no matter your goal, with Nutrien Ag Solutions, we'll help you go further.
Since day one, Macintosh & Son has been growing our services and support for our customers while investing in the future of our people. We know you need the right equipment and we will be there when it matters most. Macintosh & Son. Grow with us.
Welcome back to the next game, and this of course is North Midlands versus Onshore Cup. And interesting, went down to the rooms to check some numbers because there has been a few changes throughout the day, and both teams quite casual in there, having a bit of a talk amongst themselves. As the players get to know each other, they tend to gel a bit more and they're talking it up, and I've been told to watch out for a couple of players. There might be a couple of big grabs they're alluding to in this game. As we see the captains come in now. So that is Nigel Routledge by the looks of it.
Superstar cricketer Nigel Routledge.
Which I might have I got the right team.
Yeah, no, that is Nige.
Yeah. Good cricketer,
Very
we
good
understand.
cricketer. Yep.
He's kicking to the right of screen, which we keep getting told is the scoring end, of course. So let's see what these two teams bring to the table.
Should be a cracking game, this one between the North Midlands and the Onshore Cup. I'd expect both to play pretty similar footy. The North Midlands are majority ex-GNFL players or there are some locals in there from Dongra and from Mininu, Three Springs Perenjori, but a lot are from either the GNFL or possibly down in Perth and have experience at higher levels.
So for the people watching out there, James Gardner, of course, joining us. Just take us through North Midlands. What's the... I can look up the suburbs here, of course. With Timbuktu, never been there. Minganyu, Corral Latham, Dongara, Marara, have I said any of them right? Carnamah, Perenjori, Three Springs, go on, Latham.
Okay. We've got, Mininu, mainly farming areas. So you've got Dongara, which is on the coast. That's about 60 k's south of Geraldton. You go out to Three Springs, Perenjori, Mininu, all farming areas. They're about an hour, some even 2 hours from Dongra. And then Karoo and Latham. So they're all little small country communities out in the North Midlands. So you've got the North Midlands and then the Central Midlands, which is a bit further south and more based on the coast. But a lot of these guys are either farmers, fishermen, or really talented footballers.
And Onshore Cup, of course. They've got a couple of solid players. Big McKenna Webb there is going to be in the ruck as well. Just what area for the people watching that aren't Western Australia?
Yeah, so they're further north, so the likes of Dampier, Karratha, so in the northern part of the state, probably not as far north as Pilbara, but sort of in between Pilbara and the Gascoigne.
And if I can say, the food up that way must be quite good because there's a few solid lads out there. There's three of them there in the back line that look like they tuck in a bit, and a few in the forward line, and good on them. They're out here representing their league and their region, and that's what we're after. A great game of footy here as North Midlands. So two number 29s, that's Ryan Baumgarten there in the ruck as well. They go forward. We're going to see some classy football, I'd suggest at times. So just a hack kick out. Oh, courage personified there. Number 3, that was Terry Allen, of course. Sorry, that was D'Souza. And big ruckman there just pointing, so a little bit of leadership already on the ground.
Definitely. In the middle of Lane Group Stadium, both ruckmen fly at it, and both had a piece of it. Sock it out off the deck into space, giving chase. Salah held without it. And it will be a free kick going the way of Tim Steele. Goes out looking for Riley Barham, takes the mark at right half forward for the North Midlands in their white strip with the red, yellow and blue horizontal sashes, and the mark taken defensively by Baviolot out the back for the Onshore Cup. Goes out wide to the outer side and finds his teammate there in Ewan, Clint Ewan. Going further afield, going short. The kick wasn't a great one. Newman had to work for it and eventually runs out of room. So a forward half stoppage here for the North Midlands. Chance to lock it in there, forward 50 and get a few scoring opportunities early.
So yes, early days and neither team scoring at the moment, and we're into day 2 for these guys, so they're batting up for their third, maybe fourth game, And if they're lucky, they'll get to the grand final tomorrow. That's the big day ahead as well, the Sunday, but all 4 days have been great. And that's a great tap forward there by the North Midlands team. They go forward towards goal. A little bit of action after that kick, but been in it already. Bavalot, Cody Bavalot it is, and as I said, they've got a couple of solid customers back there, and I don't think they'll take a backward step. So he's just looking at where he's going to pinpoint this ball, and that's a little bit too casual for mine. But I'll tell you what, he's backed up. Look at him, down on the ground, getting that second effort. That is a very well done young man, and gets the handball out. They're starting to stream out now. They've got one right back in the goal square, and just a little bit of a line here. Lead comes, but North Midlands now, player's going to be probably outside the 50. 52, 53 out. Player on the mark. Have a look at him, the big fella there. That's Michael Maddock on the mark. Oh, the lead comes, doesn't quite make it. Pass one, pass another. Big tackle. Down he comes. They're under pressure here. The Onshore Cup team. They're up to it. They're just paddling that out. Around about 40 metres out now, and I've been quite impressed. It doesn't have to be pretty, but just try and get that ball out. Well done to Onshore Cup under pressure.
They are. They're working hard back there, the defence of the Onshore Cup, as the ball's thrown back up. Goes over the head of Barham towards the boundary line. Both players giving chase, equal representation. Quick hat kick out from Laria. Goes out of bounds on the full. And so as a result, the Onshore Cup will have the chance to bring it back in with Reece Stockley, who has it in the right back pocket. Going short and wide, and that's a dangerous looking kick. Had to work hard for it there, Roney. And then the kick wasn't perfect, but it works out okay. The big fella runs and guns, and it comes off the bounce to Laria. Handed it off to Bashmore. Goes for goal across the face, and it's through for one behind. So early turnovers from Onshore Cup in their defence. They can't be trying to hit those neat little kicks across the face. And if they're going to, they are going to need to be inch perfect.
Because all of our viewers out there, if you'd like to share it, the Filming Footy Live, we've got all the games on YouTube as well, so head on to there. He's done that twice now. This time he does hit a player in Stockley. Gee, I talk about that dangerous kick, but he was actually in line. A nice set of dukes there on Josh Roney. He now comes out wide. That's a great kick out onto that far wing diagonal, and that's Terry Allen. Terry Allen it is, goes a little bit further out. Look at the pace on Josh DiPiazzi. Can't keep it in out there on that far wing and just bounces out. So they've gone from really in the centre of the ground here, the corridor, to out wide diagonally down into that half forward line as we speak. So men's Division 3.
Yeah, Onshore Cup working hard down here at Lane Group Stadium after the North Midlands had majority of the early play. They've been able to get it into their front half. The ball comes loose from Forbes. Sends it out the back door. Soccer off the deck. Just trying to will it forward here, the North Midlands, with Tim Steele locked up, and we'll have another stoppage. This time in neutral territory on centre wing over on the Fairman's Hire side of the ground. Thanks to the Fairman's Hire for the use of the scaffold to bring these magnificent pictures to you. Comes out the back. Borkman, the captain, the ruckman rather, tried to get it to Souza, who was then wrapped up along with Routledge. We'll have another throw up. Edging closer towards the Sportal scoreboard, which reads one behind for the North Midlands. Nothing so far from the Onshore Cup. Knocked out, getting it forward here, the Onshore Cup. Routledge goes in, the skipper for the North Midlands. Farms their handball out wider. Shearer pulls the kick inboard, and sliding on his hands and knees, Vancouver. He looks inboard, wants to switch it at half back and finds Roworth. Former Rover Demon in the GNFL, puts it out to centre wing. Having to work hard here, the North Midlands. Palming him off was Chivers. 2-on-1 situation. Now equal representation with the Onshore Cup. Fighting hard, Shivers. Got the kick away. Puts it inside 50. Working hard now. A chance for Bashville rather, or Deng, in fact, along with Barham. And he gets the free kick for contact below the knees.
And I tell you what, James, if you want to see a good brand of footy, come down to the Oval today, Lane Group Stadium. You're in for a whole day of it, or watch it on YouTube, Filming Footy, the Western Australian Country Football League Championships. And this is good, old-fashioned, hard football between two country areas.
North Midlands renowned for their tough contested ball as Deng lines up for the first goal of the match. From the paint of 50, it wobbles, and it wobbles through. First score to the North Midlands.
Adam Deng, that is, and I'll tell you what. In a straight line from the centre through to the goals here. There's no flanks as we speak and no pockets. They just start to wander out a little bit here, but Deng in line there, and he's dangerous up forward already.
It started in 2016 with the Western Bulldogs. They call it the fishbone, when they have all 6 forwards in a vertical line together, draw the defenders in. It opens up the space on the outside to then lead into.
All right, so North Midlands here, early lead, early days, first half, up they go. Nice tap, that's the man we've got to watch out for the big leap. Oh, over he goes. Hard, vigorous football. How would you like to be that ball? How would you like to be a player out there with that vigorous action? And they get the ball now, give it back to number 20, Kobe Seller. Seller now, it's not Seller, of course it's Zachary Birch for Onshore Cup. Gets it forward. Follows up his good work and bang he goes again. A hack kick, it's up, it's down. The big fists come. I reckon there were 3 fists in there. Well, player just stopped and brought the player towards him. Oh, leapfrogging over. That was a very nice play on the wing. Dropping it short. Look at the big fist come in there. And that was Josh Roney. Good effort. Oh, big hard tackle. Roney again goes in, applies a tackle. They're out now. This is DiPiazzi. Couldn't quite. Chivers can. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Now the foot race is on. Look at him go. He's got to pick this up, get back on his right. Oh, he gets through traffic there. Threads the needle. That is a classic goal, that. Well done, young man. And that is Adam Deng with his second. And that has brought the crowd alight.
Just too quick. To get there, a clean pickup, the snap around. It was a very, very classy finish indeed to get an early 13-point margin. And in these shortened games, a fast start is a necessity. Otherwise, time is not on your side during it, and you could very soon realise that you are out of the game by even half time.
Yeah, geez, he had to run a long way there. The Jets were on. The player just couldn't keep up with him. It's a very hard matchup. Very athletic player. Nice tap again there by Onshore Cup. They're winning the taps, but they just can't get the clearances. Now they try to. It's a hack kick out of Tyler Hall, and that's actually a good spot to put the ball. But, geez, I'll tell you what, putting on the Jets again. They've got a few of them, the North Midlands. They're beating them in the pace area, but see the players here mopping up. Puts a handball out. It's just a little bit long there by Ethan Rudd. Look at him. Goes back in. He'll get on the end of this tackle. Players weaving and dodging, and up it comes. Here's a couple of solid players we talked about. Tries to put a hip and shoulder in. Player runs around. That's a high kick out towards the boundary and just out of play. And that is Aiden D'Souza. And just a relieving kick now for Onshore Cup. And there, look, both teams putting in a mighty effort.
They certainly have been. Both sides starting well.
Good grab.
Mark taken by Tyler Hall at right half back. He wants to move it on quickly. Puts it to the wing. Getting back though for the North Midlands was Bashville. Handed it back over the top in the direction of Deng, flying out. Almost completed the mark on that occasion. Spinning around there is Chivers. Handed it back in turn to Sandals. Then back to Deng. In fact, this is Deng now. Bouncing off his knee, handballed out by Chivers. Back in turn to Salah. Back over the top. Almost the mark, almost the goal completed. Salah again goes in hard. Ball spilt loose. Play on, says the umpire, and the Onshore Cup defence just can't get it out there. They try and rush the behind.
Oh.
Not quite. Big Rudd couldn't get it through, and it's rushed through for a minor score.
Tell you what, there's some pressure out there, isn't there? And once again, we commend the umpires. If they want to let it go, let it go. Just do it both ways. And another point on the board. Let's have a look at the kick in here from Onshore Cup. He can use, so what he's done, he's come to the edge of the square, not being aware. He can actually run out another 10 metres there. So quick turnover here. Clint Chivers with ball in hand. They've got a few players out there that we've liked so far. Chivers has been good. I've liked Tyler Hall for Onshore Cup as well as we start talking about the awards later in the game. So Chivers, interesting way he's holding it. Turns into a drop punt now. Slips unfortunately. Crowd went with him. Number 7 here is Manchavini. Quick hack around the corner. Out comes Deng. As we said, he's proven a handful. He starts. Oh, he's given it off. How unselfish is that? And gives it off to Eric Bashamule. And young Eric there has kicked his first. And very well done. And gee, I'll tell you what, I like that from Adam Deng, just sharing that ball. He just walked by there, did Bashmule, and he just said, well, here you are. Gave about a 20 centimetre handball. And away they go.
Good start to the North Midlands Onshore Cup. Currently no match for the forward press that they've gone about doing.
So 12 and a half minutes gone.
12.5 minutes gone, and for the 12 and a half, I would say the North Midlands have been ahead for 12 of it. And on the Sportal scoreboard, they lead it by 20 points. Thrown back up, Sandals tracked it through for the North Midlands. Comes out wide. Hat kick out of there by Oliver Abbey to half forward. Bouncing ball, how does it sit? Maddock will give chase. Knocked away from him. Falls into the hands of Courtney. Snap around the body from Webb. High up and under ball. It's not going to make the distance. Standing under it is big Nigel Routledge. The skipper goes to the outer side.
Great kick.
On the lead, Shearer takes the mark.
Bob.
Right back pocket.
Bob Shearer.
Bob Shearer, former Railways footy player. Coker takes the mark and continues to go inside. It was a dangerous kick and it wasn't perfected well. Birch goes in for the Onshore Cup. Wrapped up, we'll have a throw up.
And we can see the big Fairman's Hire sign there in the background where we could, but then we just had to tighten up on the shot. But we thank them for their scaffolding today. Another great sponsor, of which there are many as the ball goes around. We've got a great announcement to make when we get another stoppage. I'll just fill everyone in on our magnificent truck that's going to be going around Western Australia. Just wait for this ball to be thrown up. Oh, high leap there by the Onshore Cup player. North Midlands break free. A little bit of space here, and he's had a great start. Clint Chivers gets around on the left. Oh, does he give it off? He does, but he put himself under pressure. Get out of the way, son, they say. We'll bomb it forward. Oh, here comes Deng. Over the top. Could he, couldn't he? Oh, players go down. That's a huge clash there. We hope those players are all right. Oh, a little left foot dribble there by number 10, but it's just across to the left, and that was Kobe Seller. And I can understand why that player's holding the foot, because that was a pretty solid clash there. We may end up with a stoppage in play. It's a bit sad to see there, Clint Ewan. That was a big collision, and I reckon he felt that straight away. I hope that poor boy... I know this sounds weird, but I just hope it's a twisted ankle or something, not too... No, he's in a bit of trouble here, so let's just wait for the player to clear the area and his teammate helping him off there. Unfortunate incident. It happened in general play, so there was nothing nasty about it.
It was a football act and no malice involved at all.
Exactly. So they're going to go out the other side. This time, looks like Stockley, is it? Or it could be Maddock, but either way, they get outside, and that's a good set of jukes there. Will Roscoe. Roscoe now comes inside on the 45.
Finds his teammate, and a good option as well, spinning around Birch. Wants to send it out to the broadcast side of the ground, and he finds Maddock, who takes the mark with the free-flowing locks, puts it in board. Both out the back for the North Midlands. Handed it in turn. They come out wider. Bashville has a bit of a chase on now. He'll have time to stop and prop if he didn't slip over. Feeds it back. A little bit of a hospital pass. And wrapped up.
Tackle.
Good tackle indeed, and wrapped up again. So we'll have another stoppage at left half back here for the North Midlands, who currently lead on the Sportal scoreboard by 21 points. Both ruckmen nominate. Coker for the North Midlands. Won it down over the back. Chasing it through was Heelan. He couldn't take clean possession, and now it's the Onshore Cup's turn to attack. Bashville goes inside over their head of Routledge, and also with him O'Dine. O'Dine throws it on the boot. High up and under kick. Both tried hard. Spills loose. Webb had the chance. Handed it over to his teammate in Jeffries. who ran in, snapped the open goal, and there's the opener for the Onshore Cup, and isn't he happy about it, and good on him. A great finish there from Jeffries.
Yeah, have a look at it. Ball comes in. He's in the right spot. Jeremy Jezza Jeffries, we'll say. I've just given him a new nickname, but well done, young man. He got to the right spot. That's what you call front and centre, or just waiting out he was actually, and got across and kicks that goal. So that's given him a little bit of impetus there. They're 2 goals, 3 behind on the scoreboard. We're just winding around here to 16, almost 17 minutes now, first quarter. And of course, we've got to thank our best on ground wins the Beanie and 25-year commemorative jumper, but Optima Ag, the play of the match, and our Omnibus Igniter. So fantastic by all of these players out here vying for these. Of course, they're just playing, but we'll talk about the awards. They don't play for the awards. It just happens organically. But streaming through, get out of the way, he says to his own player, and that was not too bad by the North Midlands player, and talking about a player that's really setting things alight. Look at Adam Deng. He's giving them off. He's saying, look at the big smile. Isn't that wonderful to see? And he's looking to give it off again. I tell you what, you got one there, Eric Bashmuli, but you're not going to get another one, son. So he's got someone on him now. So Adam says, I'll tell you what, I'll go back. 35 out, dead in front, and I'll have a look at him from here. Why wouldn't you, young man? Wanders in. Beautiful kicking action, and as we say, that's one of the best points ever seen here on Lane Group Stadium, is just off line there to North Midlands, but they're scoring freely. Out the other side again they go.
Stockley with the kick in. Little slip of the tongue from Woods. Just couldn't hold on to the mark. Handed over to Bavilot. Goes over in turn looking for Miller, or rather Webb. Takes the mark and then sends it further down the outer side near the Fairman's higher sign. The mark taken by Courtney. He goes further afield, further into the forward half. Handball over the top, trying to get free. Webb cruise through a couple. Handed it back to Abbey. Shrug off a few tackles and then puts it to half forward, but the lights are on and no one's home for the Onshore Cup. Jeffries first there, had to stop and prop. Handed it in turn. They're under a bit of pressure now, the North Midlands. Cruising on through, Bob Shearer. He started well. Bit of an excitement machine. Goes inboard. Lovely kick as well to Steele, who took the mark out in front. Then in turn looking for an option in Pettit. Took the mark.
Passage here.
Wants to wheel around. They've built it up nicely here, the North Midlands. How does it finish? It finishes with Sandals and also Sella fighting over it. Out to Deng. You'd think he'd be able to finish the job off. Instead, pops it up over the top, looking for Chivers, who couldn't hold on to the mark, and it spills loose over the boundary line. And apart from the last little bit, a great build-up in play from the North Midlands.
Yes, and you see that transition from one end to the other. It was actually Bashmill who started that, who's been down forward, and then he went down back to help out. So I like to see that players that can play both ends, or midfielders that get down and help and cover a lot of territory. It comes out the back here. Was a deliberate tap backwards to get them going forwards. Oh, a player bursting through there, and that was Tim Steele. Gives their team the advantage. We go into half-time break, and they lead 3 goals for 22 to 1 goal straight, 6 points on the Sportal scoreboard.
When you think of the future of your business, what is it that you hope for?
I'm just going to start the irrigator.
Ways to grow? Ways to be more self-reliant? And always be one step ahead. Are you looking for a partner with solutions to complex business problems? Well, no matter your goal, with Nutrien Ag Solutions, we'll help you go further.
Since day one, Macintosh & Son has been growing our services and support for our customers while investing in the future of our people. We know you need the right equipment and we will be there when it matters most. Macintosh & Son. Grow with us.
Well, welcome back, folks. And I'll tell you, this is a very vigorous game, very physical game. And North Midlands at the moment lead 3 goals, 4-22. Onshore Cup, just the 1 goal straight. And standout player at the moment is Atom Deng. If he's not kicking him himself, he's giving him off. And he's very flashy up there in the forward line, knows how to move around. Great understanding. He's got 2 goals. And Eric Bashamul, who we've mentioned has played in the forward line, but he also gets down back and helps out as well. They've got a real spread, I'm feeling, James, in regards to the better players. It really spreads across. We look at Onshore Cup. I've actually been impressed with McKenna Webb in the ruck. He's winning a lot of the taps. However, his team can't then get the clearance. So, you know, yes, okay, win the tap, but set up so that you can try and get the clearance. They've had some tries out there. Maddock at times has been good. Stockley doing the kick-ins, of course. DiPiazzi, I'd like to see him get a bit more of the ball. He's a very fast player and looks exciting. And Tyler Hall, I've been very impressed with number 2 as well. So they've got a good smattering of players, let's say, that they certainly know how to play the game, but they just need to get it down a bit quicker and get some scores on the board. But they're doing a great job representing their regions and their local country areas, their local clubs as well, travelling down, come to the big smoke down here at Peel, Mandurah, as umpire holds the ball off. You are with James Gardner.
Underway in the second half, a 16-point lead to the North Midlands. Comes out wide. Deng tracked it along, knocked away from him. Sorry, that was Bashville. Comes up to Webb, knocked away by Routledge, falls to the front of the contest. Webb had to go back in again. Pulled off the ball, got a kick in time though. Fokkema. It comes away now, doing a U-turn is Fraser. Puts it into the centre of Lane Group Stadium. Met solidly on that occasion. Chivers, he started well. Routledge on hands and knees. Chivers goes in again. The Onshore Cup now with a bit of ball forward. Falls to Ali. He puts it inside 50. Leading out of the footy was Abbey. Handed it back over the top to Abbey. And then the kick on goal. It looks good and it's there for Oliver Abbey. Second goal for the Onshore Cup. First of the half, and it comes within the first opening minute.
It was classy play, actually, wasn't it? Just pushed it through, get it down there, and you got players that can finish like that. So it goes to show if you can get it down there quick enough. And as I keep saying over this championships, if you can get it down there quick enough and get that score on the board, the players will do the work for you. So well done to number 30 there, Oliver Abbey. Showed some real skill, and that's a fair kick from almost on the 50 there. Ball back in the middle now. Up it goes. We've talked about this. Abbey once again getting a tap. Can they get it going here? Onshore Cup. Long penetrating kick. Oh, the big hands go up. Couldn't take it. That came in really quickly, and coming in, talking about quickly, that young player there, I reckon that's Coventry, just introduced himself into the game, and he put the speed on, and that helps out because that provides pressure, and they're not getting all their own way here, North Midlands. They've had a good start here on Shore Cup. Up they go, down it comes. Look at them all going after that ball. Big pack forms, trying to get it out. Looks like a Burley there, if that's 24, sorry, and that's Roworth. Bradley Roworth gets up with a smile on his face. Really good to see him enjoying it, but they're under pressure back here. Can Onshore Cup, they've got it inside their 50. Can they make something of it as we get another throw in? 40 metres out. Forward pocket inside 50, the 2 ruckman battle. Oh, big punch out there by Baumgarten, gets to it himself. Oh, player bought the ground. That's how you do it, though. Not a sling tackle, just picked up and brought around. Big fella goes in again now, and that's Abbey. Around they come. They're close. It's a dangerous position. 2-on-1. It's a drop ball. It's a soccer. It's a goal and that is Jay O'Dine, and that is opportunistic. And in these games, the ball can transition so quickly, James. It came in quick. It just needed a bomb in from Big Abby. And I'll tell you what, Jay O'Dine, didn't he ever? He dined on it all right, socketed it through, and that is a sausage roll to the Onshore Cup.
Good goal, but Heelan and Routledge getting in each other's way down in the goal square for the North Midlands in defence. Just needed better communication there anywhere on the field, but especially in defence, because any little mistake, and when you've got players of this calibre, they're going to swoop on it and they're going to get goals against you and make you pay for your mistakes, and that's what happened on that occasion. Back in the middle, though, for the North Midlands, and feeding off his own ruck work was McKenna Webb. Puts it inside 50, through the hands, over the back, fighting on through. Trying was Drink. Falls towards Routledge, knocked away from him and Heelan. Going back in, caught almost, got their hands away just in time. The exit kick wasn't great. Goes over their head, out to half forward, and Bob Shearer, he jumps on it and runs with it down the broadcast wing. Streams forward, out to meet it was Kobe Salah. Good pickup, kick didn't quite match it. Chivers spun out of trouble, runs into 30, looks good. It's going to float, and Deng again will go back and look for his third. He's going to pop it through, you would think, straight through the middle. And a good bit of play there from the North Midlands. Started with Bob Shearer off half back, bouncing down the broadcast side in front of us, and then the delivery from Chivers was just as good.
Exactly. I'm just going to say that Chivers is playing a great game. Deng is finishing it, but you've got to also remember where it comes from, and his working around the middle. Been really impressed with Clint Chivers. What a fantastic player he is. But then go back to the other side. I'll tell you what, it's been all Onshore Cup until that little foray forward, and they're looking dangerous Onshore Cup. They are looking to put the foot on the pedal and put a bit of pressure on these North Midlands players. They're not getting all their own way now.
And it's important that the North Midlands don't get complacent here. I sense a bit of that in the opening few stages, in that they come out after half time and they just seemed as though they were thinking it would be an easy job.
So 4-4 straight to 3 goals.
Back in the middle, both ruckmen had a piece of it. Falls loose, tracking it through, and the handball out there. Webb to the outer side, tapping it, paddling it forward was Pettit for the North Midlands, slapped away from him, and then it falls into the hands of Webb, wheeling around to half forward. Flying from the back, right over the top was Allen. Knocked forward, trying to swoop on it. O'Dine goes in hard again, comes out of the pack, trying to link up with the handballs. Just overusing it a little bit here. Heeler and tried to get it out of there. Bounces off a couple. Handed it out the front to Drink, and he just dumps it long. Left all alone out on the outer side. Spinning around his Sandals, or Bashmill even. Goes short to centre wing near the Sportal scoreboard. So they want to play a bit of controlled footy now, the North Midlands. Directs a bit of traffic. Dumps it long. A few players fell out the back, and Chivers again for a big fella. He's clean below the knees and dumps it in forward. Almost bounces over Newman. Managed to trap it in front just in time. Deng's going to put a bit of forward pressure on. Got the handball away. Webb dumps it long. Out towards the Sportal scoreboard. 1-on-1. Knocking it away was Rudd, and he puts it over the boundary line. And we'll have a boundary throw in on the outer side, near the scoreboard, which reads a 10-point lead in favour of the North Midlands.
So ball on that far side, up they go. Down it comes. Player wriggled out of it there, and that was Manchavini. Kicks it inside the 50. It's right on the edge of the 50 though. Oh, how good was that pickup? 1, 2. Round it comes. They dodge, they weave. Will that player that started it get it back? He's in there, pushing around. Look at the ball on the ground. They're all after it. Desperation. Have a look at these players. If you want to see exciting football, fair dinkum, tune into Filming Footy, Western Australian Country Football Championships. And we are seeing some fantastic efforts out here by the young players. Up they go, Baumgarten. Down it comes. I gave it everything, and the ball hit the ground between their feet. How's that work for the ruckman? Come on, give us something, they say. And give us something he does. Look at that player charging out of the back line. Bangs it on the left foot. That is desperation. Really love that from that young man. And that was Owen Heelan. They're inside 50. They're out again. Go at it, son. Go at it, he does. Chivers again, just racking up possessions. Great handball onto the left foot. Around it comes. That is a sausage roll to Bob Shearer. I've been waiting for it. So Bob Shearer kicks a beautiful goal there. North Midlands go further ahead, but it was started through the middle there with Clint Chivers again, just going in. He had to put his body on the line, get it out, and that kick came through. That could be a play of the match right there.
Classy finish from Bob Shearer on the left. It looked like it was hooking to the right, and then it just floated back, changed direction, and it went through the big stick. So a bit of breathing space now, out to 16 points for the North Midlands after the Onshore Cup boys. They were really building some momentum. Back-to-back goals now, though, for the North Midlands. And they have the chance to extend this out further. Their centre work has been really good so far today from both sides. It's been pretty even through there. Trying to knock it forward again, the Onshore Cup, but putting his head over the footy is Barham, not locked up in there, and we'll have another throw up. So both ruckmen give chase, and both in the end won it down, had a piece of it. Bashville had to double grab it, but got there eventually, puts it out wider. Had a solid mark on his own to Mancuvi. And then in turn to Laria. Goes shorter still, and a diving mark taken by Comley, or rather Steele, who plays on immediately. Streams down the outer side. Has Adam Dean in his sights. He almost wrapped his mitts around it, but it fell to the front. And Bavilot got the clearing kick away for the Onshore Cup. An important one as well to get out of immediate danger and to get a stoppage, a boundary throw in at right half back here for the Onshore Cup.
Just winding around at 10 minutes here too, James. So they might want to get a wriggle on here, Onshore Cup. They're trying hard, pushing hard. Look, 2-on-1 here. Nice pick up. Been really impressed with some of the work down there. Dodges one, gets around. That's a high kick in though, so makes it hard for teammates and opponents alike. A big pack forms. Oh, this way, that way. Very clever by Bashamul. Out comes Deng. Doesn't really attack it hard because he's got players coming at him. He goes around, slips over, still gives it off. That's handy play. Player just in back play there. Oh, that ball spun the wrong way, unfortunately. And that was Nigel Routley. He's a backman. That's why it happened. Backman up forward. They go in again. Can't quite get it there, Routledge. So ball comes out. That's a long, high kick. Anyone's ball. Up they go. Down it comes. Oh, nice work. Good vision. Didn't quite hit the target, but that's okay. 24 is Roworth. Gives it in. And that is a mark. I was just thought I'd heard another whistle then. That's what I heard. I preempted. How good's that? Is that Routledge with the ball? I think it is.
It is.
So outstanding cricketer, outstanding footballer. That's what we'd call an all-round sportsman. And he did start down back there, and he's gone up forward. Maybe he just didn't change ends of the ground. Yeah. Wanders in. I'll tell you what, he likes it. Look at him running around. That is a goal too, and bit of local knowledge there. I think you know him, don't you? Having a bit of a chuckle there because he's pretty happy. And he'd like that. You like that when the coach says you don't have to change ends. You just stay there and we'll swap the whole team in around you.
Now he's pushing back down to defence. Obviously the coach said kick us a sausage roll, Nige, and then we'll throw you back.
But I don't think he quite gets what a running backman is as opposed to just stand down there and wait for the ball to come to you, because he got down there but he didn't work back.
No.
Doesn't have to, because that's a goal. 6-6-6 rule, of course. The stand rule. You must stand the mark, not move anywhere. Up it goes. I've been very impressed with McKenna Webb up there as well.
So locked up again. We'll have a secondary stoppage. I know a few of the boys that play cricket against him in the Geraldton Association will be very happy with the way that he's played. A few other young cricketers in there as well, including Barham and Roworth. Knocked out the back. Running through was Roworth right on cue. Lost a handle on it though. Webb will get it. Stands firm. Almost brought down on that occasion. Abbey got the clearing kick just in time. Up to half forward. Fraser from behind for North Midlands. Knocked it to the front of the contest. Coming through. Barging through was Comley. Wrapped up in there. Again, came out just in time for the North Midlands. Roworth, he's going to be caught holding the ball. No talk from behind. And the all calls for 50 and he gets it. Great pressure from O'Dine. He'll be walked to the goal line.
Oh, he's running. Look at that, because they know there's not much time.
There's not much time to go. And this is for a much-needed goal to break the run of play. Good forward pressure. He gets the 50-metre penalty, and O'Dine puts through his first
And I'll
for
tell you
today.
what, have a look at the officials behind the goals. They're sprinting down to get that ball because there is no time on. Get it back very quickly. So well done. Quick thinking official. That could be the 19th man. Who knows?
Perhaps, but it's 40 plays 24 and great forward pressure from O'Dine to wrap up Roworth and bring him down. The umpire had no hesitation in calling that, holding the ball, and then an incorrect pass back. That's the reason for the 50-metre penalty.
I'll tell you what, the question here is 13:20, 13:30 into the game, and there is still time. And we thank you for Sport, all the magnificent scoreboard, bringing us all the scores here. And yeah, it's just squeezed up a bit, hasn't it? There's really 4 points in it as we speak. Can they go forward again? They tend to go quick when they do, and then they stop for a while, let the opposition back in, and then bang, away they go again. But it's out here through Manchavini. Gets it down there to that dangerous player. This way, that way. Can he shrug him off? No, he can't. Good desperation there by Onshore Cup because Clint Chivers has had a magnificent game. We don't want to preempt anything, but probably at this point looking to be the recipient of the beanie and the 25-year commemorative jumper as we speak. Players in around that ball. No one behind the two ruckmen, and it goes out to the right. Could they come out again here on Shore Cup? They're under pressure. Players just hovering back. I'll tell you what they have done well, North Midlands, is they support each other. Look at Deng. This way, that way, holds the hair. And, yes, taken high. So Deng, pardon me, Adam Deng is going to line up for his fourth. And tell you what, we saw him down here. He's looking a bit weary now, but he had the big smile on the face earlier as he's playing the game. And it's just fantastic to see. Very athletic player. There it is. Right on cue, on the siren. Big smile on the face. Will he kick his fourth? Let's have a look. Talking to everyone there. Wanders in now. 35 out. Slight angle. Very deliberate. Very deliberate. Point. So a good win in the end to North Midlands.
It was, and no matter that behind, they take it out by 17 points, 6-5-41 to 4 straight 24. So all it was were sort of two bits of play in the game from the North Midlands that separated them from the Onshore Cup, and that was in the first half of the first half. And then in the last little bit there, they had a run of 3 or 4 goals after the Onshore Cup kicked the first 2 of the second half, and it looked like they were a real chance to give it a shake, but showing their class and skill, the North Midlands, and headlined by Adam Deng with 3. Eric Bashmill kicked 1 thanks to a handoff from Deng. Nigel Routledge with 1, despite playing most of the game down back. And then on the Onshore Cup side of things, there were 2 to Jay O'Dine, who laid a bone-crunching tackle on Brad Roworth to get his first. And Oliver Abbey kicked a very nice goal earlier on today, as well as Jeremy Jeffries, who fed off a mistake down back from the North Midlands. So all in all, though, a very impressive win to the North Midlands, who led from the start of the game right to the end. They thoroughly deserved this win. Really liked the work, though, of Clint Chivers up forward for the North Midlands. The way that he worked hard, he provided a target up half forward, and a lot of the reward that came Adam Deng's way and the other forwards' way was as a result of his work up at half forward, providing a target and a contest along with his other half forwards to get the ball forward for them. And Bob Shearer, wasn't he impressive at times, bouncing off the half back line to kick one of his goals, and also then setting up a couple of others for Adam Deng to snavel. And that was a mark of their game, was through the middle and then off half back, where the scores from turnover were very good thanks to fast wingers in River Sandals and Bob Shearer. They were able to move the ball at pace for the majority of the game, and that's the way that they were able to win this clash against the Onshore Cup, who can hold their heads high. They gave it a really good shake, and for a bit it looked like they were going to do it and upset the North Midlands, who had a solid lead from the start of things, but from the start of proceedings, but they were able to pull away at the end to win by 17 points, the North Midlands, as Tony begins to get into position and get ready to present the player of the match, beanie and jumper, and the Archie thongs to the Optima player of the match and the Optibus Igniter of the match. And we await him to get into position down at Lang on the surface of Lane Group Stadium, which is looking a little worn, but all in all in pretty good shape considering the weather and the traffic that it's had over these last couple of days down here at the Nutrien Ag Country Championships. As we begin, Tony just preparing the last few things. James Gardner in the chair with you after a very impressive performance by 17 points to the North Midlands, and Tony's down there with a few players now. Tony.
At least he's got some. Oh. Well, welcome, folks. They've told us to line up in order, smallest to tallest, so we tried to do our best. And I'll tell you what, Clint Chivers, mate, you were everywhere out there. Pretty physical game against these guys as well. Both teams quite physical. How did you find it today?
Yeah, no, it was good to get our first win today. It's pretty slippery game, so you had to be pretty careful, but no, it was good.
Yeah, you've won the 25-year commemorative Guernsey and also the Dartfish Beanie, and I'll just tell you, for a couple of those chicks out there, have a look at this guy. You're not in the movies, are you?
No way, mate, no. Rough lid on me.
Good looking rooster. We didn't even come across to another one. Look at this fella here. Fair income, mate. Adam Deng, we gave you the Igniter Award up forward. You kicked 3, but 2 or 3. We saw you just casually give one away to your mate as well. How'd you find it out there?
Yeah, he just came up to me. He's like, I remember him coming up to me before the game. He was like, "Oh, if you get it, I'm open, give it to me." So I was like, "Yeah, I'll just give it to him now instead of later." So,
well, you got a very good kicking action as well. You've worked a lot on your kicking, have you, over the years? You've very good kick.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's one of my best attributes when I'm playing footy is my skills, the speed, obviously. But yeah, it's the kicks there.
Yeah. And Adam, I will say, mate, lovely smile, because we saw you on camera when you were playing the game. You're actually enjoying yourself, aren't you? Beautiful big smile on you, mate.
Yeah, it was definitely fun. It was good to get the win with the boys. I think we definitely deserved it. But yeah, it was great to be out there with them. Real fun. And yeah.
Good on you, mate. You're a credit. And I'll just move across here. Now, just stand still, mate, because that bloke with the camera's got a point. Have a look at the boys all going past. They're giving you a bit. You know what, though? You're up here with the thongs and they're not. Mate, you gave them the start. We talk about the play of the match, the amount of ruck taps that you won, but we talk about it's not who wins the tap, it's what happens next. Do you do a lot on your ruck craft? You've got a good set of springs on you.
Yeah, I try to practice a bit of training, and yeah, I'm the main rucker around the club, and it was good to go out there, hit out the boys, super proud. We were always a bit undermanned, and we did well.
I'll tell you what, though, that second half, I don't know what the coach said at half time, and I don't want to know if there was any explosions, but you sort of got those 2 quick ones, and I thought it could be under pressure, and these guys fought back, and then you got that next one, and I thought this is a close game, 4 points in it.
Yeah, we got a bit of a spray. We knew these boys. Were going to be one of our good opponents to match up on, but unfortunately we didn't get the job done today.
All right, well, as we say, it's about participating, it's about bringing the communities together, and I'll tell you what, absolutely sensational. As I said to you, all a credit to your families, you're a credit to your local clubs and a credit to your regions, and it's great to see these players off camera just talking with each other after the game and so on, and why wouldn't you? So well done to all the recipients in that game.
When you think of the future of your business, what is it that you hope for?
I'm just going to start the irrigator.
Ways to grow? Ways to be more self-reliant? And always be one step ahead. Are you looking for a partner with solutions to complex business problems? Well, no matter your goal, with Nutrien Ag Solutions, we'll help you go further.
Good afternoon. Welcome along to Lane Group Stadium here in Mandurah. James Gardner sitting in the chair, joined by Ben Field, representative from the Gascoigne Footy Association, And Ben, your boys were a bit disappointing earlier on today, but they now have the chance to make a reprieve for it against North Pilbara.
Yeah, we've had a bit of a rev up in the change rooms over the lunchtime break, a few ham-started rolls, so hopefully that's changed the tides of the game it's coming up now, but yeah, we'll see.
So where are the areas of improvement, do you feel, from your boys? Because obviously you're pretty disappointing, especially through the midfield, and up forward you just couldn't take your opportunities.
Yeah, we were pretty bad on the deck. We went over a lot early, and that cost us dearly. But I think the areas of improvement would be to focus on moving the ball a little bit better instead of going deep and long down the ground, and probably keep it out in this flank. This flank is probably the better part of the ground to be bringing the ball out on. But yeah, I think North Pilbara will be stiff competition, but hopefully they have a little trouble with the deck as well, because they enjoy some dry footy up there themselves.
Both teams used to the dry decks and coming down to Mandurah where it is quite wet and slippery. How have the boys been recovering? Obviously this is their 4th game, and just about all games have been played on either a heavy deck or a very soft one, or in the rain. How have they gone in terms of recovery, and how are they feeling physically heading into this one?
Well, we've had a few injuries on our team, obviously myself and one of our other star players, Blake. But most of the boys have been recovering pretty good. A few beers after the game definitely numbs the pain of a couple of sore niggles. But no, the boys have been prepping pretty well each day, and good warm-ups each morning before we come to the ground. That's run by our captain, Fraser Daly. But yeah, we hopefully have a better run now after we've warmed up in the first game and haven't had too much of a break in between, because that's always a hard one.
Yeah, I was going to say, your boys only played a couple of games ago. We were on the call for that one. North Pilbara, this is their first game of the day, and then they played in the last game against the Onshore Cup. So really, the North Pilbara, they're going to be fresh, they're going to be firing, and you look at them in the warm-up in their lovely orange and ochre Guernseys with the Indigenous strip across it, and they look like they're nailing just about every set shot that they're practicing.
Yeah, if they don't win today or win the cup, they definitely win the best dressed. I think that's the best uniform out of everyone in the competition so far.
Definitely, and have a look at that great camera angle. We're right in amongst the inner sanctum with Bravington, and also along with him Renton, together with Farmer, going through a few things, discussing midfield setups or where the areas of improvement are. So they head in as the favourites for this clash, but we're hoping that we get a nice and close contest, because really the crowd here, they deserve it. A solid crowd have filed into Lane Group Stadium for this Division 3 clash, and North Pilbara at the moment, they'd be looking to get a win to propel themselves further up the ladder as we begin to take a look at that. Gascoigne, this is their last game of the carnival unless they can get the win and a bit of percentage. As we take a look at the ladder, North Pilbara, they're in 4th at the moment. They need to win this one and get a little bit of percentage to Esperance out on top there on top of the ladder. And they play later on today in the second last game against the North Midlands, so that will be a cracking game. Currently, North Pilbara in 4th spot on 4 premiership points with 1-1 over their 2 games yesterday. A solid percentage, but they need to get this win a little bit to try and make up ground to get into the top 2, while the Gascoigne, well, they need to win this and get a lot of percentage to have any chance of even just finishing in the top 4. But pride at stake now for Gascoigne in what is probably going to be their last, barring any sort of miracle or extraordinary circumstances, what is probably going to be their final game of the tournament.
Yeah, I don't think they're playing for the game tomorrow, but they're definitely playing for a bit of pride. And we've come all this way. We'd hate to go out with a thrashing, so we'd like to really stake it up to North Pilbara. And obviously North Pilbara are trying to cement their spot tomorrow. This is their first game. I'm hoping that since the boys played earlier today, they got a bit of an idea about the deck. Now that they've played on it once, they might be able to come out and adjust their game plan a little better.
Rhodes heading in for the toss of the coin as the skipper of the North Pilbara. Making his way into the middle. There is a little bit of a breeze favouring the right of screen, the shopping centre end of the ground. And we have been told right the way through that it is the scoring end, and it has mostly been the case throughout today as we go right into the middle for the toss of the coin. the umpires assembling, ready to get this game just about underway. The skipper for the Gascoigne is Evans. The toss of the coin lands, and we'll see which way these go. So Rhodes wins the toss, and the first win of the day to Pilbara. They'll be kicking to the right of screen, and this windsocker's sort of swung. It's almost going across the ground from half-back flank to half-forward here for the Pilbara as they get into their huddle nice and tight. You can see a real bit of camaraderie there and a tight huddle compared to the Gascoigne one, which is a little looser, but nonetheless their final instructions being made out. So Ben, can you give us a bit of a tip, if you like, on who will win the game and what margin are you expecting?
I'm gonna go with my heart, and I hope Gascoigne gets up in this one. But I do know we've got a bigger body midfielder, an absolute gun. He's an older fella, crisscross from the Warriors. He's coming into the midfield first up, so he might be able to ruffle a few feathers in the first bounce, and maybe Gascoigne will get the first break and clearance.
Well, they need to do it because they have been a little behind in that region throughout the early game, but we shall wait and see what the Pilbara deliver, as well as the Gascoigne. Both travelling long distances to come down and play in the Division 3 this year in the Nutrien Ag Country Championships. We have to thank Nutrien Ag Solutions along with the WA Country Football League as the naming rights, and also the men's division partners, the CBH Group and Rio Tinto, Buildup Insurance, Buildup, Think Mental Health, Regional Men's Health, the WA Football Commission, as well as Macintosh and Son, Bruce Rock Engineering, Optima Ag, the Omnibus, Sportal and Fairman's Hire for their use of the scaffold. So players set, ready, 6 from each team in each division, thumbs up all round from the umpires. Siren sounds almost to begin just about to begin the fourth clash of today. Kicking off at 1:30, Lane Group Stadium, bathed in sunshine. It's a beautiful day for football. 18 degrees, so not too warm, not too cold. No need for probably a jumper needed when you're in the shade, but not so much out on the ground. I'm sure that the players are relishing the opportunity to play in a bit of sunshine, and I'm sure the spectators are as well, not having to get too many rugs out. A few enjoying a spot of lunch, and there's the siren to get things underway. Umpire in the middle. The ruckmen assemble. And we're underway between the Gascoigne and the Pilbara. Big tap forward came from Langdon. Atherton was there. Cruising on through, though, was Farmer. And they get the first clearance out and a beautiful kick forward and out on the lead. The mark is taken by White, who had clear space in front of him. It was great delivery and a perfect start for the Pilbara. Nothing you can do as a defender about that. Picture perfect stuff from the Pilbara. Going exactly as they would have hoped and planned. So White on the approach. About to nurse it through, you would hope, for the Pilbara, and it misses to the left. So, apart from the finish, great setup from the Pilbara.
Yes, straight out of that contest they won that, and it was beautiful delivery. It's a defender's nightmare if you get something like that coming inside 50. So Gascoigne really didn't have a chance there.
Daly from the kick out. The Pilbara have really covered off any exits quite well. They give them the short to Mackay, and then back to Daly. He's going to be put under immediate pressure from Walton. Managed to release the handball just in time to Atherton, who's met with a couple. Richards goes inboard to Deckett, who takes the mark inside 50, goes shorter still. It's 3 players there. They could have raffled it off, and in the end, right place and right time for Renton to take the mark and go back. Almost dead in front, 40 metres out. Nothing going right so far for the Gascoigne. A perfect start at the moment for the Pilbara. They need to put it on the board, though. The breeze going from right to left. The kick on its way. It falls short and it's inaccurate. Goes over the line. So through for a minor score. So Gascoigne being let off the hook early after a front half turnover and a fast centre clearance from the North Pilbara. Daly again. Does he try and go over the back? He goes short this time again to Walton. He's got it still 30 metres out from the North Pilbara goal face. In still what is a dangerous position. He comes to the broadcast side. It's flirting with the boundary line. And it's called out of bounds on the full. In fact, it's not. I think it was signalled, but neither onto it. Mulross goes down the line. Broadcast side, centre wing. Front position came to the Pilbara. Knocked away from behind. Hayward tried hard, flicked it out. Quick kick it away from Stewart. One-on-one situation. Over the back, standing tall. He did well there, Lowry. Head over the footy from Smiler. And the shorter opponent just copped him high, Hayward. And so he'll go back to hopefully for the North Pilbara steer home the first of the game because they deserve a bit of reward for effort.
Yeah, 2 misses is definitely not reflective of how much impact they've had in the first few minutes of this game.
Smiler leans back on the kick slightly, but it's through. There's the reward for the Pilbara. First of the day, going the way of Kenton Smiler from the Karratha Falcons. A young man who, you look at that, a perfect kick straight over the goal umpire's hat. Reward for effort. And they definitely deserve that, the men in the orange. 1-8 on the Sportal scoreboard. They lead the Gascoigne Footy Association, no score. Haven't even had it anywhere near the front half, the Gascoigne players. Pilbara just locking it right in, back in the middle. Can they get the clearance out of here, the Gascoigne? They can't because attacking the footy hard. The players there, and Bartlam sends it inside 50. Over the back, Smith will get it. He'll try and dribble it home, and it goes across the face. It's out of bounds. And we'll have a boundary throw in deep inside, attacking 50 for the North Pilbara. But again, the centre clearance going their way. Need to start locking down on these clearances, the Gascoigne. Taking front position, Langdon tapped it down and then went and sharked his own footy. White, Smiler, who kicked the first, goes in hard attacking the footy, diving on top his Rhodes. Out the back door to Smiler, goes even further back, looking for Walton, and then just throws it on the boot, and it's across the face, and it's out of bounds on the full. So, although the Pilbara have dominated field position early and dominated from go to woe, it's not reflecting on the scoreboard at the moment, with just 3 scoring shots, 1-8. 1-2 to Gascoigne yet to score, and they're getting lucky here, the Gascoigne, as the short kick comes out to Daly, sliding along his knees with the socks pulled up, goes short to Atherton. Dangerous ball because Walton was coming in from behind. Held on though. Still in defensive 50. Ricocheted off Walton off the kick from Atherton. Handed it back. Atherton will have another go, and he sets sail up towards centre wing. Coming off hands, falls to the front for Hayward. Had to shark it out. Awaited Walton for the Gascoigne. Sends it on to centre wing. Flirting towards the boundary line. Giving chase out there was Laycock, and he eventually knocks it through with the support of Surrell from the North Pilbara. So they managed to exit okay, I suppose, the Gascoigne, and it's out of defensive 50, which allows them to begin to set up. They've got one-on-ones ahead of the footy at both ends. The North Pilbara with one spare behind in defence. And that's why they're so good at the moment, the North Pilbara, is because of their structure and setup, which the Gascoigne, I suppose, is struggling to try and beat.
Yeah, I think any kick outside their 50 is a win for them at the moment.
Just smashed forward by Langdon. And then the dumping kick to a true centre-half forward position. Possibly hands in the back from Schlensog. Got it back. Brought down in a strong tackle by Maturo. Comes into the centre of the ground. Renton danced around a couple. Goes on to the right. Pops it up for his big full forward. Surely he was held. I thought the arm was held. But Smiler pounces on it and he puts it across the face for another behind. Getting very lucky here, the Gascoigne, that it's only a 9-point margin. The dam wall has to break soon, you would think. Unless the Gascoigne can shore themselves up and get a little bit of a steadier from the kick out. Walton had to make up some serious ground, and he got there eventually. Penned along the boundary line and just too close for comfort. It goes out of bounds on the full, and it's going to come straight back. No time for the Gascoigne defence to reset, but floating across well was Smith to take the intercept mark. So at the moment, bit of kick to kick. Can they get a bit of composure going? In the hands of Atherton. Goes forward still to Fossum on the outer side. Hayden Ballantyne wing. Goes shorter still. Dangerous looking kick. Walton stood his ground though and took a nice grab to hold on to it. Would this be the spark that they need? Looks ahead of the ball. Nothing though on offer. All one-on-ones ahead. Puts it to a big nest of players. Over the back. Almost the mark taken in amongst it. Handball came out. Trying to get onto it is Surrell. Brought down. And it's holding the ball. Good tackle and good pressure. So now Gascoigne, although you don't say they don't deserve it, but they haven't really looked like getting it, now have a free kick with Evans, the son of, or relation of, former GNFL great in Barry Evans, JJ Clare medalist, which is the association best. Now up in Carnarvon on the approach, and 45 metres out. He'll be kicking this from virtually on 50. Arcs around onto the left. It's a high up and under kick. It's going to fall short. Nest of players at the front was Mulross. Threw it on the boot. And the first score of the day goes for the Gascoigne. Is a behind. They trail by just 8 points despite the North Pilbara dominating right the way through. They run it out of defensive 50. The North Pilbara trickles towards the boundary line. On the broadcast side, centre wing will have a stoppage. So really they need to take as many opportunities as possible here, the Gascoigne, because you sense the North Pilbara aren't going to give them many. Thrown back in. Tapped away from Lockyer for the Gascoigne. Diving on top of it, Walton. Tapped out the back to Mulross. Again, Lockyer tries hard, but they come up, trumps through Renton, the North Pilbara. Off to Farmer, cruises through the middle of Lane Group Stadium, and reading it best was Mackay. Impressive effort there. He's been solid early. Down back, he's taken a couple of intercept marks, and he's trying to set some play up for the Gascoigne. Give us a bit of information on Mackay there, Ben.
Mackay's usually their ruckman there down in Ramblers Football Club, but he's been pushed back today, obviously under siege in the back line. But yeah, definitely holding his own there against the North Pilbara onslaught into the forward 50.
Dangerous kick inboard, another forward half turnover. Surrell runs inside, one-on-ones ahead of the footy. Bounces kind for Stratton, who runs around one, runs around two, snaps towards goal, but it floats and floats across the face. Just didn't quite hit the right part of the ball. And it goes across the face, and Stratton will bring it in for the Gascoigne. 2-on-2 out the front. Atherton tried hard, fell down to Smiler, who then kicks it inboard. Solid mark taken by Balestra. Left alone, and then Smiler, the work ethic and the dive. Surely the mark paid. It was. Great effort from Smiler, diving to hold on to it. And he's going to go back. In fact, he passes it off into a better position to his teammate. Didn't quite catch the number there, but he puts it inboard, off a couple of heads. Bounced off one, bounced off two, out the back door. Crouch tried hard, trying to break the tackle. Flicked it out to Farmer. Snap round the body, and he gets it. Another goal to the North Pilbara, extending the margin out to 15. 2-3-15 to one behind for the Gascoigne as we near on halfway here in the first. And so alarm bells would be starting to ring, you would think, for the Gascoigne.
Yeah, they've been very unfortunate to not have it much in the inside 50s, but I thought last time they worked it up to the inside 50, the only inside 50, was a good little chip around, and that's what they need to employ to keep trying to break down this North Pilbara team. They seem to be better in the air and good at working around the stoppages, so chip to chip up the ground is probably the best method forward for Gascoigne, and that was a positive in the first 10-15.
Need to see more of it though.
Yep. hopefully win this clearance. That's a big one. We've lost every clearance so far here, so hopefully Gascoigne get up.
Langdon, the bigger ruckman in there. You expect him to just try and slap this one forward. Both had a piece of it. Walton tried to get it going forward again. Out the front was Hayward. Gave it back to Walton for the Gascoigne, who pumps it in long to the top of the goal square. Down the front, roved it beautifully, was Evans. Quick flying snap on goal. Floats across the face. The mark taken by Cullison, who goes and goes immediately. Good kick and good mark taken by Farmer, who had a bit of pressure coming from Fossum. Stepped around Fossum, gets onto his left. Down the outer side, mark spilt there by White. And it trickles over and out, and we will have a boundary throw in it. Left half back here for the Gascoigne, who, as quickly as it went into their forward 50, it came straight back out, and now all of a sudden, within a matter of moments, we're on the verge of the forward 50 of the North Pilbara, which I suppose shows the difference between the two teams. The Gascoigne are working so hard to get it in there, while for the North Pilbara, they seem to be getting it in there at ease. Ballastra handed it back out, and the kick forward, Stratton chops off any future attack, for the moment anyway. Goes up the Staples, bounces off the chest of Fossum, had to go back in to try and get it. Over the back door, out the back door. Lowry goes right back for the Gascoigne, running through the middle. Evans tried to get it moving forward. And then Langdon was there. Along with him was Bakulo, and a good kick out to the outer side, who then they just screw it inboard. Diving across, though, in front of the player was Hayward. Bouncing ball out for Green to run onto. Gang tackled by a couple. Holding the ball. Didn't think he had much opportunity there, but the tackle stands, and the rowdy North Pilbara fans love it. Big one-on-one contest. Out the front was Daly. Handed it back into the danger of the zone, though, where Indich was. Caught holding the ball. Good follow-up from Daly, who's leading by example and trying hard, and he's going to get a 50-metre penalty for movement on the mark. So now's the chance for the Gascoigne to attack.
Giving a little get out of jail free card there, Gascoigne, with that 50.
Hands it to the run of Evans. Onto the left. Puts it to the half-forward area. Coming from 3 deep from behind was the player there in Surrell, who was caught holding the ball. Rather, it was Deckard, in fact, for Gascoigne. He goes from the free kick. The short wasn't on. Flying through late. Walton on Walton did well. Knocked into the hands of a Leaf, though, who played well in the last game. And then over the back, pulling in a very good, strong defensive mark, is Steiger. Goes laterally across the face of goal. Rigby had to work for it and wait for the sit. Handed it over to Surrell. Down the outer side. Stops, props, surveys the options and finds the short in Macaulay. Down the inside. Hands it to the run. Into the half-forward area. There was a slip from behind from Strat. Gives the Gascoigne guys another get-out-of-jail free card. Goes to the broadcast side. Overrunning it. Richards didn't read it well. Smith read it best. Handed it forward. Going in hard, Skytler. Back to Smith. Puts it to half-forward. Over the front was Rhodes. Knocked away from him. Handed it to Bartlam. Just sat down, but it worked out okay for Staunton, who slipped over at a crucial part of it. Indich tried hard. Gave it back to Bottom. Gave it inboard now. Dancing his way through. Handed back to Rhodes. To the top of the goal square. Over the back. Reading it best. Taking the mark and then handing it over to Farmer, who ran into the open goal. Great play there from the North Pilbara. Sturrat waited out the back, took the mark, handed it over to Farmer, who waltzed in and kicked the goal for the North Pilbara's fourth. They move along to 4-3, 27 to the Gascoigne, one behind. And although they had their chances, the Gascoigne threw it, they just haven't been able to really capitalise on them.
They seem to be second to the footy, which isn't helping their cause. They need to be first at it and try and even draw a free kick. Pilbara seem to be there all the time and making first use of it. So I think if they can win that first ball, they might have a little bit more going in their direction. At the minute, it's back to the long ball game and just meterage forward to the Gascoigne goals.
Looks like that's the Esperance boys on screen by the looks of that are making all the noise. Down to our left, further down in the grandstand. They play a little later on against the North Midlands after the Great Southern and Hills take to the field at the conclusion of this game at Lane Group Stadium. Both rucks had a piece of it. Doesn't go far. And advantage paid. No, it's not. It's going to be brought back. And it will go to Skleetler for the North Pilbara. Has it in the middle of Lane Group Stadium. Looks out wide to the broadcast side, to right, half forward, flying over the back. Lockyer tried hard, bouncing ball. Machiro back out to Schneeslong, and down the broadcast wing, just in front of our commentary box here for Filming Footy. A heavy hit came through from Surrell against Forbes, and the ball went over the line, and we'll have a boundary throw in just forward of centre here for the North Pilbara, who have made all inroads on the scoreboard, leading it by 26 with thanks to Sportle. From the throw-in, Langdon got to the front, double palmed it down. Forbes was there, lost a handle on it, handed it away to Carter. He too lost it. Back out to Surrell, goes short inboard, good kick as well, good option. The ability to locate and then execute, and then out on the lead was Stirrat, but over the back the mark is taken by Stratton, who's again chopped off most of the inside 50s, aside from the scoring opportunities from the North Pilbara. Comes loose, out the back to Machiro. Dances around a couple, doesn't know what way to go. So they go right back and then down to the broadcast side with Rhodes, who was diving on it, and it's knocked out of play. Good play there from Gascoigne to get it over, and that player Forbes again involved. Thrown back into play. Palm down from Langdon. Quick kick away from Rhodes. Langdon went and got it back again into the centre of the ground. Harris came off his shins, bouncing off it. Daly fighting hard through it was Walton for the Gascoigne, and gang tackled down and have another stoppage here. So entering the end of the first quarter, or the first half, with just a couple of minutes left in this one. Throwing the boot at it was Langdon. Trying to bust through them all was Boddington, caught holding the ball. And as a result, free kick going the way of Rhodes. At right half forward, puts it into sort of the 40-metre arc. Coming off the hands of Schlenzog. Caught high possibly there. Umpire was blindsided, couldn't quite see it properly. Walton went in, or rather El-Leaf went in. He was caught. We'll have a throw up on the 50 arc. So although they've had 7 scoring shots, the North Pilbara, the Gascoigne defence have done well. Not well enough though to stop the scores, because on the Sportle scoreboard it's the North Pilbara leading it 4-3-27 to the Gascoigne. One behind here at Lane Group Stadium. James Gardner and Ben Field joining you in the commentary box. Thanks to Filming Footy and Dartfish. We'll take a quick break and be back with more after this.
When you think of the future of your business, what is it that you hope for?
I'm just going to start the irrigator.
Ways to grow? Ways to be more self-reliant? And always be one step ahead. Are you looking for a partner with solutions to complex business problems? Well, no matter your goal, with Nutrien Ag Solutions, we'll help you go further.
Since day one, Macintosh & Son has been growing our services and support for our customers while investing in the future of our people. We know you need the right equipment and we will be there when it matters most. Macintosh & Son. Grow with us.
Welcome back here to Lane Group Stadium on this glorious afternoon down here in Mandurah. James Gardner in the chair, joined by Ben Field from the Gascoigne Footy Association. Ben, not as bad as you thought. Only 26 points, but really the North Pilbara deserve to be up by more.
Oh yeah, North Pilbara have been playing some really good footy. They've just been unfortunate kicking inside for goals. They've just made a few wayward kicks, but definitely controlling this game at this point. Gascoigne are definitely going to have to put a bit more body on in the second half to try and throw them off and get something going their way.
Really been impressed by the way that North Pilbara have moved the ball, particularly out of the middle, dominating centre clearance. I mean, it helps when you've got the big ruckman in Langdon through there, but really they need to start locking up a little bit in there, the Gascoigne.
Yeah, it's a bit loose from the Gascoigne. They need to probably find their man now and start locking down and just trying to win one-on-ones. At the minute, doesn't look like they're going to win clearances off our tap, so it's going to be just through hard work and beating your man.
Okay, we wait. All the players are in position. We just are waiting for the umpire to give us the all clear, and we can get this second half underway here in the final day of the round robin championships between the Division 1, 2 and 3. We're down here at the Division 3 this afternoon, but elsewhere the Division 1 up here at Lathlane Park, Mineral Resources Park. That wrapped up at about 12:30. But the Division 2 up at Revo Fitness Stadium in Claremont. And, of course, the grand finals tomorrow at Community Bank Oval in Fremantle. You can catch all the action on filming footy and dartfish as we're back underway. Langdon wins the tap, goes to find his own. Instead, coming through, bustling hard was Farmer. Puts it inside 50, one-on-one contest, and the mark out the back taken by Schlez Song, who then looks to go inboard. It's a dangerous kick, and it works out just okay. As Hayward hands it off to Laycock. Throws it on the boot to the one-on-one contest. Langdon was there for the Pilbara. Flicked it away, long to Rhodes. Coming in hard.
Oh, he's going to be done here.
Through the contest was Bacolo, and a good start there from Mulross to get the tackle and then possibly a 50-metre penalty. No, umpire says not today. It'll just be... In fact, it's been reversed. I thought it was holding the ball. It looked holding the ball from here, but a good tackle nonetheless from Mulross. From the throw-up, Langdon, the decisive winner, down to Bravington, and he tries to break a couple of tackles, but then runs into a heap of green and gold jumpers of the Gascoigne Footy Association.
Intensity's definitely come up here.
Tap down, Walton tried to get through, knocked away from him. Two Pilbara players ran into each other. Handball out the back from Green. Gave it away to Walton. Inside 50, out on the lead. A good mark taken. And that's the start they were after with Boddington leading out. Probably, does he have the distance in?
He will have the distance. I've seen this guy kick from the centre square and kick goals
Wow.
with a slight breeze behind him. He's impressive. Beautiful kick of the footy too. I hope he backs himself and goes for goal.
Bit of a breeze favouring this end. Not a massive run up. We're right behind this kick, and so are you at home. Have a look at that angle. Boddington
He hasn't got onto it too well.
didn't quite get all of it. Leading out. Good intercept, grab taken, and straight away to the run of Cullington, who takes a bounce. Thought about another. Jesses past full stop. Then gave it across to the run of Macaulay. Then he goes longer still to the right half forward with Stirrett. Takes the mark just in front of the Sportal scoreboard. The kick, how is it? It goes to Smiler. Already with one today. Uses the fancy footwork. Tried to hand it over the top. He's going to get it back out of the pack. Runs to the paint of 50. Puts it inside 50 to the top of the goal square. Diving on top of the ball. Players from both sides. It's locked up and we'll have a throw up. And so from the throw up. Ball knocked free. Quick kick around. Surely not. It floats through through the big sticks, and the goal taken from Stirrett. It looked like out of there. As we take a look at the replay in a moment, they're all high fives all around. It did look like it was Stirrett. A very, very good goal as well, and a contender for the Macintosh and Son goal of the day. And don't forget, on the 20th of July, the Ride and Drive Day up at Merredin for Macintosh and Son. So if you're into your heavy machinery, your big trucks and your farm equipment, make sure you get down there and have a look at that and go take a few for a test drive, bit of a spin. And if you've got the coin, then maybe buy a bit of farm equipment.
Yeah, a few farmers out there this year had a good year last year, so maybe they are in the market for some more headers.
Perhaps, hopefully, the rain is getting out to those farming regions. The rain that we've had through Mandurah, hopefully that's getting out to the wheat belt in the Midwest and right down to the Great Southern and Esperance up north as well. The Nutrien Ag Country Championships, Country Championships. Comes loose, running the ball freely at will, really, the Pilbara. Wide sweeping handball off to Maturo. Able to wheel around onto the right because he had the time and the space. Puts it to the top of the 50. Falls loose. Out the back was Bravington. Handed it over. Went himself. Goes for goal off a standing start. It's there. What a goal from Bravington. The Pilbara, North Pilbara, all over Gascoigne at the moment. It's party time earlier in the second half. And another contender for the McIntosh and Son goal of the day. And I reckon that's also a contender for the Optima Ag play of the match.
He liked it. He gave it the double cobra, so looked good.
Certainly did. It went high and it went long and it had the legs just from Nathan Bravington. So a very impressive game this from the North Pilbara, as they look to go again and reset, leading by 38 points. Thrown up in the middle. Clear winner again, Langdon, who's really shouldered most of the ruck responsibilities. Walton caught from behind by Rhodes, who had him set at his sights for a long time, and he got him. Maturo puts it to the top of the goal square. Out the front, and the push in the back, and the free kick going to Stirrett on a slide angle for a push in the back. And the Esperance boys roar their appreciation for the free kick. Another great camera angle down there. James Moody doing a fantastic job at ground level, and it floats across the face, as you would have saw there. It just didn't have the hips quite straight enough. The leg went out, and that's where the ball then went. Other than that, it was an almost perfect play for the North Pilbara again. Going out wide, the Gascoigne to Walton, who has company out there, and he's rolled over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in at right half back here for the Gascoigne, just under the Fairman's High side. Thank them for their use of the scaffolding. That's how we've been able to get these magnificent pictures of the ground that you can see at home, all thanks to Fairman's Hire. Langdon tangled, got to the front. Atherton handballed it over the top. They run through the middle of the ground now. The Gascoigne in a one-on-one contest. Hayward had front position, was knocked away from him by Surrell. And stoppage just forward of centre now for the Gascoigne, who have eked their way forward. Trailing by 39 points. They would love to get at least one goal on the board before the end of it. Langdon went up unopposed. Fell down to Laycock. And free kick going the way of him. Puts it inside 50. Knocked away from behind. Falls to the front. Where are the crummers for the Gascoigne? Well, they're not there. Stewart was, though, for the North Pilbara. He'll get it back. Handballs it forward. Just too hot for Harris. Couldn't get a clean handle on it. Farmer worked hard forward and he was taken high. Good attack on the footy there from Farmer. Centre wing, broadcast side of Lane Group Stadium. Stepped off his line. He's going to dance around one. Then put it to the top of the 50. And a great mark almost completed there by Stirrett. Managed to get it back again, though. In fact, it was Walton who did well there. They put it into the centre of the ground, though, now Gascoigne. Caught, locked away. And good pressure applied from Bakulu. I suppose that's the thing. The difference is the intent in the game between the North Pilbara and the Gascoigne. Constantly, the Gascoigne unable to get any clear room, whereas North Pilbara are just running at will at the moment.
Yeah, they're giving a lot of space, Gascoigne, to the Pilbara boys, and definitely letting them get away with a lot more than they should.
Staunton around the corner. Macaulay led the race. Couldn't quite get a clean handle on it, though, and Daly falls into the tackle and takes the ball with him. We'll have a throw up. Bang on 50. Just about from...
Oh, free kick.
Free kick. Going the way now of White. Not sure what happened there. Maybe a bit of back chat or talk to the umpire from the Gascoigne players. So it's a long, scraping kick from White to the goal line. Knocked away from behind into clear space. Players will run at it from all directions. Laycock was caught without it. Got the handball away though. 2-on-2, or 1-on-1 rather. And getting across was White. Went out wide. Knocked away by Gray from the Gascoigne. Off to right half back. Standing up in the tackle well. Managed to release their handball just in time. Gray went the body. Macaulay went for it. And then Mulross took and went with it into the middle of the ground. Bouncing ball. Hayward had to trap it with his leg. Did a big arc trying to find some support. There's nothing forthcoming though from the Gascoigne. So it goes to a 2-on-2. Over the back was Cullerton for the North Pilbara. He's on his hands and knees, scraps it away to Barcolo. They go back out the outer side and there's all Pilbara numbers. How does the ball sit though for Renton? It does okay. He's able to hand it over. They take off down the outer side, off to right half back. And the mark taken by White, who then puts it back inside 50. Over the back, Mackay almost completed the mark. 2-on-1, he's just able to scrap it forward, looking for the boundary line. It doesn't eventuate though. Langdon on his hands and knees trying to, or rather White, Staunton, Stirrett rather, trying to get on his hands and knees and get it, keep it in play, but in the end the boundary line wins out.
Big effort there by Mackay to keep that out of bounds and not lose that contest to the two North Pilbara boys.
An important contest as well for the Gascoigne boys to not allow that one through. The palm down was perfect from Stirrett. The kick around from Walton almost as good. And on the line, the mark taken, waltzes into an open goal. Great finish there from the North Pilbara, who really have dominated all day long, with Crouch finishing it off. Tiptoed his way through, took the mark, played on immediately. His eyes lit up, and in the end he dribbled it home for the North Pilbaras. Another North Pilbara goal. It's the 7th by the looks of that. 7-4, 46. That makes sense. 7-6 is a 42 and 4 behinds. That makes 46 to the Gascoigne 1 behind. So really has turned into a bit of a demolition in this last half. Not that the Gascoigne boys haven't tried hard throughout the day, but not the way they would have liked to end their carnival.
No,
Gascoigne.
It's been a good effort though. That's the main thing. The boys have not given up, which is a good sign. Yeah. See it through to the end.
And they'll walk away with one win from yesterday as well, the Gascoigne. So it's not a bad effort really, especially for a team with just the 3 legs. Out the back door to Stewart on the right, puts it out into space, allowing Farmer to run onto it. Had Gray for company, managed to knock it forward. Crouch got it off him, puts it inside. The attacking 50, working to the front was Atherton, knocked it forward. Gray, the wide sweeping handball. Walton read it better though. 3-on-1 contest, holding the ball. Great defensive effort there from Daly. In the 18, he's worked hard back there with very little support, apart from probably Mackay, who has sparked up this Gascoigne team as best he can. Gray stepping forward. Walton bumped off the ball. High up and under kick, looking for Boddington. Falls out the back. Tapped forward by the North Pilbara players. And then Farmer steadied. Went out the back to Stewart, who had time to survey and go forward. And then in the end it was a throw up.
It's called dropping the ball there. Unfortunately for the Gascoigne player. Chipped in.
And so the free kick going the way of the North Pilbara in the hands of Renton, who will go back and look to add to this tally in what has been an almighty performance by the North Pilbara, who haven't really been challenged throughout today, but it's away to the right, and so a good way for them to start their Saturday. The
Gascoigne need a short option here.
Goes longer and it's knocked out of play. So every time it does look like the Gascoigne are able to exit, the North Pilbara are set up so well behind the ball that it's either one-on-ones or a large pack, and they're not giving them the shorter options to be able to massage their way up the line.
Yeah, it looks like Gascoigne have sort of put a lot more players behind the ball in their back line, and then when they finally get a chance to get up forward and towards the middle of the ground, they just get shut down by all the North Pilbara boys that have set up there. It's hard to break that line.
Green walks it over again, so another stoppage as we near on the end of this clash. Coming up after this one, Great Southern take on Hills at 2:30. So we've only probably got another 2 or 3 minutes left in this game. We don't have a clock here, unfortunately, but all you folk at home do, and you'll be able to see the score in the bottom left, which reads 7-5, 47-1 behind for the Gascoigne. So North Pilbara playing very well. So 10 and a half minutes gone in this final half here between the North Pilbara and the Gascoigne. Goes over to the head of a couple of players, knocked away out the back, and a lovely looking kick just
it's
out.
Good favour the Gascoigne.
Yeah, just outstretched
It's
hands
got him
of
high.
Rippy, not quite there, and then caught the player high in the middle. Looks like it's Mol Ross, who was then dealt with afterwards. Walton shrugged off one tackle, tried to get it going forward, falls to Deckett, but there's no one home up forward for the Gascoigne because they're all in the back half defending. The Pilbara now, they're able to find the short option every single time in the left back pocket. This is a trademark of their game, is the way that they're able to move the ball up the line, change the angles, play possession footy because their skills are so good. Sliding in to take that mark was Renton. Much to the delight of some members of the crowd. He was called to play on, so he has to drive it long, and coming out it was Langdon, who's really put in a big performance and is in the running for our player of the match. Daly also likewise has tried hard, stood in the way of it, couldn't hold the mark, falls to the ground, trying to will it forward here, the Gascoigne boys. Falls away to Bravington. Throws it on his boot. High up and under kick. Mark taken, and then it's off to Smiler. Takes the bounce. He has the speed to burn off Daly. Sets his sight on goals, and it just hits the post on the way through. Unfortunate there for Smiler. Did all the hard work, but the finish. Mulross, left half back, still in the defensive 50 for the Gascoigne. Up to Walton, who floats in and takes the mark. Goes shorter still to Hayward. Little ricochet. There was touch ball, so play on, says the umpire. Falls short anyway of Bucolo. Wants to go inboard. It's a dangerous kick. Had to be good, and it was. Renton was there. Tried to go shorter. In the way was Evans, who was then dealt with afterwards. Play on, says the umpire. Falls away to Boddington. Snaps on his left, and it's away over to the left, and it's through for the minor score. So every time the Gascoigne look like they're going to get a score, just not the luck not going their way.
Yeah, it felt like they butchered it a little bit there. They had a real good opportunity to put one away, but Pilbara just doing enough to put the pressure on and force the behind in a skill error.
From the kick in. Looking to go wide and long outside to this broadcast side. Just in front of our commentary box here for filming footy. Falls to the front. Rhodes collected high, but the umpire was on the wrong side of it. And as a result, we'll have a stoppage here. Thrown back up.
Nice tap by Reid there.
Really nice tap down to Forbes, and then Boddington out on the lead. Slips through his fingers. Just a little too hot for him. Falls back into the path of Scalika. Back in turn to Surrell. Through the middle of the ground now. Put it out in front. The bounce isn't kind for Farmer. Had to stop and prop and wait for it. Then got it back again. Runs through the centre of the ground. Up to a one-on-one situation with Langdon. Falls short through to Crouch. Looking for his second. Wants to dish it over the top to Smiler. He was just a little too slippery for him. Handed back in turn. So they just mucked around with it a little bit there, the Pilbara. The North Pilbara. And now
Gascoigne doing a really good job there getting that out. That was under a real lot of siege in that back 50.
Stratton. Wide handball over the top to Schlensog. Goes in through the middle of the ground. Unsuccessful, so Pilbara lock it up. And a ball up in almost the dead centre of Lane Group Stadium. You mentioned the defensive efforts. Really, on the whole, the Gascoigne defence have stood up really, really well.
Yeah, if you had to pick a best from Gascoigne, it'd be the back six. They've just held up so well. Considering the scoreboard, they've done a really good job.
Falls down, finding a way out of it. Walton, under a bit of pressure, runs just outside 50, puts it in the path of Boddington, and over the back. Great defensive work there from Inditch, it looked like, for the North Pilbara. Very, very underrated spot, the fullback position, in terms of the importance and the recognition given to those that played the role.
Plenty of numbers in that Gascoigne 50 there for the Pilbara. They'll be looking to win this one out.
Shallow throw in. They read it best, the North Pilbara. Trying to just soccer it off the deck. Deckett goes in. Good clean pickup though from Barcolo. Goes inboard. Just missing the target of Macaulay. Diving in on top of the ball. Players from both teams, and the umpire comes in to relieve them all. Almost on the 50 for the Gascoigne. Umpires have done a fantastic job through the course of this carnival. All 3 days so far, and then again tomorrow. Holding the ball called. Play on. Take the advantage. Alif sets his sight for goal, and that's a highlight for the Gascoigne. Great goal from Alif. Ran to the 50. And the boy from Ramblers put through the Gascoigne's first, and he smiles, and he has a reason to, because that was a cracking goal there.
Beautiful tackle by Green there. That was the start of all that. It happened from that tackle. It was dropping the ball, but Ilef got away and was able to have a shot at goal, which is great. Bit of a consolation prize for the Gascoigne. Unfortunately, they're probably not going to win this, but it was a great goal nonetheless.
Late addition to the highlights package, and there's the siren. So the North Pilbara run out winners, excuse me, 7-6-48 to the Gascoigne 1-2-8, and Ben Field, really a complete performance from the North Pilbara, who are firming as one of the favourites.
Look forward to seeing them in the next few games.
Yeah,
They'll probably be in the final tomorrow.
Well, you would think so. They've got a big game later, coming up a little later on today in the final game against the Onshore Cup. Of course, other results will depending on the Great Southern and the Hills and North Midlands and Esperance as well. So, but for your boys at Gascoigne, plenty to be happy about, I think. I reckon your back six really stood up well today. They were under the pump a lot. I really liked the games of Daly and also Mackay back there for Mitch Mackay for the Gascoigne, especially considering Mackay normally a ruckman, but he was able to seamlessly fit into that back six spot.
Yeah, Mackay was really good back there today. In the first quarter, he took a few good intercept marks, read the ball better, and in that last quarter, definitely was a reason why they didn't get as many scoring opportunities, the North Pilbara boys. So it was great to see that, and obviously Daly and Green, their efforts were huge. Not to say it was an invading effort from the midfielders and forwards.
Yeah, no, certainly, but just a real, they really just came up against a better team today, the Gascoigne. I thought their pressure was okay, but Pilbara's just North Pilbara outworked, outclassed them, and just had a little bit too much talent. So that's the Gascoigne Carnival done. How would you, if you were going to give it a rating, say A, B, C, D, where would you probably put the Carnival from the Gascoigne?
Oh, definitely an A. Like as in it was really great to play in the Carnival, and I think my 10 minutes were good, and I think today's been even better being on the commentary. But I think next year we'll probably come back better, but we'll see what happens.
Well, Ben, thanks very much for joining us. It's your birthday today. Glad that you could jump on the call with us, and good luck for the rest of the year up there in the Gascoigne Footy Association. Of course, filming footy, we're going to hopefully be travelling up there to live stream your grand final, and hopefully for your boys Exmouth, you're going to be featuring that.
Yeah. Well, that's the plan. We'll get this hamstring right, and then I think it's about 4 weeks away. So hopefully see you out there in 4 weeks, and you can give us a plug in the Grandy. That'd be great.
Well, we'll see what happens there with school and things. But no, it's been great having you along. Thanks very much. Gascoigne, they can hold their heads high, while for North Pilbara, their attention turns now to later on in the game and in the day rather. And hopefully for them onto tomorrow at Fremantle Community Bank Oval, as we await for Tony Neal. Will be crossing down to him very shortly after a big 40-point effort and win from the North Pilbara. Tony's pulling a few players together to present our player of the match, our Optima Ag player of the match, and the Omnibus Igniter. And we have to thank our sponsors, Nutrien Ag Solutions, CBH Group, Belts Up, Think Mental Health, Regional Men's Health, West Australian Football Commission, and Macintosh & Son and Bruce Rock Engineering, as well as Sportal for providing the scoreboard, and Fairman's Hire, the scaffolding. We really do appreciate all their support, and thanks to you guys who are sitting at home wherever you are around the planet. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. We certainly are enjoying bringing it to you. It looks as though Tony is just about ready and in possession. Just a few last-minute adjustments. He's got 3 players with him who all had fantastic games in their own rights. As the North Pilbara boys head into the sheds, we'll get ready to cross down to him now. Tony.
Well, folks, what an absolute pleasure. Our best on-ground, Guy Langdon, the winner of the Beanie and the 25-year commemorative jumper, and didn't want to come over, actually. Wanted to give it away to someone else, but that's the team spirit, mate. Great game out there, first of all.
Yeah, thank you very much. As I said, I think, everyone had a pretty good game. I felt a bit unworthy, but, yeah, we'll take it. Great team effort. We're looking a bit iffy for finals, so, yeah, we need a big last game. We're all pumped, but, yeah, good to be here again and representing the Pilbara. It's good.
I'll tell you what was impressive was there was a minute to go in the game. You're already winning by a fair bit, but I could hear you manning up on someone, but also talking to other players. So a lot of that leadership on field and sharing of the leadership, because the coach can't get the message out. Is that a good thing that the team's been doing with the gelling?
Yeah, that's it. Like, we've all sort of come together for the first time, all got a lot of respect for each other, know how each other plays. So, we just talk as much as we can and try and get the job done. Yeah.
All right. Thanks so much. And Nathan, is it Bravington? Yes. And what's your home team, Nathan?
Karratha Cats.
Karratha Cats. So how far have you guys travelled to get down here?
2-hour flight.
2-hour flight. And how do you reckon the flight will be on the way back home?
A bit sore, I reckon, yeah.
Any frothies before you head off? Or?
Depends if we get into tomorrow or not, so we'll wait and see for that.
All right, well, outstanding game, mate, and enjoy the Archie Thongs. And, of course, Mitchell Mackay, good to celebrate that last goal, but it's about participation, mate. You've all done well to get down here and represent the Gascoigne area. So how far have you guys travelled?
Hour and a half, plane trip, yeah.
Plane trip, yeah. And your home club up there?
Carnarvon Ramblers.
Carnarvon Ramblers. Well, we've called you the Omnibus Igniter, mate, so fantastic game. As I say to everyone, have a look at these guys, fantastic representatives of their family, their home clubs and also their region. So very well done to all our award winners, and good luck for the best of the championships to all of you. Well done.
Thanks, mate.
When you think of the future of your business, what is it that you hope for?
I'm just going to start the irrigator.
Ways to grow? Ways to be more self-reliant? And always be one step ahead? Are you looking for a partner with solutions to complex business problems? Well, no matter your goal, with Nutrien Ag Solutions, we'll help you go further.
Since day one, Macintosh & Son has been growing our services and support for our customers while investing in the future of our people. We know you need the right equipment and we will be there when it matters most. Macintosh & Son. Grow with us.
Now, Wayne from Port Hedland, so I'll hold it like this, you said, and then I'll throw it up.
Mate, just throw the ball up,
I was taught not to throw the footy in footy.
Well, normally we bounce it, but...
Look out!
Oh, mate, you'll never umpire bouncing like that, mate.
That's it. We're out of here. All right, you blokes do a great job out here, so well done, and thank you very much. I'll tell you what else is out here, folks. There's a bit of fluff. That's going around. There's a bit of tape I found as well, but in actual fact, the pitch here looks fantastic. It's... one might say a little bit chopped up, but with my footy career I never got into the centre. I might have kicked it to the centre but never made it to the centre. But wander down here, James, because you can see this like the runway a lot of these players have been coming in on. The plane comes in. Have a look at this, beautiful lush and green, and then we the day before. The Peel Lane Group Stadium, the people here at Peel have done a fantastic job, and we look back towards the grandstand here. It's just absolutely sensational, and I've left knock that off, so I don't know who's there, and I don't know. Can I have my? He's knocked my fair income, knocked my notepad off. Can't trust you, umpies. So we've got thank you, Great Southern, of course, in the navy blue out here, and Hill. The 18 teams that we have to remember, so that's what's happening. But it is quite firm out here. The umpires, of course, we appreciate. I was talking to the umpires coach up there earlier, so he's doing a fantastic job. And look, for all the communities out here, if we can see if we can get our cameraman just to turn to see what the players actually see when they're out here. There's a fair bit of noise, but you've got this great facility out here with a grandstand, and people are waving. Of course, that'd be our co-commentator. I thought he's trying to get me off. That won't happen. And what we're going to do is take you into the coin toss, of course, but you can us out here. So all it's been rolled, so there's not much, a bit like me on top. There's not much grass there, but there's enough just to give it a covering. And while we're here, Nutrien, fantastic sponsors. They've been going 49 years, and the way I'm going, well, we're hoping we'll get them to 50 because we'll be respectful with them. They have been absolutely sensational across the championships, 4 days of championships. It's a great day down here. It's Division 3. We've seen some fantastic football already and some of the skill, and the North Pilbara boys there, very humble. Guy didn't want to come over and get his award. He wanted to share it with others, but well done. And listen, you get the 25-year commemorative jumper, which is sensational. I've kept one in my bag, of course. They said keep it as a prop, so I've done that. And, of course, the Dartfish beanies, well, no worries at all there. And, of course, we're handing out the Archie's thongs, and don't tell anyone, just between you and I, I've got one pair in each colour at home. Anyway, they are fantastic. You sleep in the Archie's thongs. But, of course, you can see up the back there, Fairman's Hire. Fairman's Hire have done our scaffolding up there, and they've been fantastic across the 2 years that we've been down here at Lane Group Stadium. And really thankful that we can get our cameraman up higher. And it's the boss at the moment, so we hope he goes all right. Stop shaking that scaffolding, you blokes. So he should be all right up there. So we hope you're enjoying it around all the regions as we get ready for this big game. And I thought that was the captain coming down. It's actually number 20 there. Now, he missed a few in the earlier game, and I've had a bit of a chat to him in the stands, and we'll see how we go. We told him, just have a look at this, James. Wander in. There he goes. Oh, and we just wander down here. Oh, quickly we get the coin toss here. So let's look at this. Come in. Big fella here to stay over here. I reckon he's a big bloke, isn't he? Okay, let's have a look at the umpire here. Official coin. Mate. Here we go. Well done. Good luck to both teams. And let me get out of here. Fair income if that's what's out here. James, get me off the ground. So well done on the coin toss. And I was just shivering there when I stood next to that bloke. And fantastic. We wanted to bring you a bit of an insight. We might go into the rooms later on and have a look what it feels like to run out the tunnels on this ground, because it's sensational. This is the only opportunity I'll ever get on a league ground. So we hope you've enjoyed that, folks. And we'll take you back to the central commentary position right now.
Thank you, Tony. How about that? Wasn't that a fantastic insight for all those at home? We had a bit of Tony Gregg, a bit of Ian Chappell with the pitch report, and then Ian Chappell with the coin toss. But it was fantastic to have that sort of access out here at Low Group Stadium, and that's the sort of access you get here on Filming Footy and at Dartfish as we prepare for this big game between the Great Southern and the Hills. Great Southern, who were agonisingly close to beating the Esperance Districts Footy Association earlier today, but were just overrun in the last half, and the Hills, who got over the top of Gascoigne a little earlier on, as Tony now makes his way back up to the commentary box. He'll be joined in commentary by a representative from the Hills Footy Association, hopefully, or some associate, as we prepare for this game between the Gascoigne and Hills. Both sides would have their sights set on the grand final tomorrow, and hopefully for both teams' sake they can, or at least one of them, they can get into there. So Tony, great access down there, great work to bring that to us, and thank you to the players as well and the umpires for allowing us out onto the ground and to get access to them and to the coin toss and what goes on out on a football field before the game and before a big game as well for both these two associations to get into the grand final tomorrow, of course, at Fremantle Community Bank Oval in the Division 3 competition. Tony just getting his stuff sorted, so then all his paperwork and everything ready. In the meantime, I'll be calling you through the opening few plays of this big clash between Great Southern and the Hills. Beale on hands and knees tries to get it out. Patching did so effectively. High up and under kick to centre half forward. Over the back in the helmet was Thomas. He was brought down. Play on, says the umpire. Managed to just get a toe to it and wrapped up. We'll have another stoppage. Just what forward of centre here for the Hills, and Tony's back. He's going to take you through this game.
So big game on here, and bang goes the players through there. And keep an eye out for big Stephen Beale. We're going to be joined here by Tessa Daly, who's going to come in, and she's from the Gascoigne Football Association. We'll just get her set up in a moment as the Hills football team. Nice linking play, big long handball over the top. A little bit of trouble there for the players. Round it comes on the left foot, and that's a nice kick by number 15, which is Robbie Lee. Goes forward now. Oh, long raking kick there, Zachary Jackson. Up they fly, and that's a great mark in front. Number 27 there, and that's Brandon Ugle, who's had a very good championship. Seen him getting a lot of the ball in the earlier games as well. Oh, just chips it off, unselfish, gets it across. Number 8 here is Stephen Edwards, and he wanders in for his first goal and a good start for the Great Southern team. So joining us, Tessa Daly from Gascoigne. Tessa, first of all, your role with Gascoigne. We'll come to the trainer in a minute, but you've got a bigger role, of course.
Yeah, so I'm... Yeah, so I'm the secretary of the Gascoigne Football Association, and then also the team manager for this weekend. So been pretty busy, but yeah, it's been great fun.
And Tessa, you're also the trainer as well, are you, or running the water? Which one?
Yeah, I was a trainer as well for the boys, so a few different hats.
We talk about volunteers in these regional areas, and here we have a young person doing a great job. We spoke with you last year, of course, and you know, 3 different roles you're doing across the championships. We'll just come back to you in a moment as the ball goes up. The big fella taps backwards this time, and that was Stephen Beale. Not to the advantage, so Davies is flying out of there, and he's being chased by Jesse Gagliano. Shepherd goes on, it's on that far side, a little bit slippery there, and going to ground Bradley Jetto, our best player, one of the games there, or an award winner. It just goes out over the line. So Tessa, tell us first of all, Gascoigne, how far from the big smoke, I guess, from Perth for the people around Australia and the world that are watching?
Yeah, so the Gascoigne Football Association's made up from Exmouth and Carnarvon. So only a small league, unfortunately only having 3 teams in the comp now since COVID. But I think this is something that we've been really looking at wanting to do. And first year last year and over 26 years, so to come down, it was fantastic. So hopefully it continues to grow.
So 26 years in the making. How much time did the players get to actually mingle together prior to the carnival? Because we know some teams don't really get that opportunity and some do.
Yeah, it's really tricky. Carnarvon and Exmouth, that's 350 kilometres between the two towns. So it's a fair way to travel to get trainings and whatnot done. So to try and be, reliant that everyone's going to be able to gel together, it is definitely difficult. And hopefully the more and more we continue to be in the carnival, the more we can continue to grow there.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you there. We'll come back to the footy and we'll come back with a few more chats as the ball out wide here. Player under pressure. It's quite vigorous. 1, 2 tackles. That's 3 big tackles. And that's been rewarded by Great Southern. So good play. How have you seen the football? Being the trainer, of course, we can hear the sounds of that last game. Some of those clashes.
Yes.
Very strong physical, the country lads. And is it fishing up your way? What's the industry up your way?
Exmouth, there's a lot of the fishing crew up that way, but then we've got the horticulture industry, so right through the plantations as well. But a lot of our blokes are tradies, I guess, so pretty fit bodies.
All right, just coming out here, talking about crossing over here, and you need it to cover 3 or 4 games. Oh, that could have been a push, and it was well adjudicated by the lovely umpires that we had a chat with in between games. Nice kick along there too, so some of the skill is quite high. Braden Hilgert with ball in hand. Diagonally inside, that's a great lead and a great kick, and very good mark there by Stephen Shaw, and he kicks long into the middle, so they're going diagonal. Is that a mark? No, it's not. Look at the battle of the ruckman. So we're coming out. So when you talk about plantations, someone like myself, over from SA, lived in Victoria, travelled around WA, what's growing on the plantations?
Bananas, Carnarvon's known for, quite big. So, but during winter we've got some fantastic produce there, so all your fresh veggies as well.
So Orsel just goes forward there, and I can remember coming over here in the late 90s, and I've never seen fruit and veggies so rich. The soil around WA must be so good. The strawberries were the size of apples, that's fair, and the taste, and for those non-vegetarians, the lamb chops were sensational as well. But the food over here, I don't know what it is, but it is really good. There's something in the air and in the soil and in the sea, so fantastic. What do you do with yourself through the week? Are you working? Or you?
Yeah. So I'm actually work for the Stephen Michael Foundation, so I'm regional manager
Beautiful.
For the Midwest and Gascoigne region. So pretty awesome.
Thank goodness you didn't say I'm an influencer, Tony. I wouldn't know where to go with that in 2023, but fantastic effort that you're doing. And let's just have a look now as they go forward, and a nice grab there. Big fella put the jukes up. Just trying to see there. Yeah, it does look like, we haven't got a number 9, so we apologise to our viewers out there. We'll see if we can rectify that shortly as he comes in and kicks that goal. So well done to Great Southern Football League, and they've got a second score on the board. How are the boys finding it? They have a bit of a chat last night about things and how they're finding look, it's about participation. It's not about the score. It's about participation. Come down as a group, get together, play together, and that in itself, sometimes I tear up because you hear these stories and you just think there's the reward. Right there.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think we've really struggled, and since I've been on the committee for the last, 4 years, one of the things I've really wanted to push and see is that off-field, collaboration between the clubs. I'm a very competitive person as well. I get the white line fever, but even just a minute ago, the half-time speech at the last game, it was so emotional. You see the different clubs all with their arms around each other and saying, we're wearing this jumper together, which is fantastic.
And that's what we love to hear, the stories from, as we see this ball out on the wing, but the stories from the players. Big fella there, that's well done, well crafted there by big Stephen Beale. They go forward outside here on the angle to Robbie Lee. Robbie Lee on the left foot. Look at that ball. It just floated. It didn't spin. Quick hands around the corner. Number 17 here. We have got him. That's Zachary Jackson, and just offline there and through for 1 point. James. Sorry, folks, just trying to sort out numbers here as we come back. And Tessa, don't be afraid to call. For goodness sakes, I'll encourage you.
It'd be all right if it was the Gascoigne. We'll struggle a bit here.
Yeah, don't we all? But no, look at this good play. This player's done well too. Jaden Scott, round on the left foot. We've seen a bit of him, and he can do well. And Graham Ross with ball in hand, the big fella. He missed all his shots in the game. It was a little bit of, look, we do this tongue in cheek, but they said if he kicks them in the warm up, he misses them in the game. And I had a bit of a chat to him up here in the stands. See if we can straighten him up a bit. Comes in and got it. He has. That is a great goal. So I watched him warming up. I was talking with the umpires. I wanted to wander over, but tell you what, that little bit of a chat might have worked there. So Isaac Boehm is number 9 for Great Southern. So he also has kicked the goal, and we thank our assistants down there, our cameraman and all the producers around here for their assistance. And that was a great kick in by number 25, Jaden Scott. Gets it to the leading forward, Graham Ross. He's a big fella, isn't he? When he kicks straight like that,
absolutely.
Very hard to stop. And it straightens up your team, doesn't it, when you've got a big forward like that?
Yeah, definitely.
So ball goes up in the middle, as we as we said there. It's not who wins the tap, it's what happens next. Look at him go up. That's good defending. Big fist in the background. Player can't take it, Bradley Jetta, but he gets in over the ball and helps out. And we'll have a little stoppage again in play. Ball just bobbles around there. Second ball up. Oh, player just almost upended there. So Tessa, tell us, you guys come down, what Wednesday do you come down? Take us through what Gascoigne do to get down here, and then I'm a bit worried about the trip home. We'll just watch this bit of play first and we'll come back to that, sorry. Oh, player, is he held? And we'll get a shot on goal here. Michael Hine is the player. I'll tell you what I did notice, you don't see very much. Couple of players with their socks up, Tessa.
The pride. That's why my brother is out there. He wears the socks up and always gets teased about that one.
Well, back in the day we used to say wear the coloured boots to get noticed, but number 17 here just pops that a little bit short, Michael Hine. Tired legs with 3 or 4 games in. They're going to release. That's a dangerous kick. I keep saying it. Mike Mitchell Jackson. Now they release out the far side. Oh, up high there was Edwards. Couldn't take it. They're back onto it here, the Hills team. They go after it again here. And Stubber ran on there. That's good play. So he gets it back. Kicks it wide down that wing. I'll tell you what, he's a long way from goal too. Graham Ross. They put a bit of work into him and it just gets over the boundary line out there. The big fella throwing it back there. I stood next to him in the middle for the coin toss. He's a man mountain. It doesn't look so big now. Says me from 100 metres away. So he is a good man. Well done. Kyle Tenardi it is. Going up in the ruck. Oh gee, that throw gives the advantage to the Hills. Onto it there was Gyron Woods. Quick player. And the players, how'd they find the speed of the game first? I'll come back to that big question in a moment.
Look, we played Onshore Cup first and got a win there, which was great for the Gascoigne. We didn't have a win last year, so I think they, were feeling quite well, feeling quite good. And then, Pilbara in the end there, they were just very fast. Too fast for us, I think. Had a few injuries, unfortunately, as what probably is expected out of a carnival like this. But, so for a couple of days of football and players to travel and all the rest, it's quite impressive, really.
So ball comes forward here. Nice lead given off. Player up high. Tried to take it on the chest. Great recovery. Look at him go. This little fella here gets hold of it and kicks it too well. Jason Ford, he popped that around the corner and through for a point. How many in your squad? Do you bring the full 30? What ends up happening there?
Yeah, so ideally we wanted to, but it, a couple of last minute withdrawals. So I think we ended up having 27.
Okay, nice mark here on the wing to the Hills team. So that's a long raking kick. The 2 big ruckmen go at it, and that's Stephen Beale again. Wheels around. Just caught in a sticky bit there, so didn't get the purchase he wanted on that ball. Up and down. Look at him, 3 jumpers around him. You won't get away from that, and racked out of there. And that is good work there. Jake Foreman, you can see why he's in the team. He could be riding Horse 3 at Flemington. Horse 3 in race 4 at Flemington when you have a look at him. But, geez, what a great player he is. He puts his body in and applies the tackles as well. So, well done to that young man. And, wow, big Tenardi. Look at that kick. Straight into the middle. It sticks in the grass. Freshly laid grass a couple of days ago. Didn't bounce as required. 1-2. They line up. They do support well, but couldn't get the ball out there. So, they're under pressure here. Great Southern. Real pressure. 1, 2, 3. So we see what we saw at the other end. We see a lot of blue jumpers around red now with the Great Southern coming in and putting pressure on the hills and just getting himself up there, big Stephen Beale. Up against Jackson Ryan. Ryan wins the tap too to the advantage of the hills. Try for a soccer out there. Oh, it's anyone's ball. 1, 2. That wasn't a throw. Here's the socks up. They look like candy-coloured socks. Look at them. Around they go. Matt Malaby. Beautiful red and white, representing the area quite well, but it's going to be released here by Stephen Edwards. Up and down, and will he play on? No, he won't. That's Zachary Jackson with ball in hand. So far side, pardon me, just comes inwards to Ryan Davies. So Gascoigne, tell us about it now. They come down Wednesday, was it?
No, Thursday they did. So last year... yeah, we got the bus down, and there wasn't too many that were super keen on that. So this year it took a fair bit of a convincing, but we got flights down. So had our players fly from Carnarvon and Exmouth on Thursday, and then they're all heading back either Monday or Tuesday. So yeah, it could be quite a fun night tonight, I think, with everyone bonding. That's for sure.
Will they head out? Well, whether they're in it or not, but will they head out to the ground tomorrow to watch the final? Some may not. Or there's an AFL game on.
Yeah, well, I've booked the bus, so hopefully there's a few that jump on the bus in the morning. But now with the C grade or Division 3 final being so early, we'll see how many actually make the bus in the morning. But
so you mean the bus to the ground?
Yeah, to the ground.
Oh, fantastic! Yeah, because I did hear one of the other teams up there cheering for one of the teams out on the ground as well. So there's a little bit of that cross-pollination, if you like, between some of the regions and the areas. And it's great, the support and the players to play here and hear all that noise. You don't need many here to have a great atmosphere. Player just bobbling around there. That's Scorer, who played a good game earlier on as well. Oh, gee, taken high. And he will be the recipient of the free kick, and that is Ryan Kinnear. It's a player streaming forward here. Tate McLean out wide on the wing. He's going to come into play here if it hits the ground. Gliding by. Goes, just shy of McLean. So it gets to Joel Want. And he wants that ball to go into his forward line player. And that player will turn around for us in a moment. How good's that? Or will he? He's going to go around the corner. Because you've got the stand rule.
Yep.
So we'll just come back to this in a minute. Tess, I'm going to ask you about that. So round the corner. Tired leg it was, and that was Zachary Jackson. So do you have the rules here, the stand rule, the 666 rules? Do you play with those rules at home as well?
Yeah, so last year we introduced that into the competition, given that it's played at Country Week, so just to make sure our boys were all over it, because I'm sure there would have been a few 50s given away if not. And
the extra meterage, the fullback gets the kick as well?
Yes.
Same one? Yeah.
Yeah.
So just keep an eye here on the hills as they come forward. That's good play. Can he get away? No, he can't. Matt Malaby just caught up there. Oh, I'll tell you what, he's extracted that ball out. That is fantastic. 1-2. That is sensational play, and I'll tell you what, I've got to put that down as the play of the match, because he just never gave up, and you'll love seeing that. The endeavour, it's the thing you can't measure, but that was sensational play there by Matt Malaby. Long kick in, up it goes. Players converge, it's a soccer off the ground. And that looks to be, I reckon that was Bradley Jetta if we get a replay. In it comes, let's just see the pack converge. There he is, Bradley Jetta. So thank you very much to our magnificent producer Hayley today, who's doing a marvellous job up here with a cast of thousands on the crew. But that Matt Malaby effort on the outer wing there, talked about him having the socks up, bit of tongue-in-cheek. I reckon it's a great look. That's how all footballers should play. But who am I to say? And he never gave up. and that results in his team getting a goal. And as we said, Tessa, you can't measure endeavour. Striving to do your best for your region. It's great to see, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, definitely. And just the second efforts of some of these blokes, like they've been playing, you know, a pretty hard level of football, and to keep going. The weather's been a bit tricky for them, I think, as well. It's quite slippery out there.
Yes, it's a very short ground. I took the hat off before. I said it's short like my hair, but they've shaved it right down, and it has been a little bit underfoot, but no rain today yet.
Yeah.
We had wet rain on Thursday. Of course, rain is wet, you know, but we had a damp ground was what I was alluding to as well early in the day. So, ball on the ground. Oh, streaming through. Look at this player go. I tell you what, he likes to get around, that bloke. That is number 12, Riley Marriott. And I tell you what, we're just talking about that hardness and attack on the ball. He streamed through there. Look at him go. Bang, breaks one. Goes long with the kick. He saw the two big white posts come up, and I reckon they separated for him, and he kicked it right through the middle. Some players, Tessa, they come through like that, and the goalposts go about an inch apart. And they go, oh, just great. But that was good composure and a great goal by the Hills, and they're fighting back in this first half. We're just winding through the quarter as we speak. So great work there. For those of you enjoying the game at home, the Sportal scoreboard, of course, fantastic. We've got the footy show on every day, mentioning a lot of the players, a lot of the highlights. I reckon that highlight will go on as well. So up it goes. Just bobbling around. Oh, player thrown out there. Did you see what happened to him, Tessa? Bloke come out the back of the pack. Keep an eye on it for us. It's like kangaroo watch when we're driving. Someone has to watch everything.
You're doing a very good job. I'm very impressed to be able to switch across. It's great.
No, you're going well. So look at the big pack in the middle there, and they all fight for it. And interesting to see. See, there's one winger that's out on his own here as the siren goes at half time. And we have the score there at 3 goals, 321 to 2 goals straight 12. And we will take a short break.
When you think of the future of your business, what is it that you hope for?
I'm just going to start the irrigator.
Ways to grow? Ways to be more self-reliant? And always be one step ahead. Are you looking for a partner with solutions to complex business problems? Well, no matter your goal, with Nutrien Ag Solutions, we'll help you go further.
Since day one, Macintosh & Son has been growing our services and support for our customers while investing in the future of our people. We know you need the right equipment and we will be there when it matters most. Macintosh & Son. Grow with us.
Well, of course, we're joined by Tessa Daly here, associated with the Gascoigne, living in Geraldton, and you're with the Stephen Michael Foundation, is that correct?
Yes.
Fantastic player over here in Western Australia, wasn't he? Didn't go over to the AFL, decided to stay here, but we've heard, I live in South Australia, grew up in Victoria, but we still heard about this magnificent player, and I can remember watching him in the state games. Tell us a little bit about the magnificent work you're doing with the foundation, Tessa.
Yeah, so it's an absolute honour to be obviously working in, as Stephen being our patron and working underneath his name. We work primarily with disengaged youth, but not restricted to, in all different parts of WA now. So early days it was based around the South Fremantle Football Club recruitment zone.
Yep.
So that were our first main hotspots, I suppose. So Carnarvon, the Gascoigne, and Meekatharra and Upper Great Southern and parts of the metro. And now I think we're in more zones outside of South Fremantle than actually South Fremantle, but not all just footy focused. Obviously I'm pretty passionate about it and a lot of our staff are, but yeah, working with leadership programs in the school, all abilities as well, which is great.
So Tessa, this is the bit that gets me going, because you're not just, and even a coach out here today or with the Colts and that, you're not just coaching, you're teaching life skills, isn't it? It's the broader picture, and it's all around life skills.
Yes, yeah, no, definitely. And to be able to, the power of sport, in general, and that's a fantastic carrot what we use at work, and being able to be a volunteer and involved in things like football and these sort of carnivals as well, it's great.
All right, we'll come back to you in a moment. Hills team just going forward there. Can they capitalise? It's down in a dangerous position. It's in their forward pocket, about 30 metres from goal. They just need a glide by here if they can. The big ruckman tries to push off but can't keep up with the players there because the little fellas, but they're fumbling. They need a clear take. How have you seen the game? You see some of these congestions, and we'll get you to have a look at the clearance here. How have you seen some of this work?
Yeah, look, I think yesterday it was a bit tricky with some of the wet weather, and it seems like it is getting a bit congested. They're all starting to get a bit heated. But once it clears, like the Pilbara in that last game were fantastic with their clearances and how they were able to move the ball.
So Hilgett there goes out to what we call the fat side. Players converge on it, 3-on-1. Big fella, he never gave up there. That's twice now, and that's Brett McKinlay. Comes around. Oh, tried to push off. You're not Dusty Martin, mate. I'll tell you what, he was close. Not quite, doesn't happen. There's only one Dusty. I'll tell you that for the Tigers fan. Anyway, away we go. Good effort though. Good on him. Up it goes. Look, 2-on-1, 3-on-1, so you're never going to get near that. They break free. They look like twins from here, those two blokes. Out it comes. Oh, I'll tell you what, the Hills can't get the handball away. Umpire doesn't call it, so it's play on and congestion again. Fast feet required and clean hands. Don't worry about what's coming. Josh Hollingum gets it around. He's back there again. Can they get it out here, the Hills? Oh, it's tight and tough in there. Stephen, the scorer, just outside, centre half forward. Just wait for this ball up here. Up it goes. The two big men battle. Oh, taken out of the pack there by, well, that was Matt Orsel, that was. Oh, they're out here. Great Southern, down the wing, down that far side. Daniel Patching. Oh, just a nice chip. That is a beautiful looking kick. Pops it inside, and Zachary Jackson, who has had a lot of the ball in this game, has come up with the ball just over on that, not quite the half-forward flank, caught between half-forward flank, forward pocket. He'll kick from 35 out, slight angle. You can see the windsock in the background here is actually blowing to that end, but it's more blowing across his right to left shoulder, so he's going to have to aim a little bit at the right-hand post as he wanders in. Geez, he just gets a toe under it. Doesn't quite give it enough. We've seen that happen a little bit down there. That's a clever little soccer by that player there for the Hills, because he knew what he was doing, wanting that ball to bounce up. Unfortunately, he couldn't get it to his teammate, so it gives the Hills team the advantage. It's in their forward pocket. Have a look at this. This is Tessa, what we call a rolling ball. Don't tell me!
Oh,
wow. Stephen Edwards with his second, and Tessa, you rose up off the seat there. How exciting was that?
That was very good, very good.
That is a
Need the
great
highlights
goal.
there.
Have a look. There he goes around the corner. That could be a contender for a goal of the match, if not the championships. That's the Bruce Rock Engineering mark of the game, and that's the McIntosh and Sons goal of the game. And that could be it right there, number 8. Stephen Edwards. And that just stretches that lead a little bit further for them. So Great Southern. Can they get another? Can they get 2 in a row? Can the Hills fight back here? They do through the middle. That's a penetrating kick, long and hard, and a nice mark there by Mitchell Jackson. Well, he wheels around and comes out to the wing towards Toby Hall. Oh, down low. Great pick-up, young man, and he settles now. Can he get the good kick in? Oh, well done again. That could be a push, and it is against. So they're away here through scorer again. Scorer comes in, high kick. No one able to take it, so it hits the ground. And what happens here, it's a battle between the 50s as we speak. Just that push out. That player, that was very smart there. He knew exactly what he was doing. Wheels around on the right and it gets over the top. As I said, that was Daniel Patching. We're starting to see a bit of just kicking between the 50s.
Yeah, it seemed like it was
Tessa?
happening a bit, throughout the carnival. It can get quite, the midfielders getting a bit tired out there, I think, sometimes.
That's a relaxed kick in. Goes to a player who's been quite influential. Now he gets it out going round the corner. We can all see what young Jason Ford was trying to do and just couldn't quite execute. If anything, the ball probably slipped on the surface rather than bounced as it normally would. And that was the issue there, as Foreman it is, with a raking kick, but well defended out there by Orsel. Goes down after it. Extracted out now by the Hills. One, will they get it? Will they go inside with the ball? And it's down into the wing. That's the no man's land. Good old 50-50 battle, and charging through. Tried to. Bang, they go. Bo Ewan, you are in trouble, but it comes out. See that execution, not quite right there, and Graham Ross really had to reach down to get that. Puts his hand up, says, well done, bud. You're trying your best for our team. So there's a player free here, and that is Jason Ford. He's trying to extract the goal after that last left foot shot. They've picked him up now. Goes to the front. Oh, just bang, in he goes. That was Matt Orsel. Brought to ground, but trying very hard out there. Orsel helps up his opponent. The ruckman looks and says to the umpire, you do it here, mate, because that's where I'm standing. Orsel it is this time. Nice kick in. That's a high kick. Oh, look, there he is. We talked about him, and he's hit the post, which is a point post, which means it's out of bounds on the full down there. But geez, quite lively, isn't he, Jason Ford?
He is. He's a bit of a classy player out there. He likes to do the special stuff.
So they're out the back here, the Hills, around the corner, and guess what? Another turnover out on that far wing, Hayden Ballantyne wing. They load up again here, Great Southern. Nice kick in, almost kicked the kick. 1-2 players have a go at it. It's on the ground. That's made it hard. Now it's up in the air. Player forging through again on that left boot. Probably outdone for height here, but I'll tell you what, the only player to keep his feet. And he goes forward here, number 18, was it, I believe? Could have been Will Brazier. And just offline. And a let off there for Great Southern as the score is 4 goals 4, 28 to 2 goals 1, 13. About halfway through, we'll have a look halfway through this second half of his test, because they don't play quarters.
Yeah.
They play halves until tomorrow, of course. Well, I went to look up the footy and I get Rick Asbury singing at Glastonbury and he's singing AC/DC. Well, that doesn't interest anyone. Let's find the footy on YouTube, please, because we want to know the score and what time in the game it is.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky to read the scoreboard from here.
Yeah, so unfortunately, that's a nice grab. The defence has been good here. Again by the Hills. Just turned that over, though. I've been very impressed with that player, Matt Orsel. Gets it inside the 50. Oh, he's having a little bit of a purple patch here, is young Jason Ford. Pops it up, but once again, good defence, and you like to see that courage out there, Tessa, from some of these players defending.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just trying to keep going. You know, sometimes you can hang your head a little bit, so it's great to see him.
Nice
getting
kick
a
by
roll on.
Riley Marriott, and Jared Young with ball in hand. That's a raking kick down the wing. Players slide, can't take it. Well, Great Southern under a bit of pressure here, right on the wing. Keeps it in, does he? No, he doesn't. And that was Toby Hall trying to track that ball. Young boundary umpire here just steps in. Doing a great job, the umpires. They've come from all around. Ruckman ready to battle. Shallow throw, so playing in front. Oh, taking the ground is Big Beal. Gets a bit of attention. 1-2. They need someone gliding by. They've got Leighton Smith there, it was. Kicks down the wing. Right in front of us here. Oh, slippery feet there by 1-2 players. Keeping his feet there was Ugle, and he was in a lot of trouble. A little bit of a push off, a little bit of fun and games with Ugle and Jared Young. Played in good spirit, Tessa.
Yes.
The games across the
I think so, definitely. Like, it's great that when everyone can shake their hands afterwards. I think all country people can be quite good for that side of things.
Yeah, so this player's had a good game too. Riley Marriott kicked the goal, now he's down back, but just as we say it, turns it over. And Great Southern will release again. Oh, so you can't move as the player on the mark, so you've got to wait for the umpire to call it. And this player, Matt Orsel's had an outstanding game. Raking left foot he is. Long into attack there. Just on that far wing, they're running it through now. The Hills team, they can't quite get that ball all the way through, or bursting through. Over there, number 28, that was Tom Gaunt. Oh, it's inside 50 now. Just, stop and prop on the left foot. Player free in the goal square. That is Stephen Scorer, stood still. I think he was hiding behind the goalpost, Tessa, between you and I.
Good play there. That's very
and that's
selfless,
sharing the ball around. And that's a nice goal there, manufactured from the Hills Football League there. Well done. Forwards working well, good functioning forward line to get that kick in. It hung a long time in the air though, that ball. But finally got in. And good sharing as we're winding around time-wise. About 10 minutes left, I'm told, so if I can get rid of Rick Astley singing AC/DC, I'll be able to look that up, but it's not a bad song actually, Tessa, just quietly. Anyway, umpire comes in. No, we're struggling, aren't we? That's what we're looking at. Up and down it goes. Hills now, can they get an answer? Oh, bang. Can they get two in a row? Left foot raking kick, it's actually cleared everyone. It's going to bounce a long way there. Did it hit the post? No, it didn't. So another score for Great Southern. And that's the thing. Can you answer, or will Hills get two in a row? So we're questioning that at the moment.
They've been working hard, their back line, so
They
the
have.
reward can, hopefully it comes for them.
Joseph Butler able to run out a long way. Look at that piercing kick, and this might be the way. Quite direct here, Tessa, as they put it out to the running player on the wing. Hopefully to get the bounce up. He does. He handballs that off because he was under pressure. Well done by Great Southern as well to put that pressure on, and inside again, number 25, and that is Jaden Scott. Breaks away, puts it there to a player who's playing a great game. Well, just steps away, tries to kick that in, can't quite get it on, and that was Zachary Jackson. So it comes out the other side now. It is a little bit of circle work as we speak. Daniel Thomas, he's put that out very wide, 10 points in it. Oh, back this way, well done, and that is Orsel again, lining up for a jumper and beanie, I'd suggest. Over on that far side, all players up and down. Over it comes, couldn't quite get it. We could see that player there, Scorer, was free. They couldn't get it to him. Raking kick comes in, who's up? Oh, they all get around it, no one can take it. Panic in the back line. Panic on the dance floor. Away we go, and just bundled through there. But I'll tell you what, Joseph Butler, if he walks outside of that square there, he'll get this as a stat for a kick in. So that might have been a deliberate set play, you see.
A few of our fullbacks love that stat now.
Yeah, good on him. Oh, he stayed inside, so I'm not sure he gets the stat, but this is Jack Glands with ball in hand. Long kick down to the half-back line. Up they go. See, playing in front, you'll never make that metre up. That looks like Tanardi, I reckon. Big fella. Comes in square, dangerous kick. Scorer it is. Where does he go? He wheels around. They try to go diagonally down to that half-forward line. Good battle in the middle. That's the handball out, and I've liked Matt Mallaby at times, and that's a clever kick. And he puts it onto the chest of number 16, Ryan, and he's going to go short again. Big player comes out. Look out! Oh, I'll tell you what, you're in all kinds of trouble. Oh, and he gets one back as well. So a little bit of byplay. Ball comes in. That's nice work.
Oh, it's gone through.
He's tried
Well
three
done.
times, and that was Bradley Jetta there, who's got his second. There was a little bit of byplay, just as I'm talking about how friendly they all are out there, and that puts the Hills back in contention here.
Very much so. No, very well deserved.
So, yeah, big player ran out there, and that was Brett McKinlay came roaring out, and he bumped into Jaden Scott, and Jaden Scott didn't like it, and he did what we call handed out a receipt in back play there. And then they pretty much shook hands, and I'll probably have a beer after the game because that's physical footy, isn't it? Just, I was going to say it's a man's game, but tell us you're just doing a bit of work on the women's football up there in the Gascoigne and some exhibition games, I understand.
Yeah. So we've been trying to start it for the last couple of years. Our junior girls, they're able to play with the boys, but then they don't really get a pathway. So had a few of the girls represent in different levels. So I think it's fantastic to get a women's comp happening. More blokes are starting to come around as well to play football, so could be great all around.
Yeah, it's great to get all involved. You have netball up there at all?
Yes, yeah, we do.
You've got to poach a few, don't you, now? But
yeah.
No, it's great for the social side.
Yeah, absolutely. And even like the work in the canteen, you know, the switch from just the canteen ladies, now the boys are in the canteen as well helping out. So it's creating such a great family environment all across the board.
Yeah, and you like that include. Now, talk about it with the forum yesterday, and the development forum was all about getting that inclusiveness and the conduit and getting everyone involved in community. And we've touched on the mental health side of it, but it's so important that sometimes the sport is the glue that keeps the towns together, or
absolutely,
the regions together. And you get there and you can have a chat with your friends,
yep,
win, lose or draw.
And you know, these footy clubs, it's families. It's you know, some people refer to them as their brothers or their, you know, mentors in life. It's great.
I'll tell you what, the Hills are loading up here in the forward line, and desperation here by Great Southern. They need a clean take and they get it. They need to get it up here. It doesn't. Look out, because lurking is Jetta. This way, that way. Gets another kick inside 50. Not a turnover. Umpires let it go. Sense of theatre. They understand the game. It's out in front now. Put the Jets on, young man. Oh, he does pick that up. And around the corner he comes. This is Great Southern. Oh, taken, and just let that go. Well done there. That was Jason Ford. And a little bit of patting on the back by the players there with Jared Young, who was about to... That was actually Jetta. Could have cleaned him right up. So players here all around this ball. Close game. One kick could win it for either team. 5 points in it. Shallow throw. Great Southern come out. Oh, it's a high kick in. Who's down, who's up? Oh, he's dropped that. Umpire says play on. This is Jesse Gagliano trying to get that ball out. Cannot do so. So players come roaring in, and big Kyle Tanardi puts his hand up and he says, try and get it off me, which leaves Graham Ross having to do the ruck work. Oh, player just slipped there. Gets it back. So he's played forward and back. It's over the back. Speaking of, gets it to the big ruckman. Clean hands required. Oh, a raking handball. Don't give it up, please. He has. He's turned it over. Dangerous position this way, that way, and that was Jake Foreman. He goes forward. Can we get a grab? Doesn't matter. It's off hands. Oh, he's put the hands up. He's missed it. He has missed it, the big fella. Brett McKinlay put the hands to the head. 3 minutes to go. There is still time, we can tell you. There is still time. Coming out now. Oh, it's come back in for the Hills. Penetrating kick over the top. Jenna drops it. This way, that way, gives it off. He said, you have the goal, son. Bang! And in it comes Josh Hollingham. And this is a comeback bigger than Lazarus. The Hills hit the front. 5 goals to the accurate kicking for them. That takes them through to 32 points. 4 goals, 630. More scoring shots, 10-7, but could they be ruining those missed shots, the Great Southern? Not long to go now. So we're just winding down and we're just trying to work out who our best players and award winners are going to be. There's big Kyle Tenardi sets himself in the middle. Tenardi. Look at big Stephen Beale, he's set. They're going to collide in the middle. Neither one, Ruckman really wins it. Oh, trying hard to get in there is Jaden Scott. Can't quite extract it. Oh, a player putting his hand up. It's caught in the middle here. There's probably around 2 minutes to go. 1 minute to go. And they're 2 points in front. The Hills, they're going to go forward again. Big fella there, Adam McKinley. Crowd screaming here. They're on the edge of their seats. Great Southern player tackled. And I tell you what, will this be enough for the Hills? It is.
Ooh, well done.
So they come out winners by 2 points. So good even spread there. Excuse us for the pause because we're just working out the better players there, but scoreboard reads 4 goals 6, 30 points to 5 goals 2, 32. So Tessa, that was interesting at the end, wasn't it?
Very.
They came on quite strongly, the Hills, and we talk about what you can't measure, and that was that endeavour and the impetus and the want to win. And I tell you what, they were down for most of that game. They kick ahead, and I love these close games. Of course, there has to be a winner and a loser. We talk about the participation, of course, as well. But what a fantastic game for all our viewers out there watching today, and hope you're enjoying the telecast through Filming Footy and Dartfish. And while we're on that, we'd like to tell you about the truck that's going to be going around all of Western Australia. It's currently being built. I think they've invested about $350,000 to $400,000 in it, Tessa. And
wow.
We're just looking for a little bit more with sponsorship. If anyone's out there and want to get their name all around Western Australia, we've got a fantastic Sportal scoreboard on it. You can advertise anything and everything all over Western Australia. And Tessa, how good would it be to get that little truck up to the Gascoigne? It's got a little bed in the back for the old boy here, and we sit on top and commentate.
Oh, that'd be fantastic.
Big scoreboard on it. So you roll into a ground and your game is live streamed, and the players get the live stream live so they can see themselves, all their families, and anyone in the region, if they haven't turned up to the game, can actually be watching at home, or they can tune in through their phone. There's an app and watch as well. So fantastic opportunity for the sponsors out there. But yeah, let's talk about that, if that came into the region.
Oh, that'd be fantastic. I know when we've had fortunate enough to have some of our grand finals filmed recently, and you know the boys rewatch the highlights time and time again. So wherever we could get filming, and that would just be amazing. Even today we've had people tuning in from Queensland.
Yeah, so close game there, and both teams getting spoken to. It's interesting, one is keep your head up, and the other one is you absolute ripper. Can you imagine what goes on in the change rooms? And we'll have all the results at the end of the day on Between the Posts, and we'll work out which teams where, because we've got 3 divisions, so there's 18, and they talked about it, Tessa, bigger than ever, and as you said, 26 years to get that team together and come down. I take my hat off to you guys, yourself, and all the hard work, because we start talking about it, we say, oh, we'd like to do it, will we, won't we, and you've got to get people positive and on board, and here we are.
Yeah, I think sometimes you've just got to rip the band-aid off too and be prepared to not necessarily be super successful. The off-field success sometimes definitely outweighs the on-field success. So, and that's something that was definitely present last year, and then again moving into this year. So, more and more times it's only going to improve.
So just looking at the award winners here, I think we might only have 2 from the winning team. By the looks of it, we did have a third worked out, but didn't want to come over. So let's just have a look, as we're going to cross down to the award winners very shortly. Just getting in there prepared, and have a look at them in the hills. And that man with the socks up, good on him.
Down at ground level at Lane Group Stadium after a cracking contest between the Hills and the Great Southern. And joining me today is Riley Mamet from the Hills, who's won the best on ground. Riley, congratulations. That was a really tough contest.
Yeah, it was good. They were a really good competition. I thought we performed really well in the late periods of that game. So yeah, we're really proud of ourselves. And I hope we represented Hills pretty well.
Well, you certainly have. In your own personal performance, you've had a really solid carnival right the way through. You're a bigger bodied in there in the contest. Are you happy with the way that you performed over these last couple of days?
Yeah, I am. I think I've developed and the team have developed over the entire carnival. So yeah, it's not about me, it's about the entire team. I think we've all performed really well today. So yeah, we're all really proud.
Well, congratulations. You've got the Dartfish beanie and the 25-year commemorative jumper. And to my left is Matt Molloy. On the outer wing, never gave up, and he kicked a ripper goal as well. So congratulations. You've won a pair of the magnificent Archie thongs. As I just mentioned before, it was a really, really hard contest. 2 evenly matched teams out there, and you now give yourselves a chance to get into the top 2.
Yeah, we had to pump ourselves up. We knew they were a quality outfit. And on the back of effort, we've been talking about that all week, because every team out here knows how to play footy, so it's on the back of some solid effort from the boys, and we stepped up when it counted.
And how hard is it for those watching at home? Obviously, a soft deck today, hard contest, big bodies in there. How hard is it, the mental strength to keep going and to have that work ethic to work hard for both halves over 4 games of really tough footy?
Yeah, it is hard, and we showed we could do it today, because they put it up to us early, a couple of early goals on the board, and we fought back again with that effort. And slippery deck out here, we showed some composure, and I thought our tackle pressure was elite today, and on the back of that, some forwards snagged some goals, and yeah, happy days.
Well, congratulations to the both of you. Also, congratulations to Matt Alzel from the Great Southern, who won the Omnibus Igniter. Unfortunately, he was unable for a chat after the tough loss, but well done to the both of you. We'll go to a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more action from Lane Group Stadium after this.
When you think of the future of your business, what is it that you hope for?
I'm just going to start the irrigator.
Ways to grow? Ways to be more self-reliant? And always be one step ahead. Are you looking for a partner with solutions to complex business problems? Well, no matter your goal, with Nutrien Ag Solutions, we'll help you go further.
Since day one, Macintosh & Son has been growing our services and support for our customers while investing in the future of our people. We know you need the right equipment and we will be there when it matters most. Macintosh & Son. Grow with us.
Lane Group Stadium, James Gardner in the chair along with Stuart Tholstrup from the Esperance Districts Football Association. We've got Tony Neal out in the middle waiting on the coin toss. But Stuart, firstly, thanks for joining us. A big day for the Esperance Footy Association. You've had a big win this morning. You have the chance, you had a big win over the Great Southern this morning, and now a chance to seal possibly a spot in the grand final tomorrow.
Yeah, no, it's been a great day for us. Thanks for having me, guys. I think Great Southern lost today. I think that puts us in the box seat to be in the final tomorrow. But we want to win this game, whether or not.
We're just going to cross out to Tony Neal now, who's in the middle of Lane Group Stadium.
Now, Michael, what you do is you walk in and you slam it down as hard as you can in the middle for us, please. And if you get this right, I'll give you a gold tick. So just wander in, see how we go here. Oh, and up they go. Down it comes. Yeah, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll get the umpires coach to come and have a chat with you. And here he is, Michael Greenwood. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
So in all seriousness, mate, the umpires out here across the whole carnival, absolutely sensational. You were saying before, some of these umpires come from all different areas. So take us through some of the preparation.
Yes, they certainly do come from all different areas. They come down here, obviously from far and wide. They umpire in their own comps locally, obviously. And the reason I do put my hand up for the match day coaching and the umpire coaching is we have more resources down here in Peel in particular, and they don't do the 3 umpire system as much, so we're here to help and guide them through to make them better umpires, and even when they leave the carnival, when they go back home, to implement some of the coaching we give them.
So that was fantastic, Michael. You and I spoke about this upstairs. The 3 umpire system isn't everywhere. So let's expand on that, because these guys then have to all of a sudden work in, and you're working with maybe at different times, and understanding. We talk about teamwork from the footy players. What about teamwork from the umpires?
Yeah, it's just the same as a team, like a football team. We're all doing the same thing together on the same page, and listening to the coaching and listening to each other, and making decisions and interpretations that are consistent. It's just the same as a team. Your performance improves, and you can only be a better person, umpire for it going forward.
And Michael, have a look at them over here. Or they're the goal umpires. We'll let them chat. Shouldn't you blokes be throwing the ball around or something? Because the coach is here. Don't let him turn his back on you. But yes, in all seriousness, how is the umpiring fraternity going? I know we're always looking for more umpires. You're happy to get some recruits out there and maybe come along to championships games like this?
We're always looking for numbers. We're always looking for numbers, because Australia-wide there's a shortage, at least, they say 6,000, I would suggest it to be more. Wow. And I believe personally, footballers between the age bracket of, say, 25 to 40, yep. Some give up a bit earlier through injury, time, whatever. They'd be ideal to come and learn how to umpire, because we've got coaches all around the country that can coach them and teach them. And they're the ones that will be beneficial to all clubs, all communities and all football in general.
Well, you're doing a fantastic job. We see the umpires now, so do they go down and actually grab the captains, do they? So we see the teams in the huddle, the captains. So I'm interested how this is going to go, because it's a little bit of a clash of Guernseys out there. How do you go about adjudicating this? I'll let you do the coin toss and tuck.
Yeah, well, looking at both teams' colours, it's pretty easy. There's one black and white and one's got blue, red and yellow, so it's not overly hard to decipher. I've never found it too hard to mix up clash jumpers, let's put it that way.
All right, very good. I'll tell you what, I'll let you step away and do the coin toss, whoever's going to do that. And best wishes to... it's great to get all this. I might just get a bit of noise in here.
Do you know who the away team is? Who the away team is? It would be. Have a look there. So it's Esperance to the away side.
Wouldn't believe it. The umpires are confused. Wouldn't believe it.
All right, so Esperance cool.
Yep.
We'll go that way, mate.
They'll go that way. There we have it. So thank you all very much. Michael, absolute pleasure, mate. Well done. Good luck with your umpiring. And there we have it, folks. Fantastic to be involved right here in the heat of the kitchen. I'll tell you what, I'm getting out of here. And keep working on that bounce. You'll get it right one day. Great job, mate. Thank you very much. Bye now. Yeah, so there we go. Thanks very much to the umpires, and let's all get in readiness for. Look at these players at both ends here. It's North Midlands versus Esperance, and James is up there with a special guesting commentary. So we'll head back up the central commentary position. Thank you all very much.
Thanks very much, Tony, for getting down there again. It's great access that we had down at the middle of the ground, and thanks to the umpires as well. It's not just the players that are shining out on the field, it's also the umpires. As I alluded to before, Stuart Tholstrup from the Esperance District Footy League or Association has joined us. Stuart, welcome. Just talk us through, firstly, your role at the Esperance Footy Association, and where does this association encompass? What area of WA?
Esperance Footy Association encompasses five teams, four teams. We got Newtown, Condingup, which are an amalgamated side. We got Gibson, Esperance, and Ports.
Right, and your role in the association?
Just the president, the league president of them. Yep.
Yeah, and the strength of the Esperance Footy Association. How have you going numbers wise across your grades through the seniors and down to juniors, etc.?
It's not too bad at the moment. We do have in the juniors a lot of kids playing their grade and then going up a grade, which has happened forever. But we're not a big town, and it's just great that we can field four sides.
We're underway here in the big clash between the North Midlands and Esperance, and climbing over the top was Hawkeye in the ruck, tapped it down to McIntyre, got the ball moving forward, back into Hawkeye again, and tapped down. So McInvini now for the North Midlands, puts it in forward, and a good mark taken with the one mitt by, it looked like Salah, who took the mark, and an early fast start now for North Midlands. A slight jumper clash between the two with both wearing white, and there's a bit of blue in both, but it should be pretty easy for Salah's now. Kicks from about 45, doesn't have the journey on it, and it hits the post. So this is a big game for both teams, especially for Esperance, with the chance to shore up a spot in the grand final tomorrow as they go short into the back pocket and over across in the right back pocket. Shorter still to Tholstrup, who we saw last year playing for the regional districts. Talented young man in the back, defensive 50. Goes over the head of one, falls into Hawkeye, handed it back over to Mott through the centre of the ground, up to half forward, bouncing ball. Leading the race for it was Roworth for the North Midlands. Going back in hard though, Esperance. Plenty of numbers around this footy, lots of white jumpers. Kicking forward, Hawkeye went hard. Tholstrup came in for support, handed it back in turn to Mott. Throws it onto his boot to left half forward. 2-on-1, but in amongst the hot pack. A strong mark taken there by Oversby. Just outside 50, wants a shorter target. Umpire almost got in the way. In fact, he did. Handed it off away to Wood, who then in turn got shot on goal, but it's across the face and out on the full. So Esperance, you must be really happy with how the boys have played so far this carnival. Top of the ladder, undefeated, chance to shore up a spot tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm very happy with how we've gone this year. We haven't been here for about 10 years. They've done really well, and we thought we had the hard game, or Hills, we only won that after the siren, and then today against Great Southern we won that one, which has really uplifted the boys. So everybody's very positive.
Fantastic. Hawkeye got the tap down to Wallace, went along the boundary line, off to Wakeham, shot on goal, falls short, the mark, defensive mark.
taken on the last line of defence for the North Midlands. Out to Iaria. Got to him on the half volley. In fact, it was a mark paid, and so he has it. Goes shorter still. Up the ground to Francis. Out on the lead. Had a bit of space. Wants to put it to centre wing broadcast side. Players around this. In the end, they spoilt their own teammate there. Roster was underneath it, and he's been hit hard in the back, and there's been a free kick paid. Little Ginger to get up, and it was a great contest from all involved. Great courage there by Rocha. Goes short laterally to the middle of the ground, just about to Wallace, who goes wider still to the run. Over on the outer side with Kerno. Puts it to right half forward in the right hand pocket. Francis tried hard, couldn't quite trap it. Trying to shrug them off now, the Midland defenders, with Routledge trying hard, the skipper, to get it over the line and gets the desired result. And you can see on the screen there, Rocha just a little sore, possibly copped a corky to the hamstring or the right buttocks in that marking contest, but it was great courage shown, really personifying the work ethic of all involved and the courage on display. Sand was wrapped up by multiple Esperance players, and we'll have another ball up. Neither side able to wrest momentum forward just yet. Both players had a piece of it in the ruck contest, and high tackle on Coker. So he will get the free kick here. Wants to wheel and go to the outer side up. Looking for another Coker. Fell over the back though. Numbers are with the North Midlands rather. Bouncing ball over to Coker. Handed it to the run of Sellers. Back it, had to turn back inside. Handball a little too hot for Steele. In turn to DeZoza, who couldn't quite take it cleanly enough. Sellers tried hard, caught, holding the ball. Good pressure from the Esperance boys early.
That's been one of our great traits this carnival. They're very hard tacklers, and it's been very noticeable.
Really impressed by Hawkey early as they get it away to Byrne. Takes a bounce, strides to the paint of 50, kicks on its way, and it's away to the right. Never really gave it a chance. The hips weren't quite square enough, but a good start from both sides. Tied up, one apiece on the Sportal scoreboard. James Gardner joining commentary by Stuart Tholstrup, the president of the Esperance Districts Football Association. And very happy man at the moment with his side on top of the premiership ladder. A game clear, looking to shore up their spot tomorrow. Making their return as Both for the North Midlands puts it to the broadcast side. Hawkey flew from behind, almost got it. Salo got in the way and knocks it over after the handball from Homus went into his mitts, and it's over the line. So centre wing, a good early start from both sides, yet to really wrestle momentum forward for both teams, and that will have another boundary throw in. So your son Stuart, young Tholstrup, number 23, we saw him play in the Colts Carnival last year. How's his natural progression gone in this pathway? And I bet you're rapt to be seeing him out there playing for the region.
Yeah, no, he's worked very hard on his fitness and really starting to enjoy his footy. The guys just love him, and he's good to have around the club, and pretty jovial sort of a chap. Yeah. But yeah, no, he's going all right.
Handed back off in attack now with Homus, and got it to the run for a zone, puts it inside 50, but the intercept mark again taken. They want to switch at the North Midlands, out to Iaria, left half back, goes short, overcooked the kick slightly to Coker, goes over his head, trying to give chase now. The North Midlands under a little bit of pressure. They find a little bit of space thanks to Dowser rather, and the good intercept mark taken by Griffiths. Into Tholstrup, who wants to switch it to the extreme outside. The Fairman's higher outside with Daniel. Has to stop and prop and wait for the cavalry to arrive. Goes to the one-on-one. Woods led out nicely. Been impressed with this man so far in the carnival.
He a small bloke, but plays like he's 6'8". And brilliant player, having a great season in Esperance for the Esperance Footy Club.
Beautiful kick forward then to Francis, who's in the right forward pocket. Tight angle, looking for the first goal of the game after a nice tight start from both teams, trying to wrestle momentum forward. The kick looks pretty good off the boot, but it's away to the near side and floats through for a minor score. So Esperance take the lead by a point, 2 behinds to 1 for the North Midlands, who come out the broadcast side. Possibly a chop of the arms to Coker. Play on, said the umpire. Bourne sends it inboard to a nest of North Midlands jumpers. Woods was at the front. Dolstrup swooped in and handed it back to Simons. Wants to put it back inside 50. Away to the pocket. Good kick and a fantastic mark taken by Curnow over the back, who read it well, but I really like the delivery of Simons there.
Yeah, no, he's going well. Another young fella from Esperance Footy Club and having a great season as well.
So now the chance for the first of the day with Curnow, who puts it across the face, falls short, the mark taken, flying through Francis, who plays on quickly, snaps it round the corner, and the first goal of the game goes to the Esperance Districts. 1-8, they lead the North Midlands, 1 behind. So can you tell us a bit about the profile of this Esperance team? Is it more a younger team, or is there a nice balance between experienced players who have been around a while and the younger guys that are coming through?
No, it's quite a young side we got there. Couple of the older heads like Reece Griffiths is out there as well, and Jacob Oversby, but quite a young side and very keen, and yeah, no, they're going well. They're playing with old heads.
They certainly play a very mature brand of football in the way that they move the ball, and their skills are really on point. You look at this midfield brigade. You've got Wakeham, Hawkey in there, along with Dolstrup. And out on the wing, Stewart on the broadcast side for Esperance. Ball back in the middle, Hawkey. The decisive tap down into the path of Duzosa, though, for the North Midlands, and bustling through was McIntyre. Intercepted now, away to D'Souza, spun, put it inside 50, one of the first of the match for them, and a nice mark going back with the flight. Simmons, who read it best out of everyone, and there's been a holding free, and it's going to go the way of Deng, who we saw kick a bag of 3 last time out for the North Midlands, but although they gave away the free kick, really well read by Simons.
Yeah, back in Esperance, he doesn't care much about his health when he's playing footy. He puts his body on the line, takes these magnificent marks and jumps anywhere. Usually injures himself every game, but just keeps going, the young fella.
Joel Selwood type operator. Dead in front though, Deng. 40 metres out, the kick on its way, and it's away to the left. So a shot like that you would expect most at this level to get, but not to be for the North Midlands, who roll over to 2 behinds, and they trail by a solitary kick to Esperance as Thomas switches it out further to Rocha. At right half back, goes to centre wing as Griffiths on and takes the mark. Wants to wheel around the kick. A little bit of a scrubby one. Flying through was D'Souza, but doing well was Wakeham. He was up to the challenge. That handball a little too hot for Stewart. Intercepting it, Iaria, slammed to the ground by Wakeham, and the free kick going the way of Joe Iaria. Almost centre wing, broadcast side. Picking it up off his laces, or trying to at least, was Steele, then set upon by multiple Esperance players. Flicked over the top to Wallace, burns them off nicely, puts it to left half forward, bouncing ball out the back. The hands were slick though from McAllis. Went to get it back, handball back over to Francis, in turn, might end up again with Wallace. Bouncing ball, was it touched on the line? It was. So what looked like a pretty good build-up from Esperance, just not quite there.
Great build-up, maybe one too many hand passes, but anyway, that's how it goes.
Good signs early for the Esperance Districts Footy Association, leading by 7 points, and it's with Roworth for the North Midlands. Sends it to the danger area when Griffiths is. He sends it long. Down to the front, Bourne ran out of room and very deliberately ran it over, but disguised it well enough for the umpire to throw it in. Very clever player. I've been impressed with the way that he's moved throughout today. especially through the midfield. Both ruckmen fell over, and he's going to get it back now. Bourne runs in towards goal and just sprays it away to the left again, hooking it on that natural left to right. He was given too much time and space almost.
I know. He's usually a great finisher, and brilliant footballer, great to watch, great skills.
Strikes me as a smart type as well, as they turn it over in the front half and reaching high to pull in the mark. Dead in front just about on a slight angle is Francis, who with outstretched hands has the chance to put through Esperance second and extend the lead out to 14 points. We're right behind this kick. You can see that shot with thanks to Fairman's Hire for the use of the scaffold. Right behind this kick of Francis. It looks good. It's going to swing back. It's there. Francis with the first. Esperance get their second. They go to 2-4-16 to the North Midlands 2 behinds, and it's fair to say that Esperance are probably dominating field position at the moment and now starting to get some reward on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and also they're getting to be the first to the ball and one grabbers, and putting pressure on the North Midlands defence, and it's looking good so far.
So far, so good for Esperance, who look to continue their unbeaten run, heading towards tomorrow's big grand final out at Community Bank, Fremantle Oval. Griffiths flies again, and the decisive winner, yet again, Wallace, rushes on through, swings around onto the right, puts it looking for Woods, nudged under the ball by Pettit, good defensive pressure, coming through to Zoza, handed it over to Both, put immediately under pressure. Again, Wallace tried hard, little scrubby ball. McCallow picked it up, handed it over the top, and another goal to Esperance. They're all over the North Midlands at the moment. The quick centre clearance. The kick wasn't there, but it was good enough for Oversby, or Francis rather, to finish. Back-to-back goals. That's 3-4. They move to Esperance 22 to 2 behinds for the North Midlands. A 20-point ball game. And the Esperance fans, both at home and far away, would be loving this start, as I know you are at the moment, Stuart.
Yes, I didn't. I just got a text from Esperance. They're going well.
That's good. As the ball moves back to the centre. Griffiths has won just about every hit out so far today. And that one again, straight down the throat of McIntyre, who was then caught holding the ball. They want to switch it immediately out to Waiaria, North Midlands. Centre wing broadcast side. Can they just pen them in? Out on the lead. Good mark taken by Shivers at right half forward. But normally he would be the one deep. Wants Shearer in the way. Simons, great set of hands. He read that well. The one thing to read it, but then to mark the ball as well, and then moves it on quickly. Great skills from the young fellow there. Out onto the run of Mott, down the outer side, and the kick wide, too wide, out on the full. But Simons has started like a house on fire.
I'll tell you what, yep, he'll only get better. He's going very well.
From the kick in now for the North Midlands, and they find the short in Roworth. Wants to wheel around on centre wing. Deng flies from the back. Spills over to the front of Coker. And then the snap around came from McIntyre, but it's through for a minor score. So really, while Esperance are dominating field position at the moment, the North Midlands need to start taking their opportunities. Great to have the support of Esperance along for the ride, and all those elsewhere at home, wherever you are around the planet, hope you're enjoying it. McAlean handed it over to the voice of Quivlin, turned the ball over. Simons was there though in support, sends it out wide to left half back, bouncing ball away from Mott, who was able to trap it well enough towards the boundary line, and it's out on the full. So the exits from half back haven't been fantastic though for Esperance. That's probably the only knock at the moment in the opening sort of half of this first half.
Yeah, no, they've just got to get their game plan going, and at the moment, there he is again. There's
Simons again.
Yeah, young Simmons. His dad played AFL, Glenn Simmons, for Fremantle
Wow.
many years ago.
Yeah, right.
So he's come from a good line of footballers.
Good breeding ground.
Yes,
down there.
definitely.
As Wallace takes it, wants to bite off a dangerous kick. The kick had to be good, and it was. The hands from Thomas even better. Play on, said the umpire, and then handed it back over to Wallace. Caught, holding the ball. Dangerous play. Barham gets the free kick. Sends North Midlands back into attack. Simons back into the pack. Almost completed the mark. Down the front, Shearer fought hard. They scrap it out somehow, though, with Baines. Linking up with the use of handball across half-back. Really good play here from Esperance. Handing it back in turn. Bourne with the socks up. Sells a bit of candy. Wheels around onto the right. Puts it to a true half-forward position. Bouncing ball. Trying to make something out of nothing here, Esperance, as Barham Sandals relieves North Midlands out towards Coker. Chop of the arms. Goes against Stead, rather. Puts it to half forward. Bouncing ball away for McAvini. Off to Deng. Went up with them 1 mitt. Couldn't complete the mark, and it rolls out of play. And it will be a throw in. So since the opening few minutes when Esperance kicked those first 3 goals, the game has really evened out, especially with the North Midlands' ability to lock it in their forward half.
Yeah, no, I think when we've got the ball, a few too many hand passes in that 50-metre arc is what's costing us at the moment. So they need to get the long kick in, because we've got some good forwards.
Shallow
down
throwing
there.
off to Bashmill. Sorry, Stuart. As
Yeah,
they
mate.
try and relieve it away. But again, getting back, locking it in their forward half, the North Midlands midfielders setting up that wall, and they're going to pump it in long again. A little bit shorter this time. Simons flew for it. Hawkey out the back, couldn't complete it. Quivlin over the top. Thomas. Excuse me. Goes right back to Rocher, and then right across to the outside, and it's going to land in the lap of Kerno. Runs, takes a bounce, no one for another few metres, kicks it, measures the kick well, really good kick to McCallion, and then inside 50, the delivery not great, could work out okay though for Francis over the back, and it sure does. That's his 3rd already. Made something out of nothing.
He certainly is.
And there's half time, sorry Stuart.
Yeah, in Esperance, he'd be classed as the best centre-half back in the league. But he's having a bit of a stint up there and having a great time.
He's having a great time indeed. He's kicked 3 of Esperance 4 after they were challenged for a lot of that first half. It's Esperance 4-4-28 to North Midlands 3 behinds here on Filming Footy. A fantastic opening half, and we'll take a quick break and we'll be back with more after this.
When you think of the future of your business, what is it that you hope for?
I'm just going to start the irrigator.
Ways to grow? Ways to be more self-reliant? And always be one step ahead. Are you looking for a partner with solutions to complex business problems? Well, no matter your goal, with Nutrien Ag Solutions, we'll help you go further.
Since day one, Macintosh & Son has been growing our services and support for our customers while investing in the future of our people. We know you need the right equipment and we will be there when it matters most. Macintosh & Son. Grow with us.
Welcome back to the penultimate game of day 3, or day 2 of the Seniors Carnival, or day 2 of the Seniors Carnival, but day 4 of the overall carnival. And I can tell you that at the moment, the Esperance Districts Football Association are leading 28-3 over the North Midlands, and I'm joined in commentary along with myself, James Gardner, by Stuart Tholstrup. And Stuart, a very good start by your men.
Yeah, no, they're when they move the ball quickly forward, they're very good to look at. When they stuff around at the half-back line with too many hand passes, then North Midlands gives them a chance to get the ball. So hopefully Mike Perry, the coach, has identified that, and you'll see a different sort of side now. Get the ball down there quick to our forwards.
Well, it's a 25-point margin. North Midlands are going to need to have some sort of comeback if they are to win this and end their carnival on a high and give them a chance, possibly, to play in the grand final tomorrow. From the tap down, both ruckmen had a piece of it. Tholstrup got the handball away out the back. The kick smothered off Thomas's boot. Falls loose to Souza. Tried hard for North Midlands all day. He's still in there working hard, and we're going to have a ball up just forward of centre here for the North Midlands, who are kicking to the tennis court end of Lane Group Stadium. On the left of screen, Woods climbed high through the pack to pull that one in, and these wrapped up, and we'll have another ball up. So this game really hangs in the balance in terms of field positioning. North Midlands, they did well for the majority of it, as De Souza's kick again chopped off by Simmons, played on immediately, almost ran himself into a bit of trouble. Their handball just in time over the top to Thomas. De Souza chopped it off nicely into Sellers, slipped over at a crucial stage, handed it out to Sandals, who throws it on the boot, but in the last line of defence, the goalkeeper role is Rocha, who then sends it out. Again, the North Midlands, the Esperance defence doing a very good job to withstand any real attack from the North Midlands at the moment. Playing a bit of kick to kick here, Rocha, and they eventually go out the outer side, although Deng almost got in the way. Cleaning it up nicely though was Kerno, who saw it over the boundary line, and will have a throw up at right half forward here for the North Midlands, who have had the early ball going their way. Despite this, the Esperance defenders doing a fantastic job to wrap this one up. Tholstrup caught in a very strong tackle from Heelan, and he won't be getting out of that anytime soon. Another stoppage here at right half forward for North Midlands. Tapped down by Hawkey. Cruising on through was Coker, but again Simmons in the hole. Takes yet another intercept mark. He's mounting a case to be the player of the match, and a nice mark taken by Woods, who handed it to Tholstrup, who ran through. The kick overcooked it a little bit to Francis. Over the back, sliding it on hands and knees. Heelan went in late, wrapped up, and we'll have a throw up. So good bit of progression of play there from Esperance. Their ability to get it down to the half forward line in just a couple of kicks has been really, really impressive. Hawkey boxed them out, ripped off the ball, and a holding free kick to Stewart. Options are plenty ahead. Has options inside, decides to pump it in long. A dumping kick comes off the half volley, handed back over to Green. Puts it on his boot, but it goes out of bounds, and we'll have a throw in. Just a couple of metres around from the Esperance goal in the forward pocket. A chance to extend this margin out beyond the 25-point buffer they've currently got. Bit of a shallow throw-in over the back, cruising on through Green, and in the goalkeeper role is the skipper, Nigel Routledge, who just evaded any attack there and ran it through for a behind.
Gets it over the top to Chivers. There's been the link for the North Midlands between half-back and half-forward. This time he has to do the work from half-back. Pulls the kick. It's Matavini. Surveying further afield. Puts it to centre wing. Hawkey's there along with Simmons out the back. Both of them fell over and left Thomas to do the dirty work. Pulls the kick forward. Nudged under it. Excuse me. It was Tholstrup. Or rather Stewart. Yeah. The North Midlands able to move it forward. D'Souza brought down immediately though by Wakeham. Simmons bouncing it off half back. Bourne spilt the mark. Has to go back in with paddles it to himself to his own advantage. Got it back eventually. And then he just pulls himself up and surveys what's ahead. Woods was there. Nudged under it though by Paletti. And then way to it was McCallion.
Yep, Callion. Yep.
So while the North Midlands are sort of having the same problem as what Esperance had in the first half, and that is their exit off half back.
Yeah, no. We get a little bit slack in some areas there with him. And yeah, we just need to clean up our act a bit there.
Thrown back into play. Spills out the back. McCallion, a chance, just needed to be clean with the hands. He would have been able to have a flying shot at goal. Just slipped over the boundary line though. Thrown back into play. Bourne. Got the handball out. This time maybe for McCallion. Feeded it back to Woods. He in turn got it away to Stewart. Snaps it towards goal. It's going to fall short. One-on-one contest in the square. Standing up tall in the tackle, then brought down was Francis, and he's rushed it over the line for one behind only.
Yeah, he was lucky to get away with that one.
Did the hard work going forward. Esperance, he was in the front spot, Francis, but couldn't hold on to the markers. Heelan runs the required distance, and the strong mark taken out on half forward, and then Woods let out a drilling ball. Managed to recover it well. Handed over to McCallion. He's had a couple of chances today. Tholstrup back in turn to Green. Quick flying snap. How does it bounce? It bounces away from all defenders and attackers, and it's over the line, and we'll have another boundary throw in the forward pocket. So Esperance, they're peppering the goals, but they just can't get one yet.
That's right. Yeah, no. They've just got to be a bit more direct. But yes, only a matter of time now.
About to be thrown back in, metres around. The right forward pocket for Esperance. Patted down by Coker. And it's cleared out of the immediate danger by D'Souza. Could be coming back though. The clean pick up from Francis. The flying snap, it was ricocheted off the defender. Iaria tracked it in. D'Souza will set him up there. Wakeham caught him high. And they get out of jail there, the North Midlands. Send it down the outer side. Coker Chivers flew at it. Was able to recover well and kept his feet. For a big fella, he's very clean below the knees, Chivers. Handed over to Deng through the middle of the ground. And out to Shearer, who had time, had space. Left it eventually then for Bashmule to come in and do the work. He's going to run himself into trouble here if he's not careful. Sells a bit of candy. Then pops it up into the danger. Bit of a hospital pass and a chop of the arms over the shoulder.
That was well done by North Midlands. They did that well.
Deng gets the free kick at left half forward, being brought around onto the mark. Called to stand. Pulls the kick in short to Bashmule. Takes the mark and looks inside 50 for a bit of movement. There's not a lot there though. Has to sell a bit of foot candy. Hands it over to Deng where it all began. Handed over the top. Running into the goal is Coker. Screws the ball inboard. It looks good, but it floats across the face of goal. And it's another behind for the North Midlands, who have had more than enough opportunity. 4 scoring shots now for 4 behinds, compared to 10 of Esperance for 4-6-30. Going down the outer side again, Esperance. Flying over the top. Mancuvini. Puts it to half forward over the top. Chivers.
What a great mark.
Great mark. Came from 3 or 4 deep. Set his sights on the pack. And in the end, he just stood up there for a while, watched himself as he took the mark. And there's a contender for the Macintosh and Son mark of the day.
He'll now have the shot to complete the package. Chivers from well outside 50, tried to put his tail on it. Falls in short, didn't quite get all of it. Down the front, snapping. Well done by Steele. He roved it beautifully. Quick snap around the body. And the first goal. Plays 4-6. What about that mark, though, from Chivers?
That was a great mark. I don't know, he's tried the torpedo, but it worked for him and they got the goal and good on him.
So
our boys need to regroup and start being a bit more accountable on their players, because in that time we didn't man up properly and we paid the consequence.
Still a 20-point margin in favour of the navy blue and white of Esperance. Thrown back up, Griffiths again wins the tap and then roved his own ball, but he went too hard with the knee into Coker, who receives the free kick. Goes in short, away to Bashmule. Even Fert wider, Steele to Iaria, who spilt the mark. It's been paid though. Just went a little bit early on the call, unfortunately, and Iaria gets paid the mark. Goes short to looking for Deng. Spills out the back for Steele, who just kicked the last goal, and he's wrapped up by a couple of Esperance representatives, and we'll have a stoppage right near the boundary line and near the Fairman's Hire sign. You can see that thanks to the beautiful bit of scaffolding that we've got to bring you these pictures at the moment. Tap down, roved well though by Esperance, and pulled the kick beautifully to Kerno in the middle of the ground in the defensive 50. Hands it over the top, linking up with hands. Quinlivan and goes shorter Steele, goes a bit for the longer target in McCallion, who's had an almost game so far. Slipping over was Woods near the interchange gates. Recovered well though, got their hands away just in time. Shepherding off the ball. They get it back through Shearer of the North Midlands. High up and under kick. Works out okay though, as Steele takes the mark. Left half forward, broadcast side. Wants to screw it inboard. Deng flew from behind. At the front was Green with a nice spoil, or rather it was Steed with a nice spoil, and the kick over to Thomas. He'll go wide off to Griffiths, one of the veterans in this Esperance team. Hands it to the running voice, and they go up to, looking for McCallion. Travels over his head. Coker leads the race. Woods came from nowhere. Came across from the car park. And then trying to trap it in was Coker. Was pushed off the ball. Hand over the top. Chance now for Wallace to have a shot at goal. It goes across the face. It's going to plug in front of the boundary line with Heelan, who then had to just pull the kick. Slipped at a crucial moment. Routledge, the skipper, ran into a bit of trouble and then decided, you know what, we'll take it over the line and we'll reset and try and get it out of here.
Yeah, some good hard running there by young Quinlivan, so got the transfer going very well, but now we've just got to convert.
Thrown back into play. Oversby over the back. Pulled it out of the ruck contest, and the umpire said that's holding the ball. So Chivers, left half back, wants to switch it across the goal face. It's a dangerous kick, puts Heelan under pressure. There for support though is Bashmule, and he didn't have it. So again, another get out of jail free card used by the North Midlands, and they want to bite that kick off to Barham. Had to be good. It was a floating ball from Riley across to the outer side, where Routledge marks. Cricket opponents, now teammates here, and then Wallace intercepted it beautifully, runs inside 50 but just tugs it away to the near side for one behind only.
Playing a good little game, young Oakley, so yeah, bit stiff not to convert that.
Pulled the kick nicely to inside to Chivers. 25. Sold a bit of candy to Woods. That was good from the big fella. Asks them to come at him. They lead up further the ground and a push in the back. And so North Midlands with a free kick. So it's going to come back to to a free kick, and so they go inboard now, working hard again. McCallion just hasn't had the day he would have liked, and it's holding the ball. Bash Mule takes the advantage and plays on, but chopping it off is Green, floating through. Wants a 50 for the market, for the bloke on the market. The umpire said nope. Oversby wants to go shorter to Green. That wasn't Green that took the mark. Anyway, we move on. Handball over the top. Trying to get through was Wallace. Had to just fly the hands out wider. Looking for a target. They can't find one though. And so the North Midlands defence are able to relieve it thanks to a nice kick forward to D'Souza. Sends it high, hot, tall and handsome. And a mark taken out by Deng, who's more a stay-at-home target, but he's moved up the ground and then puts out in front of Steele. Wants to wheel around, throws his boot to it, puts it to the top of the goal square, but then floating back. It's all Esperance back there. And they're able to chop it off nicely. Off the bounce, Mott collects. Comes to a one-on-one. Who has the better leg speed? And it is McCallion who takes the mark in front of Coker. Switches it inboard. Bouncing ball. Away to Bourne, who took the mark just before and hits up Green. 40 out, directly in front, to just about seal the game for Esperance and to stay undefeated heading into tomorrow's grand final. And to stay on top of the ladder. The kick on its way from Green. It's a really, really good one. How about that? You won't see a better goal.
Beautiful kick.
Great kick, great setup from Esperance. 5-7-37 to 1-4-10.
A long time coming, that one. But no, well done to young Green. He did well. But Richie Bourne's delivery was just absolutely sensational.
Definitely.
His ball skills are just impeccable.
Chance for the Optima Ag player of the match, along with, you could almost raffle it out. Clint Shivers, his mark, steals, roving goal. The play there from Esperance was good. But we shall wait and see when the awards are handed out a little later on, after immediately at the conclusion of this match. Stick around. Hawkey tapped it down. Shivers uses his bullocking strength to put it towards Barham. He was out-muscled in the marking contest. Ball spills to the deck. Trying to track it down and track it away. Shivers, the big body in there for the North Midlands, doing the bullocking work along with Stewart. It's ripped out of his hands by Tholstrup. Runs along the outer side. Sends it inside 50. Good delivery. Almost the mark taken by Francis. They did everything right there, Esperance, but take the mark. But it's going to come straight back with Tholstrup picking off the exit kick. Wheels around. Puts it inboard. Looking for Woods over his head. Running back to try and see this off. He's healing for the North Midlands. Paddles it to his advantage. Eventually it sits up for him. A neat little ball forward. Trying to get it over the heads of Kerno, and the tackle then laid. Kicked wide. McCallion able to run in, play on immediately. Sees the goals. Good kick from the paint of 50. You heard it from Stuart Tholstrup. As soon as it left the boot, you knew it was a foregone conclusion. And McCallion will end his afternoon just about with a goal.
Yeah, what a great goal. The three Gibson boys there combined well just then, so that was great, and a great finish.
Great finish, a contender for the Macintosh and Son goal of the day. Don't forget the Ride and Drive Day on the 20th of July up at Merredin. And we have to thank them for their support, along with Belt Up, Think Mental Health, Regional Men's Health, also Bruce Rock Engineering, and Sportle with the scoreboard. And a contender for the Bruce Rock Engineering mark of the day was Clint Shivers just before for North Midlands. Climbed high over the pack to take a very nice mark down on the outer side under the Fairman's higher sign, and we thank them for their use of the scaffolding. Ball back in the middle. Hawkey's battled hard all day in the ruck for Esperance. The tall, lean young ruckman who has done a mountain of work and has played really well right throughout the carnival. A young up-and-coming prospect for Esperance. Ball thrown back up, and he skies high right over the top. Shivers caught holding the ball. They take the advantage, Esperance. Advantage given. Going to run it into the 50 over the head of Francis. Knocked away off hands. Woods will rove it beautifully. Swings it on to the right, and it's there.
Well
if they weren't home before, they certainly are now, Esperance. They're on their way to a grand final in their return to Country Week.
Great finish from Wood. You did never give him more than a couple of metres, even 10 centimetres, because he'll burn you. Brilliant footballer, that kid.
I really like the look of him, and you've got some really good young guns down there at Esperance.
Yes, yeah, no. So a good young bloke, young Ruben Waken. He's going pretty well. He's a raw talent. Young Regan Mott, who's just played in the Colts Carnival. He's having a good run too. So yeah, we've got some really good young kids out there today.
A complete performance from Esperance, leading it by 39 points. They were challenged toward the end of the first half and the start of the second, but a man that hasn't stopped trying is Chivers. Puts it to half forward. Mancuvi tries hard all the time, got a boot to it just in time. Deng let out at the footy. Spilt away from him, trying to extract it out of there. Is Sellers unsuccessful in doing so. We'll have a throw up about 45 metres around, and there's the siren. A great win to the Esperance Districts Football Association. They win at 7-7-49 to 1-4-10 for the North Midlands. They're off to the grand final, and I'll head down to the after-match presentations. You're with Tony Neal and Stuart Dahlstrom.
So thanks so much for joining us, Stuart. And yeah, magnificent win out there. Going well. The boys are gelling well.
Oh yes, very well. Yeah, they moved the ball very well. They stuffed around a bit in the half-back line, but once they got their run going, and they were very good at it. And yeah, they'll be really pumped for tomorrow now. So
well, seven goals. That's a pretty good finish. A couple of those finishes on a few of the lads there. I was watching that in the background, and I saw that number 10 there before. Wood, I'll tell you what, he's got a good finish on him, hasn't he?
Oh, he's a great footballer, and even back in Esperance, his dad was sensational, and one of the better footballers from the Eastern States that played, and his brother's brilliant. So they're a good family, footballers.
And let's go into a personal note. If James already hasn't, has he spoken about your family yet? A couple of sons?
Oh, the couple of boys we got there. Yeah.
So you got, of course.
Jevon,
it was, yes. Number 23 out there, and he was a great lad. We had a bit of a chat last year around a couple of different places where we kept running into him, and he just holds himself in such good stead. Great representative of the community. I know he's father, and it could be both, but I won't be. I'll say what I see, and it was great to see him run out this year. He's played Colts last year, and all of a sudden now he's representing the seniors, and sensational. So he's a great player in his own right. And just tell us a little bit. This is a great story. Your other son is now playing in WA country, is it, over in Victoria, or WA state team?
He's over in Victoria at the moment. Playing in the game tomorrow against Vic Metro for the WA State under-18s, and he's going great guns at the moment. Playing for when he's not playing state, he's playing for Subiaco League. He's done five games of league for Subi, which has been great for him. And he's keen and fit as a fiddle, and really enjoying himself.
So 17, 18,
just turned 18.
Just turned 18, so it's prime. And we wish you, the family, all of you, of course, all the best for the draft and what's coming up. And if not, it's just the future of football. That's the thing. And a lot of outstanding young men. Just take us through, Jevon, of course, we said, stepping up into senior football, and you're playing up against quality players from every region around here, as we're fairly close, not yet, I was getting a couple of waves there from the producer. I think he just likes me just waving away there. Right. But yeah, how many of the other young lads are there in the area, and is football looking good for the future?
It's looking really good in Esperance at the moment. We're got a lot of young boys playing in Subi at the moment for the Colts and that, so we got a pretty good talent pathway for those young boys, and it's looking pretty good. It's looking better than it ever has for us, and so you got like Ruben Waken.
Come back to that in a moment.
Yeah, right.
just go to presentations.
Down at ground level, Lane Group Stadium, James Gardner with you after a big performance from the Esperance Districts Football Association. A big win over the North Midlands Footy League. And we'll start off with our Omnibus Igniter, and that was Nathan Francis up forward, a big target, kicked a few goals. Nathan, it was a nice win by your boys heading into tomorrow's grand final.
Yeah, it was a good carnival so far from us boys. I think, that just put a bit of icing on the cake to finish it, and go into the grand final tomorrow with a bit of confidence now.
And it's not the first time we've spoken to you. You've had a great carnival right throughout the couple of days. I'm sure you're very, very pleased with how you've played.
Yeah, pretty happy. I guess kicked a few goals and that, which is always good, so yeah.
Well, Nath, congratulations. Well done on the win. And we move on to Clint Shivers from the North Midlands Footy League, who took a spectacular mark over on the outer side. But all day you battled hard through the middle, and right from half back right through to half forward, you fought hard for your association. I'm sure you're very proud of your effort today.
Yeah, we had a pretty poor day yesterday, so it was good to play good today. Esperance was pretty solid all day. Good luck to you tomorrow, I guess. Cheers.
Talk us through the mark. You saw the ball coming in. Did you think that you had the leap and the sit well enough to take the mark?
I can't jump at all, so I was pretty surprised the whole thing, to be honest. Yeah. I'm not suffering from altitude sickness, put it that way.
Well, it was a fantastic mark. Well done. And our player of the match who won the Dartfish beanie and the commemorative jumper is young Jonah Simmons. And we had Stuart Tholstrup up on commentary with us, and he spoke very highly of you. You just marked everything back there. Every time they looked like they were going to get something going forward, you seemed to just pick it off beautifully.
I think it might have been maybe a clash with the jumpers, and they thought I was a forward at times. But when it's your day, I guess, and clunk a couple and get your confidence up, so you sort of fly for them. But it was really good.
Heading into tomorrow, what's the confidence levels like for yourself and the team? Obviously undefeated. Does that put a little bit of pressure on you guys?
No, not at all. I think everyone's just stoked to be here together. Like, we haven't been here since '09, so to come out, win all our games, play in the grand final with a bunch of boys we usually go head-to-head with every weekend, it's pretty special. So no pressure at all, because we just love playing together and just relish the opportunity every chance we get. So.
Well done, mate. Good luck tomorrow to you and Nathan. Well done, Clint, on a fantastic carnival. That's been our award winners from the Esperance and North Midlands game. We'll throw to a quick break and be back with the final game of this Saturday afternoon foot blockbuster.
When you think of the future of your business, what is it that you hope for?
I'm just going to start the irrigator.
Ways to grow? Ways to be more self-reliant? And always be one step ahead. Are you looking for a partner with solutions to complex business problems? Well, no matter your goal, with Nutrien Ag Solutions, we'll help you go further.
Since day one, Macintosh & Son has been growing our services and support for our customers while investing in the future of our people. We know you need the right equipment and we will be there when it matters most. Macintosh & Son. Grow with us.
Welcome along back for the final day of the final game of this today down here at Lane Group Stadium. You can see a couple of, I don't know who they are, a couple of Gero Deros kicking the football, a couple of former Midwest come down from the GNFL to support the boys. And
let me just tell you, mate, that is your family members, just in case you've forgotten. You've been up here for so long, and good to see them come out and support a young man like yourself, because I know you had a big night after your 18th and they've had to straighten you up a little bit, but no, it's great to get the family support. Oh, hello, the babe might be watching. No, you were with us. You had one raspberry and lemonade with Tony, and that was it. Have a look at the coin toss here. Look at them stride in. This will be a great game, of course, Onshore Cup and North Pilbara. What are you looking forward to here, the way that North Pilbara played in the last game?
Well, yeah, I am, and this is a big game for North Pilbara. Onshore Cup haven't won a game yet, but if the North Pilbara win this and they're through to the grand final tomorrow, they've got a superior percentage to Hills by about 9%, so they need to win this and probably win it pretty well. And so the coin toss has been won, and North Pilbara win it. They'll be kicking to the right of screen. So, as I was mentioning, the North Pilbara, they need to win this to get into the grand final tomorrow. I believe that they're good enough to. Because having seen them play before, they are a very, very handy team that I think deserve to be in the grand final.
Yeah, I think really looking forward to this game. It's almost a preliminary, isn't it, to see who gets through and how it all works. And they really turned it on that last game. We saw North Pilbara. They look clean, they're skillful, they've got a good blend of talls and shorts. We'll just jump into circle here first with Onshore Cup first of all. Have a look at these guys. They mean business. Man's just
very loud.
Captain there talking. Look at them. Have a look at them. They're rough and ready and all set to go and representing their area very well. And that's Onshore Cup. And here we have North Pilbara. So this is what I'm talking about. Look at number 20 there, just athletic there. That's Ethan Stirrat with ball in hand. Let's see if he can go any good on the warm-up. Don't put the moz on him. I'll tell you what, that's straight over the top of the umpy's head, isn't it? So, well, let's see if it can do that during the game, because I was super excited. I watched this as a spectator, if you like, the first time the time they played earlier today, and of course I called Onshore Cup. But I'm super excited to see North Pilbara because it's open, exciting football. They paddle, they run, they bounce, they execute well, they have fun with it. Sometimes we talk about game plan, but sometimes just put them out there and let them see what they do.
But their structure is also, and system is really good. I commentated that game against the Gascoigne, and you look behind the ball in their setup. They set up that wall that we talk about to lock it in their front half and to get front half turnover to keep it living in their forward 50, and they're very efficient when they are going forward. So not only do they have a high volume of inside 50s, they also have a high volume of scoring opportunity as well. Ahead in his favourite stay, but Onshore Cup cannot be taken lightly despite being last at the moment in Division 3. North Pilbara need this win to go into the
Well, they've got the percentage. They've got the highest percentage on the ladder. They're at 200%. Oh, second highest, sorry, to Great Southern. So if they win this, they could jump over the top of Hills, as you alluded to.
They will,
depending, well, they've already got the percentage. That's it's just the win that they need. So wow, what a game to conclude today. And don't worry about that. I wish there was another game after it. Umpire holds the ball off. It's coming in a touch dark too. We might get James. We may get the lights on towards the end here. They're out here, North Pilbara, but they give to the wingman who's glided past, but it was behind him, that handball. Bang, through goes the North Pilbara player. One handball, two handball. You could see he was trying to get that out to the player running forward, Tim Renton, but didn't go that way, and it's gone the way of Onshore Cup. Can they get the first start? Oh, player just stopped there. It looked like thought he had a grab. Umpires have let this go. Look at the players converge in there and doing some bullocky work. James Rhodes, of course, number 4.
Out of side, just forward of centre. On the attacking side for the Onshore Cup, both ruckmen had a piece of it. The dominant one in white for the North Pilbara. He's one to watch as Rhodes cruises on through, and then the mark taken. Good set of mitts there from Langdon. Climbed high and took the grab. Sets it out into the path of Renton. Didn't quite get to him. Carried around. Spinning goal. Walton dropped it in short for Crouch to take the mark. He took front position, and he'll now go back. And this is almost a formality in the goal square, halfway into the goal square, dead in front. Should be no worries at all for a player like him, and he pops it over the goal umpire's head. Great start for North Pilbara. 1 straight 6 on the Sportal scoreboard. A fast start and a very good one indeed.
I'd like to see the celebration. I reckon he put the hands to the head. He's like the water buffalo, is he? So let's just see there. He kicks that. Oh, and they don't show it. So we'll call it. We'll say he did. Keep an eye on that because he looks lively and around the forward line. And you don't have to be first or second in line, but you did call our best player from the last game was Guy Langdon. He's a real leader out there as well, James. I noticed that. And we've had a bit of fun today with the call, but I think this one's going to be a bit more serious. We thank Sportal for the scoreboard, of course, and North Pilbara on the board. Up it goes, clashing in the middle. A lot of teams do this. They go backwards to go forward. They get a player in space, extracts it out. They've still got 2 players wide here. Players just slipping. So they go the other side on the 45 degrees. I'll tell you what, he's around it again here. This is Crouch. Wanders inside 52 easily for mine. Pops it up in the air and can't quite get the result. But, gee, I'll tell you what, they're going to have to keep an eye on him very early. Do you start going defensive as the opposition?
I think you have to against North Pilbara. I think you need to start defensive and let your attack flow from there, because if you try and match them all out attack, they're going to beat you every time. As Pavelot runs his allotted journey and then puts it out, it was just over the head of Crouch. Almost saw him take another hang or a good mark.
But just going to keep an eye on the fitness side of it, if you like, body language, hands on hips, heads down, because they spent a lot of petrol tickets as well, North Pilbara, in that last game. They really exploded in the second half, whilst it was a good win, but they kicked a few goals late. But they run so hard, and you think, well, can you maintain that level now for this game, or are you going to drop away a little bit? So let's just have a look. If they can just get that win, even a point win will do, but you need to put the effort in, and you still need to kick it and win it. And there's a nice grab there by Langdon, and player on the mark wasn't too happy. And you have to stand. The stand rule here, so Langdon could elect to run around if he wants, but I like seeing this. He's electing to start on the 50-metre line almost. Just wiping the ball, taking the time. Why wouldn't you? Walks in now, very deliberate. Geez, he placed that on the boot well. And no worries at all with the distance, but just offline, and that is their second point. We've seen that costly to a team earlier in the day, losing by 2 points because they kick so many points. You end up with more scoring shots. But we'll have a look now as Bavalot kicks it in straight down the line.
Webb.
Good player, Webb. Got an award today.
In the middle of the defensive 50, sends it longer into the centre square, gets over the head of a couple. Out the back, fighting hard for it was Stager, who just threw it out of there. Fast hands from Farmer. They link up well. Farmer again strolls in after he handed it over, rather. That was Farmer gave it to Machiro, who then had a flying shot on goal, but he misses over to the right. And so they need to take their opportunities now, North Pilbara.
Very clever in traffic too, wasn't it? So let's have a look now. They're up against it. Third kick in already for Onshore Cup. He goes to the same spot down the middle. That seems to be a set play, and the big fella there, Lance Lucas, putting the hands up. So Lucas goes out wide, nice flashy boots. That's a long kick. Oh, flying high there was our number 9, Mr. No One we've got on our sheets, but I think we have got to play a name for him as they come around again. Oh, player just maybe took that in the head. Long raking handball forward, charging at it, couldn't take it. That was Ethan Rudd. Players comes forward now, and good last line of defence there, like that, from the Onshore Cup team.
Stockley took the intercept mark, standing in the way. Wants to go out to the broadcast side. Bavalot takes the mark, right half back. Still inside defensive 50 though. He's looking around. There's nothing forward of the ball except a big nest of players. Lots of orange jumpers of North Pilbara there, and standing in the middle of it was Cullerton. Took the intercept grab. Forward of centre, broadcast side. Switches it into the middle of the ground. I like that switch. Trying to open the game up to Farmer. Has options on the broadcast wing. Instead goes out into the path of Crouch. He has the speed and the skill. Hands it over to Farmer. On the wrong side for a left footer. It looks good. It's on the line, and the mark taken by Stirrett. He could have shepherded through. Maybe would have hit the post, but this now should be a certainty. We saw him kick one before in the warm-up. Stirrett runs around the check side. Bananas there. North Pilbara with their second. After they dominated early play, they now have 2 goals, 3-15. North Pilbara yet to get an inside 50. There, no score. A fast, good start for the North Pilbara.
Yeah, well done there with that kick there. That was a Stirrett there, just steering that ball through. And not easy to do, the check side, but well done by the young man. And yeah, exciting football, 2 goals too. As I said, I hope they haven't spent too much or don't spend too much. But if you only know one way of playing, James, that's all you do. You just go hard at it. And, well, let's see, organically the scoreboard will turn over. So well done to a good start there by North Pilbara. Umpire throws that ball up, ball leaping high there. And there is a shepherd. So getting that ball there, just waiting to see there. Yeah, number 14 it was, Clayton Island. So he's playing in the ruck as well. Long raking kick, up it goes. Down it comes. We need fast feet. Fast feet can get to it, but we need a clean pick-up. Below the knees wasn't there, unfortunately, for Jay O'Dine. It was a hard ball. You can see a lot of the players slipping over. I'd suggest long stops if there's ever such a thing anymore. But back in the day, mine you used to nail in, James. You used to nail them in, and it was like cardboard underneath. And if the nail came through, well, you got a blister or a hole. But up they go there, North Pilbara. Round we come. North Pilbara player dives on that. Oh, look at that. Very clever. Just tunnel balls it out. Players getting dragged left, right and centre. Trying to get it out was Roney there. Couldn't quite. Overrunning it there was Clayton Island. Oh, around the corner check side. And that'll do because it's put it into an advantageous position. They're very clean with their hands at times, some of these North Pilbara boys. They like a vacuum cleaner come in. That's what happens when you first the ball, and that is Daniel Farmer again.
Farmer looks inboard. Options are plenty. Leading out, the mark taken by Walton, who turns his back on the play. Thought about passing it off momentarily, but now settles in for his routine and run-up. Just running in waves at the moment, the North Pilbara players, and a real sense of teamwork. Travelled a long way down to this carnival to try and get into the grand final. From the 50, it falls short. Who's home for the North Pilbara? It's spoilt away by Bavalot. Good defence there. Read it best and just fisted it away over the boundary line. And the boundary umpire goes to throw it in. It's been a big few days for everyone, players and umpires especially. This is the ball about to be thrown in deep in attack for the North Pilbara, already with the first 2 on the board. They've really restricted the Onshore Cup in their ball movement and forward half pressure. Tap down, gets it through traffic. Farmer thought about the shot, instead handed it back to Walton. He gave it back in turn. Farmer tries to run around a couple, throws it on the left. Rhodes underneath, Bravington rather, underneath it. Takes the mark, going back with the flight. He knew the contact was coming. He gets up a little ginger,
but that was a fantastic mark. The way that he was able to set his eyes on the ball, and that is a contender for the mark of the game, with thanks to Bruce Rock Engineering, who are great supporters of country football. And now to finish off his good work, Bravington runs in just inside 50 from about 47 metres out. Distance, not nearly a problem. It comes off hands down to the front of the pack, and it's knocked through on the line. It is going to be a stoppage, in fact, on right inside the goal square for the North Pilbara. Dangerous spot. Walton tried to weave his magic on the goal line. Couldn't quite. Hacked out of there by the Onshore Cup. Picking up was Macaulay. Tries to put it into the pocket. Goes over the head of a couple. And I reckon there are some sore bodies, fatigued bodies out there at the moment, Tony.
And I'll tell you what, James, for all our magnificent viewers out there just kicking back, it's the afternoon. It's Saturday afternoon. You could be drinking a coffee, a Powerade, or even a little frothy, or a gin and tonic if you like me. But if you are, remember, stay tuned because we've got our Between the Post Daily Football Show coming up as well later on this evening. So we bring you all the results, all the ladders from all three divisions across the men's today. And of course tomorrow, our big grand finals also coming up. So that's going to be an exciting day starting at, I reckon I'll have a look in a minute, around about 8:45 in the morning. So big day tomorrow as well, James.
The biggest of the championships. Both ruckmen, they had a piece of it. Little hack kick, missed the toe. Going in was Balestra for North Pilbara. Farmed out now to Surrell. Outside 50, just wobbles the ball forward and standing in the way. The defence of the Onshore Cup standing firm with Newman.
He has got up there, Ethan Sorrell, but I'll tell you what, his head bounced on the ground there. That wasn't good to see, and that's the other thing. If you do make the grand final, if they get through, touch wood, whatever, but you just don't want injuries out here. We've only seen a couple across the championships. Don't know that we've seen a yellow card today, have we?
No, we haven't. It's been good clean footy.
Yeah, I only saw one through the Colchester, just a little rush of blood, which we all get, and so it's been a great standard and played in good. It's hard, physically hard, but played in good sportsmanship as well. Ball on the outer wing.
Thrown back in. Another stoppage for the North Pilbara. But they get the clearing kick away. Walton knocked it over the back. Newman for the Onshore Cup. Went in hard with his head was Langdon. He was collected high.
12 minutes in.
12 minutes in. So if you're the North Pilbara, you're wanting to get a sizable lead heading into halftime so you can rest a few of those guys that possibly have a few little niggling injuries as Inditch tries to sell a bit of foot candy. He can't. Ireland and Rudd go in. Over the back, almost from Rhodes. That would have been Gary Ablett Senior-esque. Roney tried hard, stripped of it. Spills loose.
Oh, he's got
and
another.
With the quick kick, it came away to steer it. Gets another one. That's his second. And the Pilbara are starting to put a bit of a gap on the Onshore Cup. Another good goal for the North Pilbara. They're starting to build a nice lead.
Yeah, they extracted that ball out, and that was good for a big fella. Just the athleticism he showed there to get around. And nice goal, and that puts them further ahead now. 3 goals, 3, 21 to no score by Onshore Cup. So up against it a little bit here, the fellas from Onshore Cup, but they're battling and trying to paddle it forward right now as we speak. And wow, big strong tackle there. Some of these players, Timothy Renton, that was a strong tackle. Umpire just points either way. Great man out there umpiring. He's the umpire and coach, doing 2 games in a row as well. And spoke very well in our interview earlier in the day on the ground. Player put down afterwards, and that will be a mark, free kick, whatever you like there, to Benjamin Walton. And just a little bit of frustration, or we might say fatigue, coming in. And I'll tell you what, this bloke can play. Daniel Farmer. Up it goes. Oh, the big fella at the back. Doesn't matter. The second big fella, he's bounced that through. I don't know that he meant that, but that will do. And that was Guy Langdon. He dropped it on his foot like he was going to kick what we say, a normal-looking goal. What is normal-looking these days? But here we go here. Comes around and dribbled that through, banged it through. And I'll tell you the one thing he does do, Guy Langdon, is you saw that straight away. He thanks the people around him. He didn't actually want to come up and win the award earlier. He said, no, it's not me, it's someone else. But he took the award in the end. We had to convince him, and that's just great team play there. They're in a straight line. I think you called it before, the fishbone, was it, earlier?
Yeah. So the whole aim of it is to open up the flanks and the pockets so that your big full forward, it opens up the space up the ground for them and away.
And they've just brought on Big Jed White, and Stewart's done enough. They've taken him off. A bit early to rest him, but another tall down forward, we can tell you if that ball heads that way. But they're under a little bit of pressure there. Almost looked like he was coming back. Gee, they run that well out of the back line. That needed to be up a little bit more, but the kick's okay. And look at the space. This bloke's got Schleiger it was that got the kick to that man on the wing. Playing in front now, could not take that one, was Langdon. And umpire says that I'll ball it up. But that transition and the space out on the far wing just allowed them to get that ball in very quickly, them being North Pilbara as it comes out again.
It's quick flick forward, and then Smiller sets his sail for home, and he manages to squeeze it home. Another great goal and an even better celebration from Kenton Smiller. He got the quick handball out, straight onto the right boot, and it just sneaks home.
Yeah, good effort by that young man, wasn't it? A nice goal because he did composure. You can see players spray that sometimes. He just stopped, checked himself, knew he had space, awareness of what's going on around him, and slotted that through for what we call another team goal. And the big contest, sometimes with the big blokes in that pack, and we talked about Langdon there, you don't have to actually take every mark. You can just come out, just give us a contest and get it to ground if you can. So Crouch with one, Langdon with one, and Stewart with two.
Especially when the talented small forwards that the North Pilbara have, they don't need to be marking everything. But as we see it back in the middle now, the Onshore Cup, they win it down through Webb. But the clearance goes the way of Bravington. Almost brought down Smiller again. Right spot and right place for Kenton. Wheels around, puts it into the pocket like a freight train coming out of the square. Was the big foul there in white. He's caught holding the ball though. Good pressure and good comeback there from Bavalot, who has done some really nice defensive work early for the Onshore Cup. Goes short. Hall couldn't hold on to the mark. Goes over the boundary and we'll have a throw in.
And you're right with Bavalot. They're up against it, aren't they? And we talked about before the back lines. And they've got some big solid lads up there. I'd love to come up and have a feed with them because have a look at the size of some of them. With all due respect, I say that. They're a good size. They're solid. They keep their feet. And they're in here because they're very good footballers. Don't worry about your size and shape in football. Worry about whether you can get the pill and deliver it and whether you're a team player. So good on them, these blokes. I really admire that. And this is... Pardon me. I think this is Steve Buchanan, the only player with with a 30 on it, or actually Oliver Abbey it is. Goes forward. Oh, a player diving forward there. Oh, receives a little bit of treatment afterwards. Gives a little bit back. That's what we call a receipt. A little bit of fun. And this is Clayton Island, who's just kicking that long down towards the lead. Oh, up they come. Pardon me. Oh, player just... going to receive a free kick for a throw. And this is Jay O'Dine. Played a very good game earlier in the day as well. Look at that kick. Pinpoint accuracy, but I'll tell you what, North Pilbara up to it. Oh, let's kick. We see what he was trying to do, and he had players there. They both fall over, and they run very well here, North Pilbara. Oh, dropped that very funny, so that's going to make it hard for the big fellas. Look at them all running down. The midfield's just coming into play now on the left, so this is a battle of true backmen and true forwards. Well done there. That was one of the big fellas I was talking about, Damien Newman. Well done, young man, as he's, wow, he's given his team some impetus there, but, geez, how's the Jets on that bloke, Caelan Coventry? He really got away there, but I've liked North Pilbara in attacking back line, but they're under a little bit of pressure here. There's what I'm talking about. If one doesn't get you, the second one will. So they just haven't been able to penetrate down there Onshore Cup, and it's play on.
And they're not the first team to do it today. They're a very good team. Play on, said the umpire. Smiller left it behind, spent it before he had it. Hall dove in on top of him, rode him like a piggyback out towards Newman, who's then brought down likewise, and we'll have another ball up
rode him like a piggyback, and we talk about that with the ride and drive day on the 20th of July down there at for the goal of the game through Macintosh and Son. Fantastic initiative.
Out at Meriden, make sure if you're into your machinery, go down there and have a look. Renton throws it on his boot, slams it towards goal. White was out in front, crowded a contest, brought it down for Harris, handed it to him, who then sprays it out of bounds on the full, thanks to the pressure coming late from the onshore defence. And both players a little worse for wear and slow to get up. We hope that they're both okay. It was a good contest.
They're actually talking to each other. How you go and you get up first. No, you get up first. If we could take some knuckles out there, they could have had a little game of knuckles or tiddlywinks on the sidelines there as they were waiting. As the siren goes, good start by North Pilbara, 5 goals, 3. So 33-0 as we speak for Onshore Cup. Certainly trying hard.
Yeah, it is as the rain falls, and we'll take a break.
When you think of the future of your business, what is it that you hope for?
I'm just going to start the irrigator.
Ways to grow? Ways to be more self-reliant? And always be one step ahead. Are you looking for a partner with solutions to complex business problems? Well, no matter your goal, with Nutrien Ag Solutions, we'll help you go further.
Since day one, Macintosh and Son has been growing our services and support for our customers while investing in the future of our people. We know you need the right equipment and we will be there when it matters most. Macintosh and Son. Grow with us.
Welcome back. At the end of half-time, we're about to get the second half underway between the North Pilbara and the Onshore Cup, where the North Pilbara are leading 5-3-33 to the Onshore Cup. No score. James Gardner in the chair, joined by Tony Neal. We're about to get this second half underway. It was a complete performance, really, from the North Pilbara as they look to get into the grand final tomorrow. It's going to be a massive day of football ahead tomorrow at Community Bank Oval in Fremantle, the home of the South Fremantle Bulldogs in the Waffle. Of course, we're down here at Lane Group Stadium in Mandurah, the home of the Peel Thunder, for the final half of the round-robin championships, thanks to Nutrien Ag, and it brings a close to a massive couple of days down here at Mandurah over the Colts and the seniors. And now we get ready to go for the final half of the tournament before the finals.
We'll say young Bailey next to us doing a magnificent job in producing, because the old boy he's having a bit of fun and games with the YouTube vision and is doing a great job. We can see the score there, 5-3-33. So it's called reverse mentoring, when the young help the old, and really appreciative, and we can bring this to you out here today. As it's getting very dark here, we might have to go and have a flick of the light switch and get some lights on, as North Pilbara, they've lit up, going quite well, and well, just as we talk about that, it comes undone, and this is Josh Roney with ball in hand, just over there on that half-back line, and ball just dribbles out of bounds. Right in front of the Fairman's Hire, fantastic helpers there with the scaffolding, so we do thank them over the 2 days here and also for last year. So if we can see that on the long shot, you might see it come into play on the left-hand side there, as umpire now throws that ball in. Just a shallow throw, so can they get it? The ruckman has to go after it again. Look at him run here, 1, 2, 3. Number 24, of course, Jake Schleicher gets it forward. It's bouncing, can't quite get it. Oh, this way, that way, indecision, doesn't matter. He hangs on, he hangs it up in the air there, and just off to the right there, James, we knew what he was trying to do, and I think he knew as well, but just couldn't quite spend that last 10%, could he? Look at him, he's a little bit down on himself, but outstanding young man.
He's down on himself because I think he expected himself to kick at a player of his calibre and class. It's just like showing pace for him, but a rare mistake. He'd be getting that 99 times out of 100, and unfortunately for Crouch, that was the 1%, and so it slips through their hands now. North Pilbara, they're going to have another goal here with McCauley snapping around off the turnover, and it's home. So the first goal of the second half to the North Pilbara. They pick off where they left off. A poor kick in from the onshore cup, and the margin extends out to 40 points.
I reckon they've had a couple of big games, haven't they? They've kicked 6 or 7 goals in the last game, and I tell you, they're big scores for a half of football, and we say, yes, like in a half of 4 quarters, you know, you might get up around 10 goals. But remember here, you're talking about elite level players. You're representing the best of the best from your region. And this is Division 3. I don't care about divisions. Same in Adelaide, we've got 7 divisions. But you watch it as a football spectator. Yep. You watch football as football. Don't worry about Division 3, 2 or 1. This is just great football. And we thank Sport, all our scoreboards, of course, filming footy and dartfish, and also the thongs. We've been giving them out left, right and centre. And CBH, Nutrien, Regional Men's Health as well. They're all in there. Rio Tinto with the women's. The Colts with CBH as the umpire throws the ball up in the middle. Number 29 there, McKenna Webb, one of our award winners earlier in the day, which we need to start thinking about as that ball comes out. Oh, bouncing. Couldn't keep his feet. Tried to paddle it left there, Mitchell Maturo. Couldn't do it. Well done by that player on the ground trying to keep his hands free, but they're slipping over left, right and centre. Yeah, great vision there. Look at that for a kick. Dylan Indich. What a superstar. Great kick there. Gets it out to the wing now, the North Pilbara. They're running. That's risky. Risk equals reward. And this is great possession football as we see North Pilbara go diagonally from half-back line to half-forward line. There's a kick in now to the lead. It's up. It's down. Big fella grabs it off the pack. It's anyone's ball, but they're swamped there 2-on-1. Oh, I won't give a handball out. What's the free for? I'll tell you what, don't tell me. Is this Stewart again?
I reckon it might be.
Just looking on the monitor. It is. So he's going to line up for his third. He's given him a target up forward, hasn't he? He's really has. So young Stewart, well, he handballs that one off. Share it around. And through it goes. We'll just have a look there.
Staunton, I believe.
Yeah, he's pretty happy with himself. And number 27 there. Look at that for a celebration. And look at the big fella there. With the beard, he's smiling away, and that's one of the best points ever seen on Lane Group Stadium Oval, I'd suggest. That was a huge celebration for a point. But well done, young man. That was worth the watch anyway. But to all those people at home, you can sit back down and just take it in, because they're going to wind up again. This time, let's see what the forward line entry is like. It's a short kick forward. Different player. Number 13 here, Timothy Renton. So Timothy will go back, Tim probably known as, they're probably laughing back home saying, who's Timothy? So Tim Renton, Ringer, Renton, wobbles in. Oh, look at that. He gives it everything, and that's another point. They're not going to be costly points in the whole aspect of the day, because this will give them, the win will give them the opportunity to get into that grand final and represent tomorrow. And that's the big day, again, folks, to watch. We've got Between the Post footy show at night. We've got a day full of football tomorrow. I'll play it backing back there for North Pilbara, couldn't take it. Player for Onshore Cup getting swamped there. 1, 2, 3 come in. Well done, extracted by Zachary Birch. He's going to have to get it back. 1, 2. Number 7 there. We haven't got... sorry, we've got Matt Parker on the score sheet. We apologise, we haven't been updated. So that's who we think it is. Tell you shortly.
Ball thrown up. Both ruckmen had a piece of it in the end. Webb probably got it better in the end, though. Smiller almost got it. Tracking it now is Farmer along the boundary line, tight roping it, handballs it into the traffic. Trying to get it out of there is Hall for the Onshore Cup, and he does so successfully to get it over the boundary line and to get a throw in about 70-odd metres around from the North Pilbara goal, who lead it by 42 points as they march on towards the grand final tomorrow. Division 3 kicking the day off. Who will book their place to play Esperance? At the moment, it's looking like the North Pilbara. Running free. It's just a wobbling ball into the centre. Abbey led the race for it. Had to pick it up off his bootstraps. Almost did it successfully. Goes back in again, the bigger body from Onshore Cup, and locked him up, and we'll have a ball up. Locked up with him was White and also Walton. So we'll have a throw up here. In a true centre-half forward position. Over the top came Webb for Onshore Cup, but straight down the throat of Renton. Throws it on his boot, up to full forward. Bouncing ball, dribbling away, locked in again. And it's locked up, and we'll have a ball up dead in front of the North Pilbara goals. And there's been plenty of them from the North Pilbara. 6 of them, in fact. They've kicked 6-6-42 on the Sportal scoreboard to no score from the Onshore Cup. Ripping it out of the ruck was Langdon. Tried to get it moving forward. Comes back out to Langdon. Throws it on the boot into the left pocket. Ball dribbles away towards the boundary line. Somehow kept in. Thrown back into play for Rigby. Off to Walton. Back in, turn out the back toward to Balestra. He's shrugged the tackle. Off to Maturo. Throws it on the boot to full forward. Good one-on-one contest. Coming out was Newman. Had to go back in and get it after he didn't quite take it cleanly enough. Handed it back to the North Pilbara player there. And it looked like it was Walton who's kicked the goal. No, he hasn't. It's touched on the line.
Geez, a nice celebration again, but just couldn't quite get it through. So another one touched on the line. North Pilbara, gee, they're really peppering away. And let's have a look now at Onshore Cup. Another kick in here or out wide. Most teams will give you that. We talk about that. Oh, nice quick turn there by Josh Roney. He was off and out, but seems North Pilbara got extra players. 1, 2, 3 out there. Comes in towards Crouch. That was, up high. The big Dukes go up, and taking that grab was Guy Langdon. And just watching him earlier today and talking with, he's most likely to give this off, the big fella. Just a beautifully natured lad, but geez, I'll tell you what, he goes in hard, because Bruce Rock Engineering giving us the mark of the day. But nice strong Dukes in front. Big guy says, I've heard what you've said, Tony, but I am going to kick it. Wanders in now, just bends that knee. But nice goal there, and get around him and celebrate. So they have just dropped off a bit. 2 goals, 4 in this half. They've had most of the play, of course, but that big first half where they kicked 5-3. But 2 goals, 4, so 6 scoring shots to 8 so far. 6 scoring shots in the second half and 8 in the first half. So they may well equal it. I thought they might have taken the foot off the juice a bit, but not to be when you look at the total number of shots. And talking in the middle, melding well. Do you start now practicing for tomorrow and setting yourself up? Yeah. I just think they keep going as they are.
No, I think shore it up. Make sure you've got more than enough percentage just in case something crazy happens. You've got to prepare for those things as the ball's back in the middle, knocked down by Bartlam. Comes out, Walton again, handed it out the front to Schneider, or Schleicher, which was then brought down, and then he got the kick away just in time. Over to Walton, who goes in shorter, into the pocket, left all alone was Bravington, who turns his back immediately, and he'll go back and look for the North Pilbara's 8th goal of today. Off the back of a
Very good performance against the Gascoigne, the North Pilbara, when they totally smashed them, and now against the Onshore Cup. Bravington struts in. It's going to swing back. Does it come back enough? It doesn't. It falls short, in fact, on the goal line. Trying to get it away is Stirrett along the boundary line. Onshore Cup trying their best to get rid of this footy. Handed back. Quick kick away came from White, and the nice pulled it nicely to Balestra, who takes the mark on the 45. And he's only 25 or 20 odd metres out from goal.
A couple of these players we haven't called, so they might be rotating a fair few off the bench now, as we mentioned earlier. So, yeah, good grab that, reaching forward by Jake Balestra, and here's his opportunity.
Struts in, you're right behind this goal here from Balestra. It's coming back, the left to right action, and it's there, over the goal umpire's hat. Extending the margin out to 55. The North Pilbara are almost certain now to hit the grand final tomorrow. On the Sportal scoreboard, 55 plays nothing in the final half of the round robin tournament here at Lane Group Stadium. It's been an extraordinary few days for all involved.
So remembering our fantastic awards, the Beanie and 25-year commemorative jumper and 2 pairs of thongs, one for the Optima Ag player of the match, and also our Omnibus Igniter as the ball comes around off the back line, fresh player on the ground. Nice kick there on the left foot. That was very well manufactured. Not able to hold it there, the player for North Pilbara. Oh, very clever there, Ethan Harris. This way, that way, puts it to the advantage of the team. Well, player tries to do it again, and he's caught. Caught red hot, and he's just going to extract himself from the game now. I reckon that might have been Stewart, was it? We'll have a look in a minute. Gets the high five from all the teammates as the ball comes down the wing.
Down the broadcast side of the ground, along centre wing, Smith managed to pull it in with one hand. Ireland was coming for Schleicher, handed it over to Steiger. And then back in turn, Walton back to Smith. Creeps his way along the boundary line. Bumped as he kicked it. Play on, said the umpire. Coming from 3 deep was Langdon. Knocked it down to the ground. Maturo will run in along the pocket and set it up for Langdon to stroll in. In fact, it was Renton who strolls into the open goal. His first one of today.
He's pretty happy because he did that celebration for the point, and I thought, well, how are you going to outdo that celebration? And look at that, that's pretty easy when you're right on the goal line, but good on him, he deserved it. He's been a bit of a workhorse for him today, and we thank Optima, of course, Optima Line Play of the Day, Optima Ag, and great job out there. Remember the Ride and Drive Day, 20th of July at Meriton we're going to, is it?
Meriton, yes.
Meriton, and what are we in for? A bit of a, well, we can talk to the sales reps and they can take us through. I wouldn't bother with them. I'd go straight up to the biggest thing that's got the engine running and say, get me on it. It's a Ride and Drive Day. I don't want to talk. I want to hear about it. Take me around and show me. But no, in all due respect, they are going to take you through a lot of the questions you may have, and fantastic sponsors they are, Macintosh and Son.
Falls out the back, and those are the best days, aren't they? Aside from days at the footy, are the country field days when you go and have a look at all the machinery. Macintosh and Son, of course, great partners, they'll be there.
It's my favourite band, Sung, and I'm not going to sing, but there's a bit of diesel and dust about it, isn't there?
Yeah.
Sensational. Up it goes in the middle. Look at these guys trying their heart out, and I'll tell you what, the miner's hat I've got on, it's just not lighting up the ground enough. We might have to take some candles out there, charging through. Well done, young man. Get after it. Look at him hunting the ball. Oh, great play there by young Roney. That moved the ball probably 30 metres forward. Look at Pilbara there, a bit of volleyball. You can't do that. Roney's going to get it back. Slung to the ground, holding the ball. Very unlucky there. And Daniel Farmer once again.
He's been good today.
Well, gets that left-handed handball across. Gee, switch of play. We could see that from here. Well done there. And that was Stewart getting that ball across. Look at him inside 50. Oh, well done out there. Couldn't quite take it. Was Coventry. Crowd goes, oh. A lot of ingrown toenails in the crowd by the sound of it. Anyway, over comes the handball. Running in now is Crouch. And he's nailed it. So he's been lively up forward. I've liked Ben Crouch as well. So a couple of contenders there for our awards. Very clever up forward and what we call craft. Good work there. So well done to North Pilbara. So very well done, and of course Farmer involved in that piece of play as well. He's been great out there today, and he's had a good, what we call a championships. Remember, they'll have the all-star teams announced for the Colts yesterday. I would suggest they've got one. I'm not sure whether they're going to do it across all three divisions, one each, or just one whole one. We'll wait and see. But geez, I'll tell you what, Daniel Farmer, he's had a good couple of games.
He's a strong player, but the skills are exceptional for a big-bodied inside mid. As finally a clearance comes for Webb. He blasts it in long. No real method to it. Almost completing the mark was Jeffries. Spilt loose. Handball over the back from the North Pilbara defence. Webb came in bustling through hard. Brought down, and Surrell gets the stoppage. There's the free kick going the way. Took him high, so Webb possibly with the free kick to tell his number from where we are. Side on, either way, a chance for the Onshore Cup's first score of the game. It falls short into the pocket. Maguire was at the front, flying from over the back. It was Staunton.
That might have been Zachary Burts that got that kick in. Just looking there, man with his hands on his knees there. He's run down, which is good to see. They don't give up. You go from siren to siren. That's a sign of a good football there. Well done, young man. Never give up. Don't worry about the scoreboard. It's what your traits are. Look at that. That's a long throw over the back. That's going to help North Pilbara, only as far as the player there for Onshore Cup got hold of it. A little bit of pushing and shoving. Oh, taken high there. Geez, he's been rolled around there. Going to go in again. Bang, he goes. That was the player that got taken out. He's given one back. That's called a receipt. He didn't matter who he got as long as he got someone. Now it's 2-on-1. This might fire the team up. North Pilbara get it out, and that's a good play by young Harris, Ethan Harris, down the wing. And how does this player get out on his own? Ben Crouch, one bounce, runs in goal, runs around, and he's kicked the second best point we've ever seen. As
behind his one before.
Fair dinkum. Just that. Oh, well, they know what they're doing. I'm just not sure about running around like that and trying to kick around the corner when you're running straight in and can do a drop punt. But that's what they do these days. It's a different game.
But that's
I noticed the drop kick's gone out as well. And the screwy.
Everything's gone out of the game from back when you were around, Tony. Anyway, the only thing that hasn't changed is that we kick, mark and handball. And it's always a tough contest. So free kick going the way of Onshore Cup with Hall.
James, what's with coloured boots? Fair dinkum. Mind you, I did have the yellow boots with the black stripe. Back in the day, it's not about us, it's about these outstanding young men now. As players going to line up, I might see a screwy there, the way he was holding that. He elects to give a handball to a player, and that's elusive. Look at that skill. Well done, Damien Newman. You're a champion out there, mate. That's why you're selected. And umpires paid, surely that's not a mark. That's Reece Stewart. Player on the mark may not have had his eyes on the ball. We roll around to 18 minutes in. Don't know whether it's rain or it's just dark. There's a screwy. Now that's what we like to see. Player pushed. Umpires let it go. Been teaching me how to bounce the ball and throw the ball out there today, and I might just have to teach them around about the rules, but that's tongue-in-cheek because they have done a fantastic job and a mighty effort. We thanks to all our viewers that have enjoyed the day today, and certainly all the volunteers from all the regions that have helped put these teams together and get them down here, and the sponsors. We really are very fortunate to have all these players out here playing hard football, as we can see. Couple of tired players now coming up. You know, all the trainers that have tried to get these players up again. Tyler Hall now with ball in hand. Done a mighty effort to get him going again. Just tips across. We talk about the trainers. Look at the tape on his, all over his leg. Big high kick down. Player set and just standing under it. Oh, unable to take that. Almost came too easy for Guy Langdon, and not happy with himself. But I'll be saying just have a little bit of a rest with under a minute to go in this game. You can just see slight drizzle. Slight drizzle, yeah.
The final minute of the round robin championships before the grand final tomorrow. It will be North Pilbara in the Division 3 grand final against Esperance. Langdon got it going forward. Maturo came through and got it from Crouch. He got it back again. He's going to dance around a couple. He deserves the finish, and he gets it, Maturo. Did the hard work. Got a couple of 1-2s. As the rain starts to pelt down here at Lane Group Stadium. Well done to Maturo. Danced around a few. the finish was there. And 11 goals, 8 now for Pilbara.
There's an art in that as they win that game. 11 goals, 8 that was. That's a big win. Look at their old scoreboard attendants trying to pack up already. We've got to write this down, mate. But, yeah, just semi-darkness down here. What I'm going to do, I'm going to zip out there. As you said, it was pouring with rain. Thanks very much for that, because I'll go and present these players. We might bring them up into the grandstand. It has been a pleasure from my end, and what we're going to do, we'll take a short break and get the awards done.
Tony Neal, our fearless leader in commentary, has decided to brave the wet and the cold and the wind and the rain as he goes out in search of our award winners for our 3 awards today. The Player of the Match, the Optimum Ag Play of the Match, and the Omnibus Igniter. And he's out there. You can see him trying to rustle up a couple of players to come in and have a chat with us. It's been a complete performance by excuse me, North Pilbara in the final game of the day to book themselves a spot in tomorrow's grand final against Esperance in the Division 3 grand final, winning it 11-8-74 over the Onshore Cup, no score. So a complete performance, as I mentioned. They dominated from go to woe, and early on, if they had have kicked straighter, especially in that last half, they could have won by a lot more. But they are firming as a team, one of the teams to beat, obviously, in the grand final tomorrow, and you'd expect them to give it a real good shake against Esperance. They'll go off and do their recovery tonight. For Onshore Cup, they can hold their heads high. They gave it there all day long, and in every game today and over the carnival, every organisation and region have done their best to try and win games of football for their clubs and their regions and leagues. So as the players begin to come up into the grandstand to get out of the rain and get into the race to get warm and have a hot shower, we're going to get crossover to Tony very shortly as he hands out the awards and gets the players all ready and raring to go. As you can see, more assembling through the race and saying hello to loved ones, and that's the best part about it, is the support on that have travelled down long distances, the support team, be it wives, partners, families, whoever it may be, brothers, sisters, uncles, aunties, as we get ready to cross over now. We're about to cross to Tony, but the rain, it is pouring at the moment down here at Lane Group Stadium, and I'll tell you what, they're lucky that it ended when it did, because otherwise the players would be getting very wet out there. But it was a great performance to the North Pilbara. So we're about to cross over to Tony. You can see the Archie Thongs behind me. They're about to get crossed over. Let's cross to him now.
Well, I'll tell you what, folks, it's raining out there. A bit worried about the dew when I went out. I'll have to get the hairdryer out tonight. But to have a look at these couple of champions here, all 3 of them, fantastic. And our first one, Daniel Farmer, mate, some of your skills out there, dry or wet, you get known as a player that can play good in the dry, but also in the wet, mate. You've had an outstanding championship. You threatened to get this award in the earlier game as well. Fantastic. And what's your club, first of all?
Cry the Cats.
Yeah, and how do you go up home? You must tear them apart up there.
No, mate, we were just, team footy first, and, it comes your way, it comes your way.
Oh, what an outstanding young man, mate. So well done. You enjoy your footy, obviously, up home. And what do you do up home? Tell us about some of the things that you do. What are your hobbies?
I like going bush, going out to the gorges and stuff like that. So, yeah, it's not too bad.
So if the old cowboy here came up for a visit, you'd take me around, would you? And
Yeah, take you out hunting and stuff like that.
Oh, hunting. What would we eat?
Kangaroo.
Oh, I love it. I've had a bit of kangaroo tail soup. We do a day back home and they give us, I love it, mate. So fantastic. Well done. You've won the beanie, of course, and the 25-year commemorative jumper as well. Fantastic winner. And we'll come across here. Ben Crouch, mate. Fair dinkum. We talked about your forward skills. What's your home club, first of all?
Falcons.
Falcons. So where is that, please?
Karratha.
Karratha. Now, what do you do for a hobby up there?
Pretty much the same as this bloke here, fishing, hunting. Yeah.
Well, I like a bit of fishing too. You catch some good stuff, do you?
Yeah.
Well, you're outstanding. You work on your forward craft. You're quite elusive. We said it was one of the best points ever seen on the stadium here when you did all that work. And then, why'd you go around sideways? No, you're a fantastic player, mate. You kicked a few out there, and you do a bit of work on your goal kicking, do you, at home?
Oh, well, I'm going to do some now, so yeah.
Hey, I'll tell you what, we'll come across here to Cody. Now, how do I say your surname? Bavalot?
Bavalot, mate. Yeah, you nailed it.
Yeah, fantastic. And Cody, quite elusive, these players. I tell you, you guys were up against it, though. I love seeing a backman win an award, mate, and we were watching your kick-ins, but also some of your work down there. It's very desperate. It just came in so much, didn't it?
Yeah, hot and heavy, mate, but that's all right. That's the way backman loves it, mate.
Well, you're better off being down the back line with the ball coming in and stand down forward and not getting a touch, isn't it?
100%, mate. I can't kick straight anyway, so put me down back.
You did very well, Cody. So what's your home club, please?
The Augusta Abalones.
Augusta Abalones. So where are we looking? Up, down, round and round? What direction?
Just south of Margs, south of Marga River.
Oh, beautiful. So if I said surfer or abalone fisherman?
Yeah, I'm none of the above, mate. I'm just a plumber and a battling Aussie footy player. So, but a lot of surfing down there, but I'm scared of the sharks, so I'm not going near it.
Yeah, join the club. I'd rather be in the mountains. Let me tell you, Cody, all of these guys, very humble. I can tell you this, mate, you're a champion. To represent your area, first of all, you have to get in that team, go out and train and get in that team, and then to come out and play. Players get remembered for playing well in big games. So you're a champion, and I will say this to all three of you. Thank you so much for joining us. We've had some fun. We talked earlier in the day as well. So we've got a little friend wandering through here, but just fantastic. You're a credit to all your families, to your local clubs, and also your regions. You wanted to say something, did you? No, I just thought you were ready to, or you're just listening. You'd be the only person ever listening. No, fair dinkum, all three of you. I feel like giving everyone a hug. It's an emotional day and it's fantastic. So well done to all of you. We'll take a short ad break. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to Lane Group Stadium. We've got the rain is falling at Lane Group Stadium down here at Mandurah, and it was a big win to North Pilbara over the Onshore Cup as Tony settles in to wrap up what has been a huge game of football and a massive few days of country football in the Nutrien Ag Solutions Country Championships. And Tony went over both the Colts and the seniors. We've seen 3 or 4 cracking days of football, and it culminates tomorrow in the grand finals.
It was sensational. Listen, I just want to let everyone know out there that I tell you what, Ben Crouch is very happy because it's not Ben Crouch, it's actually Kobe Dunn. So the young man's just selecting his correct size thongs down here in the background, and we do thank Kobe Dunn for his forward line work, and what a great day it was. So I tell you what, Ben Crouch, if he wants to come up, he can get some thongs as well. But what a great day of football, what a great couple of days we've had. But it heads now, James, into the grand final, and I tell you what, who have we got in Division 3? with North Pilbara.
Esperance are playing North Pilbara in that one, so it's going to be a huge game. I know that in Division 2, we'll wrap this up more in the between the posts that you can catch later on today, but I know in Division 2, Goldfields and the GNFL will be playing off down at Fremantle Community Bank Oval, and we'll just wait for some results to come through from Division 1 to update you on that when they come to hand in between the posts.
The other bit, folks, the rain stayed away for most of the day today. It got a little bit dark and overcast as we got towards the end of this game, but what a fantastic day of football we've had. We hope you've enjoyed the viewing, as we say, around the world, around Australia and around Western Australia, regional areas, so important for the communities. And once again, we thank Dartfish and Filming Footy for putting out the broadcast to all the areas for the people that can't come down. James, I would really like to thank yourself, mate, an outstanding young man with a huge career ahead of you in commentating, mate, and wherever you go with your broadcasting. We had you last year, we've had you this year for 3 days. We know you're heading off on some excursions in the next few days, so it's been an absolute pleasure to have you along. Have you got any final words?
No, I just thank you firstly to Dartfish and Filming Footy, John and all the crew, and you, Tony, for having me along. You've taught me a lot, and since last year I love coming back and commentating for you guys. Unfortunately I can't be there tomorrow, but I'm off on a school ski trip. But also thanks to all those at home for viewing and watching, and thanks to all our sponsors for making it happen.
James, you didn't have to tell them where you're going. I was going to ask you if you got a note from your mum for being away, but no, fantastic. And once again, all of our sponsors, fantastic. All of the help that we've had. Remember the truck, folks. If you've liked this and you thought this was good, they're going to put a couple of our ugly muds in the truck and get around with a Sportal scoreboard on top. All the sponsors that want to get on board, jump on board, because we can have hundreds of you because the spaces are filling. But we go to all the regional areas. So imagine getting your name out in regional areas. We can produce an advert for you, an action advert that we can play on the Sportal sign as well. So we thank all of our sponsors, of course, Fairman's Hire, if I take the glasses off and look all the way over there, for the scaffolding, Archie's Thongs, the beanies, and of course, look at that, our magnificent producer, James. Will that fit over the top of that? Nutrien Ag Solutions, that's a good look, isn't it? For all you need is a ping pong ball now, but no, fantastic. This is Tony Neal, hoping you've enjoyed the Western Australian Country Football Championships, Day 3 on Saturday, and we've got the big grand final tomorrow. I'm not going to sleep tonight. I'm going to stay up all night and get ready for tomorrow, and bang, we're on again. All right, folks, that's it. Thank you for viewing. We'll see you all tomorrow.